Welcome back, everyone. If you are just waking up right now, welcome to the APAC zone. We started off our first series in the perfect APAC fashion. Now we are moving on to our second series between the Hangzhou Spark versus the Philadelphia Fusion. The Game 5 fashionistas themselves. They love these Game 5s.
I was going to say, I feel like Fusion fans don't want it to be an APAC Classic, because if it's an APAC Classic, they're inbound for disappointment. So let's try and get a move away from that fact. And hopefully Philly can come out here with a solid performance as well. In between the break, Avril has actually just updated their little power rankings, and Fusion are currently rated bottom. He says he's not trolling. Let's see if a 3-0 today can instill some confidence. Let's take a look at the Spark starting lineup for today.
Let's take a look here. We've seen some nice things here from the Spark previously, but we have some different finger guns joining us from the support lineup between Neko and Teru. See Shy, Alpha Yi, as well as Guxue. Alpha Yi also coming through. We saw him pop off earlier on in the Summer Showdown on that Genji. And I really enjoyed having Alpha Yi onto the Spark after having to deal with quarantine and really being able to pop off with the rest of the team with that lackluster practice that they had to have. But yeah, they have some new members to be working alongside with the rest of the Spark.
Yeah, Spark just constantly seems to be acquiring talent everywhere, and obviously Guxue is back into the mix this stage because Winston is viable. You can just get deleted by Junker Queen now. But Philly Fusion fans, they're here to not disappoint you this week, and so they're going to hype you up even more. So they produced a little video for us to introduce their roster and go above and beyond in this clash to make sure that they perform actually well today.
Are you ready for the show?
Carpe again! And M3 is going absolutely nuclear! Zest dashes and instantly finds 3 kills. Leading the charge of his team application matrix as well, but Fury, excellent Gravitic Flood.
Spark had the numbers, but Bellatrix has the space! The mines! The double kill!
Shot through Aim God. He's looking for the elimination. He goes on the offensive, but Aim God shuts him down! Everybody really loves the Sun of the Valley. Nixon gets 2 for himself. Okay.
There's your starting lineup for the Fusion. MN3, Zest, Bella's Rhea, and Aim God and Fixer, of course, in the roster. A lot of rookies on this talent. MN3 and Zest have been standouts this year. We're expecting more fantastic play from them as well, because as we saw in the last series, Vicky, Genji is still viable, and that seems to be Zest's favorite hero to play, and they're getting a lot of value from that.
Hopefully something that Fusion could work into after losing to the third best team apparently in APAC, the LA Valley, yesterday in a 3-2. So that was
I'm actually I'm checking Avril's power rankings live right now, Vicky. It's actually putting the LA Valiant in second, so they lost to the second best team.
What? Avril. All right, Avril, I see you. You gotta get those interactions. I get it. But you know what? The LA Valiants put up a really good fight, and they also, despite what the score says, day one here, they put up a pretty good fight against the Dynasty, despite it being 3-0. So that was a pretty tough fight for Philly to deal with. Now that they're going to be playing against the Spark, I feel like this is where they're going to test out where they probably feel more comfortable based off of what they've learned in that previous series against the LA Valiant.
And the Spark as well, you've got, I think, a little bit more potential here with the meta, with some of the hero choice you're going to bring in. Neko and Teru into the roster as well. Fantastic to see them mixing it up once more. We've already touched on the Shy and Alpha Yi. Dale have been on comfort picks as well. Bella's Rhea coming back into the mixture as well, obviously because the tank lineups have completely changed and they're not relying on Fury to just play the Junker Queen. We're in for a good shout today.
I love seeing Philly always try to pop off in their own way with the rookies on their team. They're trying to come in together. I mean, they're like the destructive, chaotic team in APAC. They caused chaos just in the last stage in the Summer Showdown, where they literally took Seoul Dynasty to Game 5 during the qualifiers and then beat the Hangzhou Spark to qualify into the Summer Showdown. So this is kind of like a revenge match, if you want to call it so, against the Spark and the Fusion, because this was the opportunity that the Spark desperately needed in the Summer Showdown to be able to qualify in the tournament to get some of those extra points to make it into the playoffs. Meanwhile, here the Fusion were like, no, it's okay. You don't need that. We need that more than you. and they wanted to be able to try to take that. So now they're currently sitting number 4 in the overall standings on the cusp right behind the Spark.
Yeah, so there's all to play for right now as we head closer towards playoffs. Just thinking about what this team will roll out with. Obviously, if we look at the compositions that we played earlier today, take that as an example, you know, we're going to definitely see Sojourn, Genji, that's fine. Could go for a Sombra option occasionally, I believe. Winston seemed likely based on the tank lineups, and or he's going to have a standard Lucio Ana combination coming in from the pair of them, sometimes varying up to a Zenyatta, as we saw in the previous series, for very different reasons. It still has its place occasionally in this meta.
You know what? We highlighted the series that the Fusion had to deal with yesterday. It's nice to also highlight the Spark and the fact that they had just recently lost to the Chengdu Hunters. Yeah, they're also just trying to feel out the support lineup that they're working with, as well as Gushwei managing to roll out in. But can we highlight the fact that within the first, I think, was it 5 to 10 seconds that we saw Gushwei come out with Neko and Taro? He came out like on the Ryan. I'm like, wow, that's a lot of faith right here. He came in with the support lineup right next to him. I'm like, all right, APAC really is built different out here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see what they're going to be able to bring, if they're going to change things up. Are we going to see that come out again? We've seen a plethora of different tanks out on the board, especially between both of these regions. So looking at what APAC has for us, we've been seeing a bit of that change up, of course. Saw the Zarya just recently. Saw the Pig Winston coming in too.
Yep.
A lot of ball we saw yesterday. Mikey just obviously making the appearance saying, I'm going to do this if APAC isn't.
We did get some ball in APAC. We did have a little bit of ball on
That's
Johnstown
true.
yesterday.
Very small.
But, yeah, we're going to jump into our first map. It's a control map as always. Nepal seems to be our first destination. I was just checking in on the lobby as well. We have OBS Kiriko now on one of the OBS. So, as you know, Kiriko not playable in this stage, but will be for the playoffs, as confirmed via Twitter. That was probably one of the senior staff at Overwatch League confirming that more likely. But, yes, we'll have Kiriko playable in the playoffs. But everyone's getting a little bit excited about that option now, particularly the support lineups.
That makes me super excited. I can't wait. It's going to be awesome to see which of our support players are going to be able to pop off on Kiriko. Getting set up here already. Again, this is a nice little revenge match for the Spark to deal with the Fusion. Wondering what we're going to be able to roll out with immediately. What's changed up between yesterday into today for the Fusion, as well as the Spark after their performance 2 days ago. Let's see the basic here with, especially after what we had seen just in the last series, starting things off originally with the Mei. You wanted to have that double wall to kind of act as more of that space control. But it doesn't look like we're going to have that rolled out from the Spark. They're hinting at it ever so briefly.
Capture the objective.
Let's see what they go for on Sanctum anyway. Sombra Tracer seems to be the flavor that they're both rolling out for, so they're going to mirror it as expected. Winston's on the field, and we got the Brigittas and the Arnas for this particular round. Fellas Rhea and the Philadelphia Fusion take that early corner. Gushwei forced to retreat already. Axe coming in. Shy jumps over the shoulder of MN3, not to get caught, but Alpha Yi is the first blood to be drawn. Hack. I believe that went through to Gushwei, but he already started to jump back to safety for that point. Fusion have dominant control of this area so far.
Huge first pickoff right there too, especially with the way that Alpha Yi can pop off. That means Zest is already running rounds basically with this pulse bomb that's about to be unlocked here too, as well as the Fusion already stepping foot onto this point here. Alpha Yi gets hit with an anti, as well as Zest taking care of Shy. Trade that though, as Rhea's going to be able to get taken down. Zest's going to be able to move all the way up here, but looking fantastic in terms of the Fusion, already building up into some of these ultimates, minus Belis Rhea.
So that pulse bomb, trying to lock him in the corner, gets the recall out. There's enough mobility to get Alpha Yi out of that corner. Still unable to flip the point just yet. Reinforcements have come back in as Zest goes down to Alpha Yi's headshots, and Spark are still trying to wrestle back control, and they're getting enough picks to be able to do so. They're going to flip it, 31%.
Big anti from Tiro, but no follow-up, unfortunately, with the Fusion holding on to the high right there on the choke point by the high ground. See the Spark already being able to take control over this point. You see the pulse bomb in hands of Alpha Yi. Gushwei is also about to get that primal, as well as Belis Rhea. He's taking their time here before moving their way in. You see Zest also trying to find that opportunity, splitting some of that attention away from Gushwei, but Gushwei is just going to be able to sit pretty here over to the side.
Alpha Yi being sneaky, but they're not going to path over. Still waiting for the right time for that pulse bomb. MN3 needs some healing drastically right now. We'll get the boost as the EMP's about to come online for them. Alpha Yi has a path into the back line. You can see the door being held. Fixer hacked up. Get back. Nano boosted just to keep Fixer alive. Bella's Ray sleeping. Anti finds them, and Aimgod goes down. What is happening? Spark have control of this fight without a doubt. And they're just locking the big old monkey in the corner. Gushway will get that beat down, and now they'll migrate over to the point and just keep control of it. You can see Zest is still lingering. If they spot Zest out and force them away, they can't get back capped, which is what they're hoping to avoid.
They unleashed everything for that fight there too. You saw the pulse bomb trying to isolate Aimgod over to the side. You saw a huge anti coming in from Turo. Now here comes the EMP. It's only found Gushway, but it does find that pick. A big pick here to allow the Fusion now move in. No space being denied from them this time around. As well as M3 trying to get into position with Zest here over to the side as Zest takes a quick little nap by Turo, who's been on point actually, not only with his antis, but also trying to put the rest of the Fusion to sleep here. Velstrio does isolate Nico in the process. Fixa does have that rally, but now they're going to be able to move all the way forward without burning anything more, and they're just going to be able to hold back. Very back and forth between these two teams already off in this first round.
Fusion should be able to match the percentage that comes in for the Spark before the next contest. Rally Pulse Bomb available for them. Gets a little bit farther away from getting that one on live. Fusion should be able to win this fight quite handily if you just go off the ultimate economy. Where they split. Zest has found two. Pulse Bomb has to break away. Alpha is going to chase him down further. Conflict's happening with the bubbles over on the high ground as Spark wants to take control of the steps. Hack cancelled out by the translocation as well, so it'll be muted. Zest is just looking to spray down, forces Shy out of the fight. There's Nano Boost over to Bella's Rhea. He's got the Pulse Bomb thrown onto Fixer, who ends the rally early. Nano Boost is given over to the Monkey, who's not been able to find the Primal Raid. We'll get that online shortly. Philly Fusion, 95%, and they're still winning the fight.
Oh no, they didn't get that impact that they wanted from the rally as overtime now is ticking away. They're going to be able to get that flip for the Spark here. Love how they didn't burn everything at the same time. They got that Nano Boost to allow Gushway to enable him to get some more of that extra space. Also take care of Fixa and then Aimgod at the same time. So that's a support lineup just completely deleted from the Fusion here. They're going to have to go for a reset in this final fight territory now.
Got an eye on Zest. Shy's waiting. Been detected. Won't be stealth while trying to EMP. Instead goes for the gun down with the machine pistol. EMP's available. Going to use it to shut down the shields.
Huge EMP there. It's found 3, found Bella's Rhea. It's going to find MN3 and Zest. Zest managed to survive, but not the same could be said about MN3 and Bella's Rhea. Now Zest gets hacked on top of it all. Can't blink away here. And now the point secured in favor for the Spark. Nice answer back right there from Shy. The very end to actually deny that last minute push from the Fusion.
First round going over to the Spark. Let's see them close it out if they want to. Fusion had a great start. They kept it competitive during the round and fell apart at the end. Control maps tend to tell us very little about how the rest of the series will go unless it's a truly dominant smashing. See if we can find that in the follow-up maps. Symmetras give the TP advantage just to make sure people get to the point faster. Imagine Alfie and Zest will probably migrate back over to the Traces as they did back on Sanctum.
I'm not expecting much change here coming in from both these teams. They're sticking to their guns here. Aside from just getting into that position up ahead. Spark wasting already no time to control this point. You can see Bella's Rhea just backing up just ever so slightly while the rest of the Fusion come in from the right side. Shy noting that there's some extra intel.
Spark took the most direct route to get to the point, and you saw Fusion opting to go for high ground first. Ultimately, he just dropped down low, and they go in for this first conflict on the point. Bella's Rhea needs to move. He's isolated himself from the rest of the team. We'll get that sustained. They need to hold the corner. Neko finds that first pick on the Fixer and opens it up.
That early skirmish that really didn't provide them that justice. They were just losing a lot of health in the process while the rest of the Spark just didn't need to move away from that point. Saw that Shy was in that little off position just to know where they were going to come from, and now he's cleaned up 2 members of the Fusion. Alpha E going to be able to move up into position, trying to stop Aimgod, but he's going to back away, going to let them have it as Fixa's going to rejoice with him.
Time to build that map percentage up and play from the defensive position. Fusion trying to contest the high ground once more. They're going to run into the car wash that is Gushway's Tesla cannon. Pulse bomb for Alfie as well. This will cause some serious headaches as they try and push through together.
Little shield dance that we're currently seeing right here. Alpha E now unleashing the pulse bomb. Doesn't get the stick. Can't find that pick up to aim God that he's tried twice for now. Having to burn out the recall. Chuga also getting hit with the anti while Shy finds MM3 denying the EMP charge away from him for that next fight. Zest does have that pulse while Bellisria is going to be able to get that nano boost, but while containing his control here over to the side while helping out his own survivability, Zest now finding Teru. Nice little turnaround here for the Fusion. They do trade that though for Fixa, and Zest is looking to pick up the pace real quick. Doucheway now still helping out the survivability, popping the primal, and look at this, they haven't even allowed the Fusion to touch one toe on this point yet. 55% and climbing in favor for the Spark.
Yeah, I think the problem they had there is, you know, when MN3 got decloaked, whether intentionally or not, he was isolated from the rest of the team. They were forced all the way back into that building you're just seeing on the left-hand side of your screen right now, unable to support him once he got locked down. So you're fighting a 4v5 at that point, and it was already going the wrong way. Now Shy's from the translocator, gets the hack onto the Mega, moves into position for an EMP. Zest can't rely on that Mega for healing, so will need his team to help him out or go further afield to find it. And you can see MN3 lurking in the back, gets the spray down to Teru. Immediate support from Bellisria to bring the kill. And then Primal Rages to kick the fight off and move on to the next target.
A huge priority target here too. Also EMP landing onto Fixa while Bellisria unleashes the Primal real quick here. MN3 has that EMP ready. Gonna be able to find Aim God. Alpha E going crazy over to the side room, finding both supports as the overtime is taking away in favor for the Spark. Alpha E's patience was able to actually pay off while he finally finds Aim God. And despite that EMP at the very end, there is no members left here for the Fusion to try to contest the rest of the Spark here. Minus just MM3 himself, who's helped himself out a lot in terms of survivability.
Still alive for the time being. Giving over what they could. Bellisria moving over to the Doomfist. They're just cycling who's touching at the moment.
Victory.
Until that happens, MN3 and a Tracer in position to be able to do that. Spark, walk away with the first map. I don't think that's a... Look, I'm not going to call that a C9 because it's not as if Fusion were in a position where they were going to win immediately off the back of that. That's not as critical as what we've seen earlier. But the Spark, able to come out with a fantastic win. They draw first blood in the series, and Fusion fans more specifically will be left longing after that map.
Kind of much more of a scattered fights that we're seeing, very similar to our last series, just spread out a lot longer, these elongated fights at least. The priority targets, of course, being that back line here that currently see Alpha E having a little bit of trouble at the very beginning until the very end, as well as MN3 actually isolating Teru a few times as well. So some of these back and forths, though, going in favor with the Spark taking that very first map, and we do have that second map on the other side of this break for our last series of the day. Welcome back, everyone, to our second series of the day between the Spark versus the Fusion. The Spark now lead in terms of maps 1-0 versus the Fusion, and it did seem a little bit scattered at first. Their trade was going a bit back and forth between both these two teams, with the Spark seeming to keep themselves way more cohesive and together before we jump into the second map.
Yeah, we're looking in at going to King's Row, but before we do that, we have a substitution. Fury will be coming in for Belazria. Fury obviously was the main tank in the lineup for the Summer Showdown, playing a lot of the Junker Queen. Not something we expect to see today, but of course Fury has been a dominant and proficient tank for so long, for such a long time in Overwatch League history. It's no surprise that they are making some adaptations to see if they can find some net wins here, Vicky, because I don't think they want to be at match point going into map number 3, not after yesterday's performance.
I'm glad that they're making this quick little swap up, though, to see what they could do differently here with Fury. I mean, he was an absolutely pop-off here on the key for the Fusion, especially on that Junker Queen. I mean, I don't expect anything less from this vet himself, who's been able to pop off plenty of times with the rest of the Fusion, with the rest of the rookies that he's got to lead with. Spark, though, looking fantastic after that first map here. I'm wondering what they're going to do going into the second map, or if they're going to change anything, or if they're going to stick to their guns here, especially with the way that they were able to prioritize some of the back line of the Fusion.
The Sombra Tracer was working out well for them. Maybe they might try and switch over to the Genji at some point. I think that's really the only adaptation we might see coming in here from Spark. Other than that, they could surprise us. They could change up the composition altogether, but it currently is working for them. They are not under the pressure to change outside of any adaptations you would make for map geometry or just general setup of the map. Or Spark could force their hand and provide something extremely wacky that demands an answer. You know, Fusion might be able to just surprise them.
That'd be great, actually, especially depending on how the Fusion answer back. I mean, we saw what MN3 Sombra could do. We saw the survivability from MN3. Just really, the support wasn't there from MN3 to help out the rest of the Fusion, so maybe getting a little bit of that difference from the Philly Fusion going into the second map in combination with Fury getting put back into this roster like we've seen him before, especially in that last stage. Getting set up again, we are going to King's Row, which is going to have a lot of that verticality like we saw prior in our last series. So I'm excited to see how players like Shy is going to do here in this situation. And Shy, M3, are we going to see the Sombra still? We're going to see a little bit of a swap off? I'm wondering.
Yeah, we'll get our answers very soon. Let's jump into the hybrid map, map number 2. In our last series of this week's edition of Countdown Cup for APAC, but of course, North America will be concluding later today as teams race to secure positioning in the upcoming playoffs. Now, for the time being, see what they roll out with. And okay, so on the defense, we're actually going to have to change over. So Neko going onto the Lucio, Shy onto the Sojourn, and Alfie onto the Genji. So this is more reminiscent of what I expect to see for the rest of the series outside of that first control map. We saw how the advantages can be played here from splitting the team, so you keep Shy away from the fight sometimes, being able to just abuse long sight lines if a dive comes in from the Fusion or any other opponent. So you can see them operating very separately for the time being. Because the big setup point is where you see that backline right now. Neko, Alpha Yi, and Teru just going to be waiting up on those upper platforms. Both Shy and Gooseway have options to join them if they need to in that fight, but they need to be able to contest them on point and on off angles.
I was looking to see what the Fusion we're going to officially roll out with here. Not really an option to force the Spark off of this high ground if they want to hold on to it here. Fury actually going over to the Zarya here. We'll be able to control some of that space, but it's going to help enable Zest to get into position instead to be that player to force and add in some extra pressure onto the Spark to make them reposition. Shy was in a nice little off angle here. Fury trying to call him out before Shy actually just repositions immediately over to the high ground.
Some pressure really coming for Gooseway, but he has been anti-naded, so they will trade Aim God for Gooseway in those fights. I know which one I'd rather have on when you're trying to hold the point. It's going to be the one pick. You want to keep the tank alive. Fury now challenging map percentage. Zest in the face of Shy. There's going to have his eardrums blown out by Neko. Someone needs to get on the point and challenge. You nearly have Gooseway back to points. It's not dire yet. That's a lot of charge over to Fury to take into this next engagement.
Zest was trying to break some ankles real quick there on the support lineup. Didn't get to really do it in, as Teru does have that nano boost ready here too. Fury's going to be able to still stick onto this point, trying to get that second tick right there before the Spark try to re-engage. You see Gushue now getting into position. Teru needing to stay alive though, has that nano boost, but can't put it onto Gushue to help that survivability.
And immediately you see the teleport coming in from Zest as well, getting in the face of Teru after that. They have to donate the nano boost over to Alpha Yi, who has been slept.
Oh.
And the fusion have just dismantled Spark on that retake. Teru caught with his pants down there on the rotation as Gushue jumped into the fight. No sightlines available to be able to support at range. And he just drops immediately. And Teru getting picked off again by MN3 with the railgun.
And getting staggered here, while the rest of the Fusion are going to be able to move all the way up to control some of that extra space to allow that payload to just move along these next two corners without getting contested. MN3 is also just collecting heads, like it's its collection real quick here, just making a statement. See, MN3 knows that Gushue is over there on the side. It's going to send out that disruptor shot just to let him know, like he knows, and back up just in time before they try to re-engage, because the payload is still moving along uncontestedly behind them.
Under pressure, even got the amplified healing, but Gushue hunted him down all the same. Ult's about to come online for Spark. Philly still have some options themselves. Grab, Death Blossom, Nano Boost given over to Zest. Getting into the middle of the fight, he pressed Q, Vicky! There's the Death Blossom! And they all die, they all fall over.
We saw it going down like the final domino of the chain reaction real quick. You saw the bubble put down at the Zest. You saw the nano boost getting put onto Zest as well. The Death Blossom getting unleashed. And this time around, it wasn't up in the air. It was not the Beyblade up in the skies that were going to be sent over from the side here. It was going to be Zest staying grounded here now, as MN3 is going to be able to also unleash the overclock. Trying to click away here as Gushue is going to go for a quick reposition. He took a lot of damage off that shot. We're going to back away in time. He's also got the Primal just in case he needs to go for a quick reset, but he's going to stay here to contest.
Gushue in spot, anti-naded, no bubble, disruptor shot on top of the grab. Go from Alpha Yi. Beat as well, it's reinvigorated on both sides. With this engagement with the sound wave, and Alpha Yi retreats back up to the high ground. Great way of dealing with that blade from the Fusion.
They don't die here, Trid. The Fusion staying alive. The sound barrier from Fixa to help them out. Here comes a nano boost onto Alpha Yi. Already used up that blade earlier here today, and now Zest now trying to stay alive with MN3 getting dashed on though. Alpha Yi finding two, claiming two on this. The Spark gonna be able to restabilize here on this defense. Once they take care of Zest, the Fusion outnumbered. It's gonna have to be a reset for them, but a nice little stall here to allow the Spark to regain some momentum on their side before that second point was captured by the payload.
And finding Fury there at the end was vital. You need to shut down the energy they've accrued for themselves to make sure they're not a huge damage threat from the off in the fight. Just keeps them away from 100 and just means they're more of a tank and less of someone as a tank shredder. Paying attention to how things are developing. Angods are going to have that nano boost online as well. I feel like the Beyblade combo, sorry, the Death Blossom combo with the nano boost is probably going to be potent for them. Might not even need it if they can find Neko with some stray railgun shots like that though.
Oh. Don't hear Trid anymore real quick. Just diving right back into what we're seeing currently just in case here. Zest just finding two, going absolutely crazy. He's got the Death Blossom ready here as well. Finding another one with Neko going down. The rest of the Fusion now getting that complete wipe onto the Spark has now allowed Zest to feel himself. He's got the Death Blossom ready, and he's on the high ground waiting for the opportunity to just send it fully in. He doesn't got the nano boost this time around, but he does have Fury for that extra protection.
I don't know. Oh, they do know he's there now. The Tesla finds the connection. Gushue can't stay up here if he's having to deal with the Reaper solo. We'll just burn straight through him. Bubble given over as he drops down from the heavens with the Death Blossom. Finding two on the back line, forces them into the spawn room, and the payload has not had its brakes put on yet, Vicky. So now on the home stretch, ready to close out this round.
Ooh, Zest popped off so hard around the end right there, Trid, that it made your connection sour just a little bit here. As the Spark now are going to be able to roll out of the spawn room doors. Here comes a grab from Fury. Zest going to get the follow-up, going to be able to fight Teru, but here comes Alpha Yi with the blade to answer right back, finding two. Just trying to hold on for the defense of the Spark. Gushue now trickling in, as well as Neko coming in as well. The Fusion just trying to play back. Look at their backline, uncontested. Shy could get into position to actually change that up a bit, but MN3 is going to be a threat that they have to make sure they completely downpack here. Shy's going to be able to use a payload for some extra coverage, but Fury can't say the same as he gets taken down. Shy going to be able to move all the way up with the rest of the Spark to control this next corner. And look at this, a minute and now 55 seconds on the clock for the Fusion to get that payload to the finish line.
Easy main is there for Shy. Pops the overclock, has the sight lines, burns through Fury, and helps the rest of the team push onward and get them back. Spark were able to salvage a lot from that fight, not all of them going down, but eventually having to reset. Fury and the rest of the Philadelphia Fusion will now get themselves one of the front corners. Zest takes control of the high ground. AimGod has a nano boost available. MN3 removes Shy's head from his shoulders. And that makes it so much easier to walk in now. Gooshway jumps into the back line. Nano boost for Zest. He's chasing them down. Turns attention over to Alfie, though. He's much quicker to get rid of.
He's coming for Teru. He tried to do the little cheeky sidestep once again. He gets put to sleep, but gets woken up immediately afterwards. Shy still takes care of him, but they have to contest the payload. Can't just be Neku, as he's going to be able to actually go around the back. Usually he's going to meet him right back again. And the Spark come out on top in terms of the numbers. Even though you see Shy and Neku going down, it's fine. It's just really up to Fury that was left there at the very end. Now less than a minute at time for the Fusion to actually get to the point here. MN3 does have the overclock at the very least, as well as Fury about to get that grab.
I mean, look, you can trade for the Zarya, but then sliding into a Zarya with bubble and a little bit of energy is risky even for me, and I'm sat down in plat, Vicky. Like, I don't know if I'd be doing that one, but Shy and the rest of the team have the confidence to still make it work. Teleport bubble into the back. He should know where this is. He's revealed himself. Nice sleep. Zest is napping, but he's woken immediately. MN3 finds Alfie. The overclock working true. Need to find a few more targets to close this one out, though. Spawn advantages against them. Zest gets the bubble and the Death Blossom being used on the payload to clear some space. Neko, anti-heal, but now finally will be sustained by Teru before being dropped. Kushway turns his attention around to fix it before being dropped. Someone needs to deal with the Reaper, and it's finally going to be Shy as an option. Disruptor shot, Graviton Surge. Teru will get taken down. They burnt the time back to 6.4 seconds, but the Philadelphia Fusion will still complete King's Row.
The cleanup there from Zest with the Reaper to counter the Winston 2. Just having so much success. The bubble from the Zarya to put him into position. He got stuffed a few times, but he kept getting woken up over to the side. The Sandman was not doing his job at the very end. So Zest actually just getting away with that too for the rest of the Fusion. Limited time bank here on their hands to work with, though. The Spark were able to come up on those last two fights prior to the very final one. So the Spark were able to get their footing, especially with Alpha Yi just popping off. The Fusion were able to shut him down once they were able to get into that position where the payload was so close to that finish line.
Side switch comes into play. Fusion now jump on the defense. Zest going over to the Genji for the defense, so not keeping with the Reaper for now. May bring that out in the later stages of this map if it gets that far. They're just confident in the fact they didn't finish in overtime. Buys them a little bit of an insurance policy should they fail to stop the Spark on their offense.
And take our time here, the Fusion. See Zest having some fun with the small health pack.
I count on you.
Show us his moves real quick. I'm going to be able to wait. Spraying a little spread out here. As you can see, they're just starting position right now with AimGod holding onto the high ground. Gushway's going to have no issue trying to boot them off, but it is going to be that split attention that's going to be an issue. Very similarly that we saw in that last map. Alfie just trying to take a cheeky shot before making the swap over to the Genji himself.
Yeah, that's kind of expected. Shy finds them in free, somehow. Not even with a headshot, just a body shot after some spray, I imagine. Doing it natty. Forcing the sports away. Engod's gone down. There's a lot of shuriken dinks we had from Alpha Yi. We're just able to close this out and force them into the back line. Try and get Fury away from the high ground. Should be easily done here. I think this is quite clean from the Spark. They're going to be able to get point A on their first attempt and get it in motion.
So quick with that, too. I mean, we were talking about the high ground splitting up some of that attention. I love the follow-ups that we saw between Gushway and Alpha Yi. Essentially sandwiching the Fusion. Also, that first pick absolutely helped them out onto MM3. Now with getting this payload out of the garage, so much time in the time bank to work with here. You see Neko already getting into position. Have Gushway right next to him, holding his hand real quick. At this next choke point, they're not going to be able to control all the space that we saw the Fusion control on their attack here. They don't want to go for more of those staggered kills. They want to be able to at least try to hold this choke point. The Fusion are going to have a much better time, at least when it comes to the defense on the second point.
Break through that arch. Nearly. Zest Reaper is going to make this difficult for them. Has to back away. Turns attention to Gushway, who escapes after being anti-nade. Good thing he had the boosters on cooldown. TP from Zest into the back line. Fury gives him a bubble to make sure he can regroup. Wants to turn his attention to Gushue. Can't get up to the high ground. A little bit out of range to have the full impact. And Aim God's been picked off. Just stall for time. Make him chase you, and then Shy can do the magic for you and find these picks. No one helping you out. Gushue's caught behind enemy lines, and now they're just running in your back line instead.
Zest coming right back into the action, saying, you know what, Shy, you can see this day, but now Gushue is going to be able to take care of you after cleaning up the rest of the payload with Alpha Yi. I like the intention for the Fusion, try to split up that attention with Zest, just try to go into the back line, but Shy with these initial picks have just been so impactful for the rest of the Spark. Now they're going to be able to move up, control that next space that we were talking about before. The Fusion are going to try to roll in. They're about to get the Death Blossom ready, as well as the grab and the Nano Boost.
Already outside the door of point C as well, so good progress being made. Nano Boost given over to Zest. Climbing up towards that Death Blossom, I imagine. Just a couple more percentage. Spark are playing very split. They're not trying to contest this one, but they will have to go and jump onto the payload, and that will put them in range of a Death Blossoming. Oh, okay. Well, maybe not if Zest is off the field altogether. Grab comes out as a passing gift from Fury, but there's too much damage provided to the Fusion already. Point C, claimed by Spark in a much faster fashion. They have a substantially larger time bank to work with moving into the final section of the map.
Oh, Shy stared down at that grab and still was cleaning all of the Fusion heads real quick while Alpha Yi cleaned up on aisle 3. Gushue backing up just so slightly. He's got the primal ready for that reset just in case. Fusion didn't even have the opportunity to use that Death Blossom. They're going to have to need it for this next corner. Trying to get us into position, trying to also boost up some more of that extra damage for Fury with that bubble. Where he comes onto the back line, he's found Zero. He's going to be able to claim that first pick here on the Death Blossom. It's all he can get before he backs away in time. He could possibly try to find Gushue before the reset, but he can't do it just in time. Reset comes in, and now you see the sound barrier from Big Set from the rest of the Fusion. Try to match that with Nico here from the Spark. Try to help out their survivability, but Gushue can't say the same. Zest has just been on top of him and got put into position thanks to Fixa and that speed boost.
Yeah, big assault there from Fusion to capitalize on that early pick. Gets themselves in spot. Spark throws a bunch of ultimates into the mix, Sound Barrier and Primal Rage as well to try and stabilize, maybe kind of counter and see if they can wait for reinforcements to come back. Wasn't meant to be, so it just ended up being a little bit expensive for what they actually gained back. Still plenty of time to work with here. 3 minutes and 50. Blade available for Alpha Yi. Quick, easy picks coming in. They just need to be mindful of Fury's barriers that will mitigate that altogether.
We got the Blade ready here from Alpha Yi. Try to come in from the heavens, potentially. Ooh, nice little ding onto Zest. Nano Boost coming online for Zest. He's going to be able to hold 4 onto the Spark, trying to find Gushue. He gets shut down immediately by Shy again. On point with these picks. Fury falls incredibly low. He can't survive as Nico's going to be able to find him. Jumping right on top of MN3, though, as he's going to be able to back away with the rest of the Fusion. They've lost out already on 2, so they need to actually try to reset,
crumbling.
but Gushue's not going to let them. So much extra space here in terms of Spark.
They're crumbling a little bit here now, Vicky. 3 minutes left on the clock. They just need to get over the line. They've got a big combo in the Dragon Blade that could cut down the rush that comes out of the spawn. Fury's grab needs to be elite to do it, but they've lost MN3. Grab just finding Shy. Gushue's taking a nap. Neko comes with a clearance. They will take down Alpha Yi after the blade expires. Gushue still going strong though, but he's without support now. They've just lost to Lucio. Not going to be able to get it over the line this time, Vicky. They're going to have to try another attempt.
There's a 3-for-3 though pick off here between both sides. And it's the Fusion that holds this defense. They're going to be able to hold back the Spark, but they have so much time to work with too, Trid. 2 minutes, 24 seconds and counting. Fury's going to be able to back up, restabilize. Zest is about to get another Death Blossom on top of this.
Big options available for them. Death Blossom should definitely get them on the payload. Oh! Shy can't get away with that. Sleep immediately woken up by Fury, can't escape. It's MN3 to trade it out. 2 for 1 so far in favor of the Spark. Low HP bars across the board for them. Neko holding onto the sound barrier just to get Gushue and Alpha Yi there. They think they can do it. I mean, that might have been an overcommit for the Spark. They're right outside the spawn room. They're never going to be able to reinforce fast enough to keep that fight going.
TM3 coming right back around here too. Again, still has that Death Blossom. Fury's about to get the grab, which is really good news here for the Fusion on their defense. They did lose out on Fixa a little bit early there, but he's going to come right back in, building up into that Transcendence. That pick onto Fixa would be a huge deal for the Spark if they can manage to get that. Gushue taking a quick little nap, wasting even more time away from the overall time bank to 1 minute and 20 seconds. And 3 ultimates for the Fusion to work with right now, 4 when you count MM3 in.
Just the options available. Dragon Blade, big one for Spark still. It worked for him last time. Try and break through. Shy's been fantastic at finding picks as well. That could also be an opener. Any Nano Blade combo that comes through, Fix is going to have to deal with. So they have to find something to force that out a little bit earlier. If they have any hope of breaching through. Keeping a lot of attention by constantly pinging Fury. They want to know where Fury is.
And keeping track of it, you see the Nano Blade just trying to be contested here at the same time. Now Alpha Yi's going to be able to unleash it while Gushue is taking a nap real quick. MN3 shooting him down. Alpha Yi nowhere in sight to get any impact with that blade. The Spark getting held back with less than 30 seconds on the clock, although Gushue and Shy still finding these individual picks. No DPS lineup still standing for the Fusion while the desperate swaps are coming in from Zest, going over to the Genji, but it's okay. Fury has the grab. Fury can keep everybody at bay. Despite the disruptor shot coming in, you see Fury holding forward, getting even more of that extra charge while he's beaming down the competition. Now he's going to also have that nano boost originally, but InGod gets taken down, so Fury's going to be able to back away in time before the time bank gets taken away. Overtime needs to be forced out by the Spark.
Yeah, he needs to kill Zest. Good tag there. Overclock. Fixer, if you can find him, that'd be really useful here. There's no ultimates in the tank for the Philadelphia Fusion. Overtime has been triggered. They've lost Gushue. They need to stall without their tank, without the HP pool, but they keep losing members. Fusion, they've dug their heels in. Shy keeps finding picks. He needs to find more of the Spark are able to hold out long enough to get Gushue back in position. Nano boost over to Neko with the rally. They've got some survivability. Here comes Gushue over the top to be able to get back in. Aim God shut down, bashed into the corner. Overtime's in effect. They can still have another attempt if they get it over the line. They need to clear out Zest. And they got Fury in the corner. 100 charge. He burns through and drops the grab as well. And there's a step off for the Spark as the Fusion will equalize the series.
Too much pressure coming out here. The Spark falling down with Fusion. Going to be able to split up their attention at the very end right there. Looked really scary for them, though, at the very end with Gushue just jumping in. You saw Nico was actually nano boosted, activated the rally, still got annihilated by MM3, but the Fusion coming in with Zest on this Reaper, getting a lot of progress with Fury being on this Zarya.
Yeah, nice little upgrade for them. They're playing well at the moment with it. 1 apiece after 2 maps. Still not entirely decisive either way at this point, Vicky. I feel as though Spark, maybe a slight alteration in some of the fights, could be able to win out with that map there. It's definitely still a close series in mind. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have a push map waiting for you. An escort map, sorry. My apologies.
Welcome back, everyone, to our second series here in APAC. We got a tied series on our hands between the Spark and the Fusion. Fusion making some adjustments, not only to their tank lineup, but the way that they were able to adjust right back around to Spark.
100%, and it led them to winning quite a closely contested match of King's Row. I wouldn't say it's quite dominant either way at this stage of the series yet, Vicky. But they were able to get themselves a dub in the end. We can see Bellaria coming back in for Fury, so no doubt they're probably going to want to go for more of the Winston flavor, more so than the Zarya flavor we've been seeing. That seems to be the indicator of which tank's coming in. I did like the Zarya version of the Philadelphia Fusion, definitely was performing a little bit better, but of course our next map destination may be a factor in that decision making.
Yeah, honestly, we did see Fury build up that grab really quick at the very end there. I was really impressed, but we are going to see a change up from the Fusion. Bellaria coming right back in as we get set up to jump into map number 3. It's going to be Dorado, our escort map here, to see what we're going to do. In terms of the sightlines that we've already been witnessing on King's Road Trade, do you expect any change-ups from these teams?
Not particularly in terms of compositions. I mean, the Sojourn's probably going to be a solid option for them here on Dorado, I imagine. Genji, verticality still the same, so damage lineup should be quite similar, I imagine. I think we're probably going to end up seeing the Lucio and the Ana quite a lot, but of course that might change sometimes into the Brigitte Ana instead. Ana seems to be quite a staple mainstay so far, if it's better.
Saying here what we're going to open up with as our players just get ready, get settled up in here. Again, 1-1 apiece between both of these teams. Moving on to this third map, though, like you mentioned before, Trid, I feel like there hasn't been like that one dominating side to really determine where that momentum is going to be shifting first. It's kind of been passed on the same, even in that initial fight where the Fusion were able to get that point moving real quick. Just the way that they've been able to approach not just King's Row, but having to play around the space from the Spark, trying to take their time, maybe taking too much of their time. I'm wondering if we're going to try to kick things up a bit here as we get started on Dorado.
So yeah, we saw a lot of Dorado in the last stage, Vicky. So with this map in particular, the early control around those first houses, red and yellow, tend to be quite a time sink for a lot of teams to break through, especially if you can have things like a Sojourn and the Genji up in the rooftops as well to really provide that pick damage and shut things down. The extra vertical mobility that comes in with Winston makes those positions harder to attain sometimes, or harder to retain more accurately. It doesn't necessarily mean it's impossible to do so. Expecting a lot of abuse of the high ground and the multi-layered areas that come into Dorado in this upcoming map.
Especially Bellaria coming right back in. Don't let that deceive you. I'll never take the bait again. Spark are going to be able to roll out with exactly what we see here. Shy, no surprise, going onto the Sojourn. You have a lot of those open sight lines, especially when you're on that high ground. Like you said, getting booted off that high ground is going to be important here. Looking at the way that Gushue and Bellaria is going to try to approach that. Would it be surprised, actually, if we do see the Sigma? Just because it is escort. We're going to have to wonder here. Again, not going to get baited. Fusion just going to get set up because they want to be able to get onto the high ground immediately afterwards. I know. It always happens anyways. But it's nice to be able to talk about with the way that these tanks have been trying to roll out with what they feel comfortable with. We are still seeing the Pride and True M3 Sombra as well as the Zest Genji.
Yeah, I mean, that is a massive... There's so much pick potential on that team. If you were to bring that up, I think Zest is just going to go for the harassing of Gushue for the time being. Terror is relatively safe up here, all the way back away from the action. Goes until M3 goes for the sneak up on them. Gets the information, finds out where they all are. Probably going to turn the attention to Gushue, but he just dips over on the rooftop to make sure the hackers can go through. Now turn their attention, they're going on the offense now.
Hello, M3 try to just turn around, get away from that situation. Shy nails down Bellaria, though. Nice pick off here for the Spark. Well, the rest of the Fusion are just going to have to take their time, recuperate right in front of their spawn room doors. Shy not getting booted, though, off of this high ground already. Getting that first pick is a big deal, though, because this is even more time and space that they're going to be able to establish for themselves already early on in Dorado.
Still holding the line for the time being. There's Bellaria diving into the back. M3 parts the high ground as well, no doubt. Winston's going to be joining him shortly. He's taking a nap on the ground as Teru finds Fixer. There's just one pick fight to keep happening here, Vicky.
Oh, man.
Oh, so beaten, battered, bruised, 95 HP, still jumps over the house and gets back to safety. Fusion keep losing members on the peripherals of this main tank fight that keeps on happening.
No rest here for Gushue. Managed to come right back in, get fully resustained. Those Reyes going to try to contest him. Some help, though, from Zess. Try to help him out just a little bit before they drop right back down from the high ground. Like you said, it's like those single picks that we keep seeing. So close to finding that pick, though, onto Shy. It's not going to work out. Well, he manages to turn around immediately and claim Zess for even trying to boot him off the high ground. Alpha's positioning here, too, is just forcing the Fusion to be in this canyon of the Spark where they have to split up both of their attention, and it's really up to Velasquez to determine where he wants to focus down, who he wants to boot off from that high ground, who's going to be able to get out of there.
They just haven't been able to successfully dislodge Gushue. And look at that. You jump up to where Alpha is. He dashes across the reinforcements of the Winston. Then they find Aim God on the back. They are hunting the Fusion right now, Vicky. They are hunting them down one by one, dismantling. Thank the Lord that they were able to get that underneath the arch and get it into market to maybe move the objective further behind. Because if they were caught, like you referred to it as this canyon, I wouldn't see them getting much further.
This is crazy with the way that Gushue is going to be able to not only hold this high ground, but look at this three-way split. See Alpha E on the yellow building, Gushue over on the red building, and then you have Shy that's been putting in so much pressure with the open sight line on the Sojourn that is actually forcing the Fusion to take a different route, maybe try to split some of that attention on the back line if they can. And then 3 wanting to rack up some more of that EMP if you get a chance with a pulse bomb stick. Wow, onto Aim God. They trade that though with Zets, finding an opportunity finally onto the backline, taking away the sustainability that Spark needed to maintain the positioning that they've had on the high ground here.
Gushue can buy a little bit of time for the reinforcements to come in and stop the payload from getting too deep into the market phase. Alpha E is with them as well, so there is still kill potential. Zest goes out the safety of the bubble. They're on the hunt for Alpha Yi. Don't know what resources they have left to be able to escape, but they can't die here if the team wants to have a coordinated fight in market. But as Rhea going to find Alpha Yi, so it's not good. 4v5 for the time being. They still have the chance to have one more fight in the market before allowing Fusion to have point A, but Gushue gets knocked down. They trade 1-for-1 so far. Rally for Fixer, they're throwing all the ultimates in. Neko's also doing the same. Primal Rage available for Bella's Rhea. This is all about stall until Big Daddy Gushue gets back with the Primal Rage. Excellent sleep dart. Shuts down the Winston. Stall, stall, stall. That's the name of the game right now.
Less than 10 seconds and ticking away here. Spark though are falling like flies. No support here to help back them up. Zez falling incredibly low. He's going to try to go over to the other side despite the Disruptor shot. Finding Velasquez here. Overtime ticking away. They need to take care of Gushue, who has stayed on this point the whole time. Gushue having such a big impact here alone at the very beginning. They finally claim him, and they finally are going to be able to get that first point. But look at that time bank. They were so limited at the very end there.
Yeah, they just get the minimum available time bank for moving on to point B. A lot of control will now focus around to the courthouse and who gets the control of that high ground. Shy having to hold it alone for the time being at range, not too worried about what Zest can do. Blade is available for the big man. Aim God's about to get the nano boost to support it as well. They can clear them away from this area altogether, they can just remove this fight for the courthouse high ground, and they can make it go into the actual final section, but Shy is able to find Fixer again. Still going to commit the Nano Blade.
Oh,
Terry,
wow.
Mega. Bella's Rhea also jumping in this time as well.
Zez fighting that pick here. No nano boost in favor for the Spark here. Velasquez now backing up so slightly. He needs to be able to get away. Manages to actually replenish that health before diving right back in. You see the Disruptor shot over by the side. Alpha Ye's got the pulse bomb. He's getting ready, trying to isolate the backline real quick. If he could have that opportunity, I mean, he is on the high ground here. He's just trying to be able to find an angle if he can. See, Tero still has that nano boost that he's waiting to use here. Trying to poke out just briefly in the entryway to see if maybe he could put it onto somebody here. Alpha Ye's the one that's up on the high ground real quick. Here comes the EMP from MM3. He saw Teru just trying to sneak along, but they shut him down immediately. Love the patience for the Spark. Almost like they were expecting MM3 to actually move in with that EMP. Great timing on that. Alpha Yi now still up with that pulse bomb, waiting for the opportunity with less than a minute on the clock trip.
Yeah, great reaction there from Teru. The EMP comes in, immediately puts himself between, puts a wall between him and MN3. Gets the call from Neko to come over and assist. Both of them survive it and push back MN3's assault. Keep Teru alive, and that nano boost is an available option for Spark in this next fight. 30 seconds remaining. Fusion don't have anything in the bag so far. Bella's Rhea is the closest. After he has another pulse bomb, recalls himself up to safety. MN3 should go down here, I hope. Nano boost. passed over, given over to Shy with the overclock. Not connecting any of these shots at present, but is clearing a lot of space. Great recall from MN3, keeps him alive. A lot of bolts thrown in there, Vicky. Not much to show for it right now.
So 5 seconds of ticking away. They got to try to touch this point here. I mean, it's going to be MM3, Bellisrael to join him, but he's taking a quick nap and he gets deleted immediately. Won't even be able to activate the Primal. Overtime ticking away, now burning away for the Fusion. They managed to actually touch it. It's going to be Zest. He's got the blade, but he's got to avoid Nico. He's got the rally activated. He's got the shield bash to stop him in his boots, but it's going to be Shy instead to shoot him out of the sky. They're going to be trading that Alpha E going down, MM3, as well as 2 members out for the Fusion. No DPS left, and Fixa is going to have that nano boost from Aim God. Bellisrael is going to be able to come right back in, but he's got to deal with Gushue. Very similar to the fight that we just saw to get that first point originally here. Now we're seeing some of these extra trades coming in too, with Nico falling down.
So overtime fight's really brutal for the Fusion. Playing one of the furthest points away from their spawn. Reinforcements coming so much faster for the Spark. Longer this goes on, the closer they're getting it to ult. Alpha, you will get a pulse bomb in his next fight. Teru also has the nano boost. MN3 really needs to work on that EMP if they're going to have a chance of winning out the fight.
He's trying his best here. He's about to get it soon. The rally now to help keep the Fusion up in this fight. EMP still climbing here. Alpha E unleashes the pulse bomb, doesn't find that pick, but Fixa goes down with the rally in hand. Here comes MM3 with the EMP. Huge EMP! It's found 4. Gushue gets taken down and anti-hits onto Neko. And you have Teru, who not only gets slept, but gets hacked at the same time. After that again, the entire point getting cleared up by the Spark. Not enough of that EMP could really do much here to deal with the Spark, as the Fusion gets stopped right before that second point.
Sizable distance. It's good effort for them to be able to defend against. What a brutal defense the Spark had, though, on point A in particular. Like, just in the initial parts of point A before you get into the market. Unreal to stagger that much time against the Fusion, just constantly keeping them guessing where the angles of attack were going to be from. Hopefully it means they have a solid game plan on the point A as well to be able to just play around the advantage that they abuse themselves.
Man, no follow from that EMP originally there too. MM3 had found 4, I believe it was. Siru managed to survive, not only out of the EMP, but also after being slept here too. Fusion had their backs against the wall at the very end right there. The Spark are going to be the ones on the attack this time around. No changes coming in here. MM3 still sticking to the Sombra.
You can see the framework gets set up. How are they positioning on these rooftops? At the moment, they're just leaving Zest on the Sombra up there. I imagine that you're going to send Bella's rear as the main point to hold that down, same way Gushue did. MN3 Sombra is a different spanner in the works, though. A lot of hacks, and they probably might play a little bit more aggressively and take the fight to Spark more than what we saw Spark do, rather than being reactionary. There's the information. Sneaking behind Teru.
Gets the hack and gets the dive and gets the pick onto Teru. Gushue immediately tried to retaliate, but just was 1 second too late to react right there. I mean, so close to the spawn room doors too, but amazing follow-up that you saw from Bellisrael. Rest of the Fusion now are going to be able to back away after getting that pick and try to reposition, but they don't have the ability to have that Sojourn with those sight lines that we saw the Spark really utilize when they were the ones on the defense.
And Paylo's locked in a pretty similar position as well. MN3 just waiting, getting the intel, choosing the target. Shy with the flip. Knew it was coming. Get him a 180 spray down, decloaks the Sombra and keeps themselves safe. Meanwhile, the skirmish continues on the main point. You see Neko unable to escape from that one as Zest has the rundown, so Fusion's still able to find the picks the same way Spark were able to.
Zest on the high ground real quick, sharing that rooftop with Bellisrael. See Gushue trying to wrap around that corner. Already used up that bubble. Aim God holding the other side of that sight line, though. Don't need the Soldier, and they got Aim God right there here. And MM3 splitting up the attention, finding Gushue with the quick hack, but Gushue gets to survive to right there. About to get the nano boost. That nano boost is going to help out, not only with the survivability of Gushue, but also to try to clear up some of that extra space on the higher ground, because they're not going to contest it on the payload as they go underneath that bridge next.
Nano boost over to Bellisrael. Pulse bomb into the mix, doesn't find a kill. Primal Rage available as well. Tries a railgun shot. Gushue takes cover. Needs some healing desperately. There's the spray down. He's trying to find him. Stays alive still, even though Zest is in there and they're trying to find him as well. Alpha Yi's Pulse Bomb. Could be the burst, needs to break through. Goes for the headshots, recalls back to safety. Keep an eye on where the Primal Winston now lies in the middle of the fight. Slams Teru. Fusion, a burn in this time back down. 1 minute 50 remains.
And Nicky also gets hit with that anti. The both of the back line gets deleted here. No supports left for the Spark while the Fusion go in for the reset back on the high ground. The follow-ups between Zest, M3, and Belastria is beautiful. They've been splitting the Spark up left to right, literally. Zest real quick with the recall, says nobody saw that. I'm getting right back to safety and is about to get that pulse bomb ready.
I saw that. Everyone saw that, Vicky. We all saw him step off the edge of the map.
We've seen a few of those already. Diving right back in there.
Yes,
We do have the pulse bomb for Alpha Yi.
doing it. Pulse bomb, yeah, like you said. MN3 has that EMP as well. Ooh, he's getting slammed. Use the EMP instead of the hack just to relieve that pressure and get Gujue away from them. More than that, unfortunately. Rallying Neko running into the fight. Really hard for him to deal with this. Belastria surviving with an inch of his life. Still alive. Desperately needs healing from Aim God or Thick, so I have no idea where that giant monkey is. Now he's back in the mix. Nanaboo's given over, punches onto Teru, needs to reload his gun. That's the saving grace for Teru right now. Buys more time, but they brought in the reinforcements. Here comes Tracer. Zest able to spray them down. Helps with the assist. Trading back and forth still. Payload kept in motion. 25 seconds remaining as they're into the latter stages of point A.
Teru's running for his life there. Belastria now having the Primal ready to engage here. Zest finds Neku at the same time. Gujue going down next here. The Fusion on this defense, looking to contain the Spark way before they were going to be able to get held up themselves right before that second point. Getting a little bit taste of their own medicine. Nice pulse bomb stick onto Alpha Yi, but he was too close. Getting ate up by his own pulse bomb. Couldn't touch the payload to force it into overtime here. And the Fusion now take our next map. It's going to be 2-1 in favor for the Fusion, and they're going to be sitting at match point trade.
Even if Alpha Yi, didn't eat his own pulse bomb and die, or get damaged by it and then get picked off by Fusion, he was not in position to touch the car anyway. No one in Fusion was in position to touch the car. Only person who could have done it is Alpha Yi, yet he's skirmishing off the point right now. Maybe a miscommunication on the urgency that was required to get to the point, or a miscalculation on how close they were, but there was no viable option for Spark to keep that map alive.
Yeah, I was expecting Alpha Yi to try to move in, and then we saw that pulse bomb pick over to in the kill feed, despite him even going down to it. Quite unfortunate right there for the Spark, but the Fusion, they take it. They fully hold them back before they even get the chance to get that first point on Dorado. We're going to be moving on to map number 4 on the other side of this break. Let's see if the Fusion could try to take it home this time. Welcome back, everyone. The Fusion currently sit at match point versus the Spark in what seems to be a bit of scrambles all happening all over the place on different sides of the map right now, Trid.
Yeah, it's a bit of a scramble. It's a little bit scrappy, so to speak, kind of reminiscent of what we saw yesterday as well, where you just have 1v1s, 2v2s, dynamic fights all over the map. Not really cohesive again, and giving you a quick little roster update, Fury is coming in for Zarya, so it does probably mean we're going to get more of that Fury Zarya, which was so impactful to their win on King's Row. Hopefully, it's going to allow the Philadelphia Fusion to close the series out 3-1 and instill some confidence back in their fan base, because they are at match point now, as we look towards our next map type, which is going to be a push map.
I like this on and off swap off from the Fusion real quick. While we are going to be going on to Coliseum for our 4th map to get set up, bringing in Fury has allowed them to change up their comp, allowing the Zarya to get enabled. So Doom at one point here, so it's going to be nice to see how they're going to be able to try to play into this.
Yeah, I'd love to see the adaptations that come in across the series. You know, we see only very minor ones in this series. I would say it's fairly stable, with the MN3 Sombra being a factor. Zest seems to be having fun on both the Tracer and the Genji, but Shy and Alfie are pretty standard doing.
Or rather, I meant the Reaper originally right there. Yeah, the Reaper is what I meant to say. Yeah, the Zarya,
yes,
the Reaper. Yeah, I thought, my brain went, huh. Overwatch 1. But no, I'm talking about the Reaper real quick from what we had seen already from the Fusion and the Zarya coming out originally. Going on to Coliseum, though, I could expect that with, especially the very beginning with the push bot, trying to find who gets that first pick is so important, but you are in that close quarter fight where there is a lot of brawling going down.
Well, the rollouts will be happening shortly. The streets of Coliseum. Really think we're going to expect to see that Zarya, because Fury's in the mix, but other than that, it's just deviations to the same composition that comes out. Backlines have been changed quite a lot. We've seen the Zenyatta coming through a few times as well. More think the Spark roster is more reminiscent of what we may see on this round, more so than Philly right now. I feel Zest and Fury doing a bit of smidgen of trolling. Perhaps. But the Alpha Yi Reaper is an option, I believe. They haven't played it in this series so far, but Gushwei Winston sounds about right. And there it is, the Alpha Yi Genji instead. So it's comfort picks across the board for the Hangzhou Spark, I feel like, and the Philadelphia Fusion opting for the Zest Reaper with the Fury Zarya blend they've been rolling out on King's Row.
And this is what we were expecting here originally from the Fusion. Once we saw that Fury was moved right back in onto this roster for their match point map here. Spark trying to play around both of these sides of the wall. You see Zest now getting into position, taking a little bit of damage at the same time, but this is that skirmish that we usually always get to see here on the beginning of Coliseum.
It's all about who gets the first decisive fight win here to start building that early pressure. MN3 under the Kosh. Zest getting out with their life as well. Philly pushed back so far in that first fight. They just had to give up a lot of space, but they're not out of the fight yet. They will return the bot to the middle and start working on these ultimates. But MN3 with a pick on the Gushwei. That's really bad for the Spark. They're going to lose control early. And you can see they're in full retreat, wanting to regroup and stop this. So they can lose the battle, but not the war.
Amazing progress, though, for the Fusion to be able to get that pick off first. The comms going crazy for Zest just to let MN3 know that Gushwei was already low to get that follow-up, to not let him get away out of that corner when he could just jump out of there. Now the rest of the Spark were forced to back up just a little bit, trying to control some of that high ground here, while Shy getting just pinged up a little bit by AimGod, who's about to get that nano boost online.
Zest probably the recipient of that one. Some safety for AimGod. Gushwei's there.
Oh.
Picked up, didn't know where to look in the end. Lots of crossfire focusing onto the Ana. Drops out that big healing element from the team. Nanobu's given over to Gushwei. Spark really putting resources into an offensive right now. Win the fight, then move the bot. Zero progress being made so far as Gushwei picks the second kill of that fight for himself. Fury building up some charge, doesn't have some healing, wants to try and pick up some stragglers. He will end up going down and loses all the energy they built for themselves. Finally, Spark can get some progress on the board.
And look how hard Spark had to work just to be able to get this bot moving in their favor. They had to use so much with that nano boost to keep Gushue alive just because of how the beginning of this map just went down with the Fusion, getting that first initial pick onto Gushue, who's now taking a nap real quick. Zest already moving in onto his position. Gushue manages to fall back a bit here, and now the ultimates are online for the Spark to deal with, but the Fusion and their backline need to be able to retaliate back. M3 is also about to get that overclock down the sight line.
They approach this one. Zest holding himself in the corner. Overclock available. If you go long, you get shot by the overclock. If you go short, you get blown up by the Death Blossom. How do you play this one, Spark? You got a long range and a short range damage ultimate that's going to cut through AoE quite easily. MM3 taking those shots. They're trading them with the overclocks. Takes Neko out of the sky. Won't be bringing their sound barrier to the fight. Nice sleep dart there from Teru to stem the bleeding. Ultimately, not going to be able to shut it down. Great evasive skills and a cleanse coming in from the barrier as well to keep the anti-kill in there. Alfie finds Fixer with knowing that there's no sound barrier to save him. Great shutdown there from MM3. Spot has not moved more than 31 meters in either direction, and we've nearly burnt half the time bank of the map.
But now you have to unleash the Death Blossom though while you're at it, but the Dome is not going to let Zest get any progress. Gushue sitting him down real quick with some help from Shy. Here comes the grab though for Fear before he gets taken down, and the Fusion maybe had different plans here. Yeah, it's going back and forth, but the numbers are in favor for the Spark currently. Gushue's going to be able to come right back in with the Primal. Shy though went up with the sleep and deleted.
Angle just sprints at them with a tranquilizer gun, shuts them down. Teru follows up as well afterwards, but they've lost their life. Keeping it nice and tight and competitive on Colosseo so far.
Look at this. Look at where the bot has gone. How it's gone so back and forth. It's like seesaw. Looking at both Fusions and Spark and the way they've been able to get this progress. You got that charged up railgun real quick here from MN3. Knowing very well, don't point it in Alpha Yi. You saw that deep like coming in immediately.
Yeah, it's a pivot charge, change target quite quickly, still alive. Let's have a look at the ultimates for the Spark. They have the sound barrier and the primal rage. Gushue should be unkillable in this next fight, provided it doesn't outlast those survival ultimates. Overclock being used. Fury gets that nano boost. Teru's found by Zest. That's a very expensive lost fight for the Spark.
They get torn apart here. The Fusion are going to be able to clean them up. MM3 gets to keep that overclock. And the way that they were able to push back the Spark when they literally used everything. Yeah, they're going to have the Blade coming up, and we're going to see some swaps. Neko going over to the Brig. But that was the Spark trying to actually contest with the overclock themselves. Immediately getting shut down. Here comes the Seesaw once again. The Fusion, though, coming up with a little bit more of that success, but they can't get past that bridge where you see the Spark holding onto the high ground with a quick pause, though, coming in. Not too sure inside of who right now, but looks like we are just going to get that quick pause to help out and figure out what's going on.
Yeah, probably going to be like a mouse issue or something. It always happens quite a lot in these series, but see what happens when we get back to it to take stock of the state of the game. So MM3's overclock available as an option for Philly Fusion. They do have a marginal lead, only about 20 meters. The bot hasn't really pushed these blockades very far at all this entire map, sorry. And we are getting into the latter half of it. And at the moment, Fusion do have the lead in the map, and they're very good at keeping these fights done. I don't feel like there has been a concrete, decisive fight since the first one that was won out, and that's probably why it's not been able to travel so far, Vicky, because it's just a continuous brawl, a cycle of players coming in from their spawn rooms repeatedly. That comes in a little bit of an ebb and flow, but it doesn't truly end, which is why we're seeing such a kind of muted game if you were to check the progress. 4 minutes 43 left on the clock as well for you. We'll see if we get an update on the reason for the pause, but at the moment I imagine it's just going to be a technical issue on the hardware.
Yeah, and just looking at where the teams are sitting at right now and looking at the wind condition for the Spark, they're about to get the Nano Blade online soon for both Alpha Yi and Teru. They're just racking up enough of that percentage so that way they could pull the trigger on that. But that is what they're going to have to rely on, and it does trickle down to if they can negate the healing that Fix is going to put down with the sound barrier that he's also about to get. Also, depending on the initial pick that MM3 manages to position themselves for when they're trying to cross through that underpass where the bridge is, the Spark have been doing a really good job at preventing the Fusion from kind of splitting up their attention from either going into the high ground and then focusing on the low ground, but they've been preventing them from even getting there originally. So I like the way that the Fusion are approaching this, but Gushue has been doing a really good job at splitting that attention where they haven't really made that decisive factor of whether they want to continue going through the underpass or not.
Yeah, we need to find a route for them to do that. Like, I mean, also the fights are happening in multiple places around this area, right? So we have the main line that follows for the objective, but a lot of these fights are being taken off into the dead center of the map outside of that tunnel, and like there's flanking angles that are constantly being put under. You see the amount of times that AimGod thinks they're safe, and then you just see someone come on the flank. There's 3 people in his face who completely circumvented the main fight and to pick off the back line. Keeps happening quite a lot in these ones. And then you have to be worried about, is Shy or MM3 going to blow your head off with a railgun out of nowhere as well? There's so much threat at the moment for supports, I feel like, on this map, that Neko actually having the Brigitte is going to provide an element of safety for them, which is not found by Fixer, I feel.
Yeah, that, and Teru's also been doing a really good job at contesting Zest as well, just getting away from Zest whenever he can. Obviously, Zest moving in with Fury, bubbling him at the same time to build up their own damage is important here, but when Teru's the one putting you to sleep before you even have an opportunity to take a shot, before that bubble can even get put down to you, it can be a little bit of a nuisance to be able to close in that gap. So then the Spark also have Alpha E to help peel for Teru in situations like that, and then to try to also split that attention to MM3, but that is what Fusion want to happen. They want to be able to have that split attention onto Zest. Meanwhile, right behind you, you're getting domed by MM3 because there's these open sight lines in Colossia that allow MM3 to actually excel.
Yeah, so what we need to see here is a decisive fight win ultimately to really swing it open. It can still be blown wide open either way at this point. No one has a substantial advantage over the other. You got 36 meters to 12 meters. Philadelphia Fusion look more set up at the moment to be able to take this fight. Shy so far removed from the fight at the moment, just getting back or taking a long angle. We're going to go to a quick break though. When we come back, we'll give you an update where we are with the state of the map, and also we'll be back from the pause.
Welcome back, everyone. That was quick. Thanks so much for sticking with us. We just had a word that one of the players, unfortunately, their PC had shut down, so they just wanted to load in as quickly as possible, and it looks like we are actually getting to do that right now.
Yeah, hopefully getting back into the game nice and quickly. Just give you a reminder, if you're just joining us now, we are currently 2-1 in favor of Philadelphia Fusion. Match point on Colossia. We're about over 5 minutes into the map out of the 10-minute available time bank, and really can still go either way. No one's got an insurmountable lead. 36 meters in favor of the Fusion, 12 in favor of the Spark. Fusion is setting up nicely for a fight. They've got a good couple of ultimates coming online, but we're looking towards a Nano Blade from Alpha E and Teru potentially to be that decisive fight winner that enables the Spark to take the lead and light a fire under the Fusion, who are currently marginally leading in this map.
which would kind of fit the mood of how the series has been playing out. A lot of these individual fights that we have seen go throughout the last few maps have been very back and forth between both these teams. So that one win condition that you were noting, Trid, will be the highlight here for the Spark to actually get ahead of the Fusion in their progress right now. Again, at 36.31 meters compared to 12. We've been seeing a bit of a skirmish, but like you also mentioned before the break, there hasn't been that one breakthrough fight. We're going to dive right into the action right away. Going to highlight once again, look at those ult charges that we're seeing from Teru and Alpha Yi. You're about to get the blade. You have MN3 already with the overclock ready if he wants to utilize that and fix it to try to negate a lot of that damage that that blade is going to put down.
Be important, don't get picked by Shy in the chaos. If you go down, it's going to be too bad. Look at the angle Alpha Yi's taking to try and do this. Finding that path with the blade. Needs to stay in sight line of Teru. Otherwise he won't get the nano boost and he won't be able to really slice through the back line. Looking from this position right now. There's the overclock coming in from MN3. Blade available. Beat being brought out. He's going to wait it out.
Oh? Oh
no.
Oh no, he couldn't get anything started there. He was just trying to be patient, trying to wait to have the opportunity to get shut down immediately, and so does Shy. Here comes Zest though, not only with the momentum on his side, but cleaning up these picks off from the Spark one by one as they fall into the chicken bowl here. You're gonna see he's got the Death Blossom ready, and they're gonna be able to have no issue with the progress on this push bot. Look at that, that was that one fight. That one win condition that the Spark needed disappeared before their eyes, and now look at the progress that the Fusion were able to get.
While this is going on, you can see a quick replay. Zest just pressing W and M1. Takes out Neko, turns the attention round to Shy. Bit of a raid boss to deny all that support that the Genji would have needed. First checkpoint being claimed here by the Philly Fusion. They get the forward spawns, and Zest is still destroying the Spark as they try and shut this down. Now it's very difficult for the Spark. They have to claim so much territory away from the Fusion if they want to have a chance at winning. There's a big combination lined up with the Graviton Surge and the Death Blossom ready for Zest and Fury to use in this next fight. But they're going to use it without. Nice bobble over, finds Teru. And the Spark, they can't find a footing. They just keep getting disintegrated, losing bodies all over the field. Alpha Yi went for a back cap, I believe. I think Gushway's also there. But they just keep getting mullered all the same. Zest can just camp out where he needs to as the Winston flies ungracefully for the sky.
Quick little hello in the spawn room doors as well here. Trid Zest is having fun. He's been enjoying taking this matchup over to Alpha Yi, by the way, who has to absolutely respect Zest being on this Reaper, obviously. Curses all understand the matchup here, and the neck move going down here, unfortunately, too. Fury going to be able to find him as Zest gets put to sleep. They finally take care of him. It's going to be Shy that finds two. He's going to be able to help out the Spark finally. Even with that anti up the Gushway at Alpha Yi, he gets taken down. But this is the opening that Spark need. Even with some of those few picks, though, it's MN3 on the other side of the sidelines that's going to be able to melt down the rest of the team.
Look, Fusion have done enough at this point, Vicky. It's going to be so difficult for the Spark to be able to surpass the meterage that they've already put on the board. One kill the other way. Fusion could have been looking at actually full capping Colosseo. That's how much progress they managed to dig in. Spark have a couple of tools. They're going to have to cycle through them in the next fight. This is going to be about consistent fight wins from here on out for the Spark. Otherwise, they may as well write off this series now.
There you go, nano boost onto Zest right now, Trade. You see the anti onto Zest. He's going to just rake right out of it. It doesn't matter to him anymore. He's going to be able to keep melting them down with Fury helping him out too, boosting up some more of that damage himself. Here comes a sound barrier from the rest of Fusion. It's supposed to be the nail in the coffin. Yes, Shy finds Zest again, but it's the Fusion and their survivability and the numbers on their side. They're starting to see some trades with that pulse bomb. MN3 also taking a quick nap, but the push bot is still moving along.
It's going to keep dragging it forward. Reinforcements will be coming in from the forward spawns, but of course Spark will get there closer. As I mentioned, Fusion don't need to push it any further. They just need to deny the Spark from being able to make any progress of their own. Zest is hiding. Look at him on the minimap. He's waiting for Spark to move in here. He's going to sneak up behind him and just absolutely dismantle them. They need to be aware of this because they can spell disaster. There's only 30 seconds remaining, Vicky, and they don't know.
No! You flail him away, but it doesn't matter. You got aim, gotta cover your back. Your shield can only point in one direction. Unfortunately, yes, Alpha E gets aim god, but that was absolutely huge from Zest. The backline destroyed from the Spark. In this desperate time, you have less than 10 seconds on the clock, and look at this progress that Fusion have made. You're going to be forced to play the entire time on this bot if you even win this next fight.
Nice slide away there, keeps them in free alive. Can't go down here at a crucial moment. Fury has the Graviton Surge. He can really mess up the Spark to any hope of cohesive defense if they get challenged on this bot. Moving it back to just behind the halfway point. Shy probably wants these sightlines in that tunnel before having to pop the overclock, but gets the elimination on Zest. He goes for it anyway. Fury's been anti, bubbles to cleanse himself. Turns the attention into the tunnel. Graviton Surge gets shut down by Aim God. They're still on the point. Gujwe holding strong. Here's now MM3's overclock. Just shoot straight through the massive monkey that's in front of him. Doesn't need to aim anywhere else because that railgun can go straight through a Winston when overclock is in effect. Need to clear him out before reinforcements come in. Overtime's ticked down long enough. This should be quite fast. And the Philly Fusion will claim victory over the Spark. 3-1 scoreline, ending it on Colosseo.
Let's highlight Aim God and Fix at the very end. They're staying alive and cleaning up everybody that was caught up in that grab too. Absolutely chef's kiss at the very end, getting that nano boost as well onto MM3 to clean up the rest of the Spark. Again, it was going back and forth for quite some time, despite what the scoreboard says. It was going back and forth at the very beginning here on this map too. Shy managed to claim Zest, so they don't have to worry about the close quarter battle, but still Trid, the very end, the Fusion all together, especially that backline was able to pop up.
Yeah, and I know we only came in for 2 of the 4 maps we saw, but he was such an impact player in this series. The player of the match going to Fury this time around. The Zarya just so oppressive on both Kings Row and Colosseo. Kings Row in particular being a standout performance for them today.
We loved it. We loved being able to see that Grav actually take care of Gujwe. That's whenever you want to not only counter the Primal, but you want to be able to just deal with all that extra damage that would come from that reset originally. I love the way that they were able to keep the grab, the sleep on top of that, and everything to actually prevent that composition from having the success that the Spark wanted to have on King's Row. But now moving on here to the very final map where we got to see Fury play the Zarya again, it was still more of that impact, that follow, that allowed Zest to play the Reaper to the full potential that we saw Zest really pop off in. Of course, as well as that extra damage that Fury was able to get in this match as Zarya.
Yeah, big performance from Fury on this one. I love the poses the players are doing since we redid some of the player photos. Fantastic work there by the Fusion. But no, hopefully that satisfies Mr. Avril on the sidelines with his super serious power rankings he put out on Twitter. Victory here for the Fusion should see him climb up a few in the ranks and see how they go on the standings as we move into the subsequent weeks of the Countdown Cup qualifiers. But that's it, Vicky. I mean, that's where we're at right now. Weeks 1 down for APAC. Questions about the Shanghai Dragons. LA Valiant have got a good read on what's happening currently. Seoul Dynasty are the #1 team at present, I still believe. But that could all change next week. Who knows what happens when these teams get time to actually prepare for the matches and get a good read on a whole complete week's worth of action in the Eastern region.
Yeah, I mean, what is the matches in NA going to unfold to see what's going to happen in terms of the compositions that we're seeing? I mean, obviously, teams like the Shanghai Dragons are still figuring things out, Trid, so I'm wondering, are we going to see some of that change-up going into the following week?
I certainly hope so. If you're a Dragons fan, you definitely don't want to see them have a winless week. It's very alien for you to recognize that, but no, I think that's a note for them to try and discover over the next couple of days before we come back for week number 2. But that's all from me and Vicky. Of course, if you tune in later, you'll see the North American stage of the Countdown Qualifiers as they close down the week. Anyway, thanks very much for tuning in. Bye!
harness resilience through the pain. I'm a warrior.
Self-bio, sleep on checkmate. Are you kidding? Encore to the rescue. The blade comes out and he shuts it all down in one fell swoop. Absolutely stomping. Oh, what is that? Haven't even got to the bridge. Backbone.
Warrior, I'm a hurricane like Gloria. I won't fail my times now. Rise to glory, won't back down. I take the pain and I let it out. On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate. Oh,
Rampage through the side room. Everybody, massive for Bernard. Catches everybody else.
I'm a warrior.
Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is. Proper. Cannot be stopped.
On the mountaintop, shout it out. Break away, let me demonstrate my mentality. Activate.
Welcome to Watchpoint. I'm Danny, living my best life in this truck limb. What?
It's just great. Very positive.
We have Jonathan Reinforce Larson and Scott Custer Kennedy. Gentlemen, we made it to day 4 of week 1 of the Countdown Cup. Big dubs, congratulations.
We did.
Wrap it up.
Honestly.
We're done.
Go, guys.
Out. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go. We're done. Let's go. No.
No, we're gonna do it late.
We're just starting.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. The stage or the day? Or
both.
Oh yeah, I guess that's true.
Aren't you guys excited?
Well, technically it's midday.
Well, it is midday. Yeah.
We have in the West region. We're gonna have 4 matches, and you know what I realized?
What?
It's what we're in the 4th tournament cycle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? And we have 4 matches.
Okay.
Right? And there was another 4, and I forgot.
Day 4?
Day 4.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah,
a lot of 4.
There's a lot
right?
of fours. Yeah.
But I mean, before we get to all those 4 matches, we're gonna talk about the Eastern region, which just finished their first week of the Countdown Cup. The meta has been crazy fun to watch. There has been upsets, but let's not stop there. The big surprise, guys, has to be the first match. Shanghai Dragons lost to Guangzhou Charge. I repeat, the Dragons lost to the Charge. Shanghai now lost 2 in a row. Johnny, can you please explain what happened?
Wait, let me go in first. Did you know that 4 is an unlucky number in Chinese culture? So maybe that's why the Shanghai Dragons lost. And then I was going to say that,
But
and I realized
Guangzhou is Chinese too.
Never mind, sorry, Johnny, you go.
Sorry. We're starting out rough here on Sunday. Math or something. I don't know. Yeah, Guangzhou Charge with the upset 3-2 over the Shanghai Dragons. This was actually a really good match. This was very competitive. It was back and forth between both teams. And it was honestly good play between both teams as well. It wasn't like one of those matches where like, oh, they're throwing, I don't know what, they had in their coffee this morning. It's like, no, this was legitimately a great match between 2 teams. You can see Guangzhou Charge, they're opting for Piggy playing the Zarya. Bit of a slower style, pocketing Choice One with these Zarya bubbles. And Shanghai Dragons, on the other hand, they prefer to play Fate on the Winston, controlling space, utilizing the Winston bubbles to create space for Fled on the Genji, on the Tracer, and Lip on the Sojourn as well. And it was back and forth. Honestly, the compositions, they have pros and cons, and the teams accordingly, they utilize those pros and cons to try to get the win in these maps. Now, Shanghai Dragons, they took a 2-1 lead here in this series overall. That's one heck of a punch by Fate. poor Ana, really. And then we went over to New Queen Street, and this is really where Piggy Zarya started to take over. I mean, New Queen Street, if you think about the map, right? A lot of close corners, you can hide from the winds and you can navigate some of that damage without needing a shield. Choice One had an incredible match, really, on this Genji. The way he was pocketed by Piggy Zarya bubbles, the nanos from far away, and he was really clutch when it came to the blade. We know that Choice One is a fantastic Genji, but I just want to put this match into perspective, right? How good did these teams play? Did Shanghai Dragons throw one up? I'd say like this, if I were to predict Guangzhou Charge over Houston, I'd probably go with the Guangzhou Charge. Over Lone Spitfire? Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think
Really?
Yeah, I actually would. I think these teams played well. So some of you guys might be like, oh, Shanghai Dragons suck. It's like, no, both of those teams, they were really good. They were really good. I would take them over most teams in the Western region. They played that good, so that just speaks volumes. And then we topped it off. Guangzhou Charge to win map 5 here. The last round, Piggy brings out the Winston.
Yo.
Gets a little wiggy with it. I love it, So Guangzhou Charge showing up a lot of different looks, and as I said, great matchup, good showing from both teams. If Guangzhou Charge win the playoffs, the season playoffs, I'd be a happy man. Jimmy,
Yeah, I'm glad you're finally on board. I can't believe how quickly Johnny just dumped all of his Hangzhou Spark socks.
Yeah, that was-
picked up Guangzhou. So
That was very
this
quick.
is my new best friend.
Coaching issues. No like.
I mean, Johnny, you said that both of the teams were great. And of course, Shanghai Dragons is a really good team. But, you know, it's just so strange that they lost back-to-back matches. And I just want to hit home how strange this is because the Shanghai Dragons don't really lose back-to-back matches. Not this version of the Dragons anyways.
true.
I mean, they had one of those instances in 2021 season. 2022, not so much. So that is why I think all the while, like right now, what we're seeing is, you know, it's kind of crazy.
It's interesting because obviously all the speculation and memes are going to come out about this of like last season, the Shanghai Dragons locked in their playoff spot and they sort of said, we're just going to take a break. We know that the playoffs is going to be a different meta. We're not going to hard focus on this. Sort of give our players time to practice on themselves, get prepared for the matches that actually matter. Are they doing that again? We're not sure. Maybe they are just struggling with this meta currently right now. They don't seem to have a lot of flexibility, just playing a lot of that Fate Winston, and it's just not paying dividends for them. Right?
Also, I would like to add as well, Lee Jae-gon not playing a ton of Zenyatta. I played a little bit, but that is another issue where like Shanghai Dragons, they're forced into like Lucio and Brig comps. If you play like Sen versus Sen Ana, you're like, wow, we're going to be at a damage deficit. We don't have the Discord Orb. So that could be a bit of a crux for the Shanghai Dragons.
Did Bebe play at all last night? Sorry, I haven't seen this.
No, I saw Lee Jae-gon.
Interesting, because he played two of their matches in the previous night, so none of Bebe tonight. I wonder if they're making changes on the fly.
Yeah, maybe they are. Maybe they're trying to, you know, still work out a way for this tournament and for this meta. But we'll have to just wait out and see if Dragons find out the answer for next week. Now, let's move on to the next match. It's the Hangzhou Spark faced off against the Philadelphia Fusion. These two teams are battling out for a spot in the playoffs rather than the play-ins. The Fusion fell to a rising Valiant team yesterday, but rebounded by beating the Spark 3-1. Let's talk about the Spark. They're on a 4-game skid and have only won 4 matches in those 4 losses. That's a lot of 4s.
Yeah, that, as you said.
Yeah,
it's all adding up right now. Hangzhou Spark, the only Chinese team.
Oh, the Chinese team. Really? Yeah, Chinese.
The world is trying to tell us something, guys.
Yeah.
In 4 maps? That's crazy.
Wow. The writing's on the wall right here.
wow.
Hangzhou Spark didn't even stand a chance regardless of what happened in the server. But honestly, Philadelphia Fusion looking very good. They have 2 very distinct looks. They have Bellis Rhea coming in to play that Winston, MN3 moves over to that Sombra, and then sometimes they pull him out, they put Fury come in to play the Xayah, and Zest goes over to the Reaper. And they really do that from map to map depending on high grounds, all those type of situations, and it worked really well for them. I think the Hangzhou Spark in the Winston Sombra meta were actually the better team, but they were just trying to force it and shoehorn it in on every single map. Or they have Shy go over to the Sojin, which had varied success. You know, we go back to the mid-season Madness tournament. That's what Shy did. That's why they were so successful. And you saw glimpses of that in this match, but it's just not consistent enough. The Philadelphia Fusion's macro play, their team play, was just far superior to that of the Hangzhou Spark, and they did get the edge. So, as you said, Danny, the Hangzhou Spark woes continue to mount as they just haven't really found any effectiveness, especially with the what feels like a knee-jerk change onto Neko and Teru in the backline. I don't think they're having bad performances, but it definitely feels like the Spark, something is going wrong internally. They are not living up to the expectations, and this was the worst match that you can lose at this point. As you said, they are both vying for that top 3 position in the East to guarantee their way to the playoffs. This should put Philadelphia Fusion well ahead to qualify for that.
That's true. I mean, I think for Hangzhou Spark, it's a little weird because they looked really good at mid-season madness, right? And then they it was their downfall right after that. We were like coming into Summer Showdown expecting a lot from them, and then just sort of derailed, right?
Let's hear from a fan someone who used to be a fan. Johnny, what do you think it went wrong?
Jote's meta just wasn't it. I don't know. Like,
do you think they boomed themselves out?
You had one bad meta, and then you just boom yourself.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even get it. And as well, like, you know, just play Sojourn in Jote's meta. I don't know what I'm talking about Jote's meta. Like, we're way past that. But yeah, what's with the booming? Like, I don't get it. You know, I don't. Why are you asking me to talk about that?
Sorry, Johnny.
I don't know.
I should have brought it up.
Why are you asking me? No, there's disappointment.
All we could do is wait and see the next match, and then we could talk about it a little bit more. But Philadelphia Fusion, of course, they had their loss against Valiant, but coming out to rebound and, you know, getting the win against Spark. Good job, Philadelphia Fusion. Nice!
Nice!
All right, let's move on. With the new stage and new meta, and we've seen a shake-up in the Eastern region, I think it's, the best, absolute, perfect, correct time to look at standings.
Whoa!
Philadelphia Fusion with a minus
Minus
map score.
And minus
number 3.
9-11 in wins losses as well. They got those extra tournament league points.
Yeah.
Being the difference maker right there.
Okay, now we need to talk about this seriously, though. Is there a world? Well, obviously, this was an important win for the Guangzhou Charge, adding another point between them and the Valiant. But if the Chengdu Hunters and the Spark are struggling in this stage, even the Shanghai Dragons, is there a world in which we see Valiant go like 4-2 this stage and potentially keep their season alive?
No, Guangzhou Charge. I mean, they're powerful, right?
Yeah.
It's gonna be tough right there because you can beat Chengdu Philly all you want, but you gotta overcome the Guangzhou Charge
right.
as well. Yeah, and the Shanghai Dragons.
I
And
think
so-
Valiant has a chance.
Oh, yeah. You and Taze on there.
Good on you for being an optimist, Danny. That's great.
I just say random stuff anyway.
When is it gonna work?
If it works out, hey, it makes me look good. I love it. All right. The Guangzhou Charge absolutely needed that victory. Teams in the middle are fighting to stay out of the play-ins, but the Charge are fighting for their 2022 season life. And we wanted to highlight Che Sehwan. He had a great game, and what's more, he really is synergizing really well with their new tank, Piggy.
Yeah, and I think it's kind of interesting. He's been a player that we've had our eyes on over the last couple of seasons where it feels like mechanically he is just an insane player. And the way that the Charge are playing, especially with Piggy on that Xayah, is they are just giving every single bubble available to Choice One to enable him. He's getting
Nano bubble.
He's getting packed, he's getting bubbled. So it's, as much as it's great that he is popping off, and I'm not trying to discredit him from that, he's doing his job. And that's what the Charge need. And you need performances like this from your carry DPS player to get over teams like the Shanghai Dragons. You put into perspective the Hangzhou Spark, another team that likes to put a lot of their eggs in the Shy basket. He hasn't been performing to that level since the mid-season madness. So Choice of One really stepping up for this team and making the Guangzhou Charge a contender going into the playoffs.
Maybe this was the answer. Maybe Charge, all they needed to do was invest into Che Sehwan.
I would actually argue that that's what they've done, but now they actually have like a good backline and Jimmy on the team to help him out because Choice
They
One
needed him more. More than what they've done.
They need a better supporting
100%.
cast. The supporting cast is there now. Choice One, he's popping off like never before, but also Jimmy is doing things in the damage line. Yeah.
Jimmy, welcome.
It's making a world difference.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
I mean, all right. Overall, a great first week of East Region games. I mean, we got the Valiant upset, the Charge strike back, and what are the odds that the Dragons lost 2 in a row? I mean, really. Like, think about it. What are the odds?
It's like 10%.
8.
Well, we've got a lot of games to get into in the West, and when we get back, we'll tell you what we think are the odds of those matches. Don't go anywhere.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Welcome back to Watchpoint. We have 4 matches in the West region today to close out the first week of the Countdown Cup. Now, on paper, some of these seem a little bit lopsided, but as we've seen all throughout the year, anything can happen. We wanted to put an actual number on some of our predictions in a little segment we like to call Tell Me the Odds.
What are the odds?
What are the odds? What are the Never tell me. Wow, okay.
Why is
All right.
Overwatch so big?
That is
Did
true.
you lose
Why do
on
we?
Overwatch one?
Don't tell Jack. Don't tell Jack.
Okay, all right. First off, let's talk about the Paris versus Dallas game, okay? Paris has been eliminated from playoffs and play-in potential, but you guys mentioned it the other day. These players want to win no matter the circumstances and are really putting together resumes for next year. However, they face off against the Dallas Fuel, and I would say that's a tough one. So let's talk about this one while you guys sort of think about your answers and write it down. What are we thinking?
This is a hard one because, obviously we've seen some upsets recently with, the San Francisco Shock losing, the Houston Outlaws losing. That one wasn't as bad of an upset. But the Paris Eternal have been heavily struggling. They have looked a little bit better in this meta after a little bit of practice time, but they're going up against the Dallas Fuel.
Yeah,
right? These guys
tough.
are juggernauts right now, especially with Hanbin being able to play the Zarya.
Yeah. I completely agree here. It's going to be a difficult matchup. Maybe when you win a couple of individual matchups, show some good signs of life, something to improve upon. I just want to see progress from the Paris Eternal, really, in this one right there.
Yeah, I mean, I agree too. This is definitely going to be a hard one, especially because Dallas Fuel are one of our top teams in the league right now. They won the last tournament. So it is going to be a tough battle for the Paris Eternal. All right, do you guys have your answers?
Yeah.
All right, you have your answers? All right, let's see those odds. We got Scott with 6.9%.
Zero?
Johnny with 1.17. I'm being it real. I'm keeping it real. I honestly think there's
It is
0%.
0% chance.
Yeah, there's
You're not
0%.
going to give them just the slightest. Maybe
I
Hanbin.
think it's actually mathematically impossible for it to be 0.
Yeah, that's unrealistic.
It is possible if it's Paris.
Like you're just
No,
saying
no,
that
no.
life is scripted this way. There is no ulterior
There
way
is
of the
no.
world
It's
ever.
like the Marvel thing of I've seen a billion different possibilities.
Literally a billion.
Yeah, literally a billion possibilities, and you don't think there's a world in which Paris wins at once.
I honestly think this is the nicer answer to not give them hope.
What-
Look at that.
what do you put, minus 10?
1.17%. What does that even mean?
Well, maybe Hanbin got food poisoning or something.
And that's still only that's so. If Hanbin's that sick,
Yeah.
they're literally it's like 4v5, and Paris only still
they
has
have Fearless
1.17%. Well, that's even worse. You're meaner.
No.
And what is this? 6.9%,
Nice.
Scott. What?
Yeah.
You are 12 years old.
Yeah, I am 12 years old. But honestly, I actually think there is a bigger chance than 1% and definitely 0%. I think there is a world in which they come out play well. Is it a high chance? No. But they are good players, and you never know what could happen. It's unlikely, but it could.
Yeah, I be honest. You just wrote 6.9%, right? Because you
funny
wanted
number.
to. All right, let's move on. Next up, the Houston Outlaws will take on the San Francisco Shock. And if you bleed green, you have to think that this is the perfect time for you to take down the Shock team, which sort of looked a little shaky yesterday, right, guys?
Yeah. Honestly, both teams have looked quite shaky in this meta so far. The San Francisco Shock, this is their head-to-head history right here. Obviously, the 2021 season was a strange one where the Houston Outlaws just did not lose to the San Francisco Shock. But over the last few years, the Shock have definitely been the better team. But yeah, as I said, both teams have been struggling so far in these most recent matches. So it could go either way. It really comes down to who's going to be successful. Is the Shock going to lean on the Mikey Ball? Are the Houston Outlaws going to figure out some of their woes? They were leaning heavily on the Dante Doomfist. It could go anywhere.
Yeah, it could go anyway. I mean, I think this is a pretty interesting matchup here. Shock, do you want to stick to this ball? I will say,
Yeah.
Houston, they're not the Washington Justice in that who is your deal player?
Yeah.
Dante. You can't really play like the Dante diva, and so I think this is a pretty interesting matchup because I think it'll the dynamics will be different from the Washington Justice match. And therefore, I think, you can't just take for granted that they're going to demolish Mikey Ball either.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Good takes from both of you guys. Okay, I think we should take a look at our odds now. Houston versus Shock. What are the odds?
That's Houston
3,
Outlaws beats
2,
the San Francisco
1.
Shock. Oh, you both did 48%.
Oh, you
We did
it!
That's like crazy.
That's like 1 in 100. No, even more. I don't know.
Yeah, because
that's
we were putting
sick math.
Johnny, quickly, starting with you. Why 48%?
Well, I mean, I think Houston are facing the shock at the right time, you know.
Yeah.
Shock they struggle against the Washington Justice, but I still think you shouldn't overreact. Well, I kind of did maybe. But, you know, Houston Outlaws, as I said, like, they're not Washington Justice, so I don't think they're going to be able to just compositionally, like, counter Mikey. But I still think they have good players. Can play double flex support, you know, maybe they'll find a groove.
I just think there's a world in which the Houston Outlaws just like sort of hit a stride or like.
Wait, so
Pelican
you're
comes
saying
out
they're
mad.
favored by 19%?
Yeah, sure, why not?
They win 2 out of every 3 matches against the Shock.
Sure, yeah, at this moment.
Shock, who
Okay,
are like
here's the thing. I'm not sold on the Mikey
64
Ball.
and
I'm
2.
not sold on the Mikey Ball, and I don't know if they can turn it around in a short amount of time. Kalusha's playing like Junker Queen as well, so I don't know how much they've scrimmed playing other things, but I think Houston Outlaws, I don't know. I believe in them.
I also think, I mean, what we were saying, San Francisco Shock, you know, looking a little shaky. And also, I did 48 because if you put these two together, it sort of looks like a pelican.
What?
It's a bird. I was trying to think of a bird. With a beak?
You are off
like
the
a
goop.
mouse with wings.
You
That's like a
are
mouse
off the
butterfly.
goop.
Yeah.
What?
Pelican. Houston. He always shows up whenever you need him. So 48% for me. All right, let's move on to the last one. The Los Angeles Gladiators will be taking on the Vancouver Titans. The 2-time 22 stage champion Gladiators are looking to reassert dominance, and the Titans actually are still alive for a play-in spot. All right, reinforce. You actually saw some good things from the Titans team yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, the Vancouver Titans, they played a lot of Tracer Sombra, and I think it's actually really good for them. You know, Aspire on this Tracer, I think he had a phenomenal performance on the Tracer, and a big reason why they won the first map. And also, King came in and played Sombra on Paraiso, and I think it was a really good duo for them. I think they set up the dives correctly here. You could see King talking on the webcam, for example, and, you know, just communicating these dives properly. So I think they had pretty good synergy. Lone Spitfire, they ended up beating them 3-1. But I think this is a good look for the Vancouver Titans. I think if they come out, you know, guns blazing against the LA Gladiators today, I think that could be a good matchup for them.
Yeah, honestly, like, I agree, like, the Titans have looked good. They look comfortable in this meta, but the Gladiators are the Gladiators, and they look to be in top form. When you got Shu in the backline, Kemp's doing what he needs to do, I think it's going to be hard for the Vancouver Titans.
All right, let's see those odds. 3, 2, 1. Okay, we got.
Oh, we were pretty close.
We got 11% for me. 26.9%. 27%.
That's crazy, dude. Yeah.
All right. I guess we're.
Yeah,
still
yeah.
on the
You
same boat.
don't believe in them as much? 11%.
I mean, Gladiators are like right way above. I'm
Yeah.
just going very logically.
Yeah, Dan,
You know?
Danny's a hater these days. You know, honestly. First Paris, now this.
All right, what? Can you explain me the 0.9%?
Do you need me to explain why we're here?
I want to.
I think, you know, it's a little bit less than 27%. I feel like that's a little too nice towards the Vancouver Titans. So I was like, 27%? No, we should go a percentage point down. So 26.9.
Johnny?
Yeah. What he said.
Yeah.
But a little more.
A little more. Just 0.1 more.
27%.
27%.
Yeah.
You know? All right.
Perfect.
All right. Okay. All right. I guess my percentage was a little bit too. Can you quiet down, Johnny?
Yeah, Johnny,
we
we're
need
trying
move
to
on. All
do something else.
Yeah. All right.
I'm cleaning
Well,
over here.
Well, that's what we think the match is coming up later today. But lucky for you, you don't have to be as precise as we are, you know, when you're filling out your pick'em. So go to pick'em.overwatchleague.com and pick the winners and the scores today. League tokens, chances for cash, all that good stuff. You guys know the drill. So please go and fill them in. I think you guys have about 10 minutes. So go. Do your pick'ems.
Yeah, go do your pick 'em.
Yeah,
All right.
do the thing.
All right, our first match of the day is the New York versus Atlanta. I'm so curious what you wrote on camera, but I can't read it.
Don't worry.
Okay. The boys from the Bronx are still in the mix for a play-in spot, and the Atlanta is trying to make sure they have that week off. We'll get into that matchup right after the break, so don't go anywhere. What did you write? Welcome back to Watchpoint. Our first match of the day has a lot of huge implications as we near the end of the season. Only 3 weeks left of regular season play after this, and the playoff picture is still taking shape. If only there were, some way to visualize it. Wait, I have an idea. Standings! Yeah, there you go.
That's crazy, bro.
Oh my god, it's crazy how that happens. As you can see, everyone is still vying for those positions. Houston Outlaws and London Spitfire taking a commanding lead to try and lock in their player spot, but Atlanta Reign, Toronto Defiant, Florida Mayhem all trying to keep in the running, while New York Excelsior and the Vancouver Titans try and chase down the Boston Uprising.
Yeah, they really do need those wins. All right, so Costa, the impact of the trade deadline is a while back is still rippling through the league, with the Gladiators making moves after acquiring Happy, Boston figuring out the tank situation, but perhaps Atlanta Reign came out with the most ahead after signing Vigilante.
Yeah, a lot of us were like, when they signed Vigilante, we're like, was this really that necessary? They have OG Ultraviolet, this rookie backline that's performing so well.
Of course it's necessary.
Yeah, and it's obviously very necessary because you get into a meta like this where double flex support is meta. They can play the Zenyatta, they can play the Ana, and they're both incredibly talented players. We haven't talked much about Vigilante when he was on the Washington Justice because he only just came of age just before he got traded. So he has had big impact, especially in this match against the Toronto Defiant. Playing this Zenyatta, his aggression, his kills, he was getting more final blows than the rest of his team at certain maps. And his coordination with Ultraviolet was seamless. It felt like they'd been playing together for a while, and this has freed up OG to focus on that Brig, focus on that Lucio. So I'm keeping my eye on Vigilante to have big impact in this meta once again, because the firepower that they can play behind Hawk on that Orisa or speedily on that Echo just gets higher when you have so much talent in the background.
True. All right, let's look at the other side, Reinforced. Nearly every time we talk about this New York team, we say that the talent is there, almost always in reference to their damage or DPS lineup, Yaki and Flora. So Flora has had flashes in the last few seasons. Do you think this is the time that he finally steps up for the Excelsior?
Well, it needs to be for the New York Excelsior. I mean, their season is about to come to a close unless they get some nice wins here to overtake Boston Uprising, for example, in the pursuit of a play-in spot. So Flora, he needs to step up for this matchup against the Atlanta Reign. And if you look against the reverse sweep against the Toronto Defiant, you can see his Sojourn versus Defiant. 13.2 final blows per 10 minutes. 9.3 railgun kills per 10 minutes. I mean, these stats are massive. And you can really tell when you look at New York Excelsior play as well, they're putting all their eggs in the Flora basket, and they need this to work out. Going into the season, Flora, he was promised to be this long-range hit scan kind of player that would excel and would really enable Yaki, for example, to do really well on the Tracer or the Genji, whatever have you, that Yaki would play, right? So Flora, I think he is the key to victory here for the New York Excelsior here today. If you're going to take down the Atlanta Reign, I mean, you have to win one matchup. And are you going to beat out potentially like a double flex support matchup with Ultraviolet and Vigilante? I don't know about that. You got Hog. He's the jolt of the league, right? Well,
yeah.
Maybe Smurf wants a word. But like that just speaks to how good the tank and support departments are for Atlanta Reign. New York Excelsior, they need to win one kind of individual matchup, and I think Flora could be that on Sojourn.
True. For me, I do want to hit quickly on another new addition for Atlanta Reign, who could play a big part in their success this stage, and that's Speedily. Recently of age, the Reign added yet another weapon, and his Echo has been really good. I think his Echo was what the standout for me during their match against the Toronto Defiant. First, because I don't think a lot of people utilize the Echo. And second, because he looked really good on it. The final blows, the duplicate kills is actually the biggest one, 6.1, because according to our stats master Noah, right now the league average right now is 4.0 out of 10. So he is way above that. He's been showing his power, his true power right now, and I think this definitely, like, Speedily is sort of one of the spotlight players for the Atlanta Reign right now.
Toronto was the real casualties of this entire segment.
Yeah.
We've just been talking about how good everyone has been against the Toronto
Reverse
Defiant.
swept, yeah.
Oh my God.
Sorry, Toronto.
Kind of feel bad.
No.
No.
Maybe you should play better. Maybe they'll get reversed up by the New York Excelsior out of all teams. Come on now.
Well, that was sorry, never mind. Now it's even more
Play
savage.
better. Be better.
Yeah. That's what he said. We have no part in this. All right, enough talk. It's time for picks, everybody. Oh, do we have any interesting picks, Preds, today?
Maybe.
Maybe
You do?
we used
Really?
it.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I thought it was just a funny number, so there wasn't really much merit.
So you lied. You lied on air.
All the time. 100% of the time I lie on air.
Look,
Paris Dallas, you guys gave them like 1% and 6%. You guys still didn't pred them.
No.
I don't know.
I'm backing up my Preds because I had 0. I think that's gonna win.
Fans, they might disagree sometimes on the matches. We can all agree. We need more Orisa.
Yeah.
You know? If the more you put the copy pasta in
Why is there a
chat,
sock?
the higher the chances we get Orisa being played.
Oh, that's a
horse. That's a horse right there.
I look like a sock.
I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong side of the board. Over there, that's a horse, yeah. Anyway, there you go.
Hopefully.
Chat, keep at it.
All right, that is it for Watch Point. New York versus Atlanta is up next, and for all the action, we're going to the great Mitch Leslie, and I think also Matt is there as well. I think.
Wow.
Yeah, he's here. Yeah.
That does not look like a horse to me.
That's a boomerang. That's a boomerang, Johnny.
That is.
No, it's a sock.
That is a boomerang. Actually, that's a great boomerang, Johnny.
What? What's this then? If that's a boomerang, what is this thing?
I don't know the pattern.
Oh, it's got a chip. It's got a chip on it.
What is that?
well
Chip in
used.
it, yeah.
Yeah, this is an eye. But you know, it could be like a racehorse. You know, the eyes are covered
Pelican
with like a
drawing was better than
blinder.
that.
So it could be like an eye blinder for the horse. You
The
know?
real question is, what's better, this or car?
They don't eye
You know, I
blind
think that's
racehorses,
what-
do they? That's crazy.
You mean the blinkers, right? You mean the blinkers? that
Yeah,
stop
I mean,
from
Johnny
looking down the
basically
horse.
just said that they were
Hey,
just going to cover the
hey,
eyes
hey,
of
Danny.
the horse and make it
They have the
race.
Danny, in your
Wait, you
your anime
Just got
gacha
to go.
game, Danny, with the do they have blinkers in your anime gacha horse racing game, Danny?
No, they don't have it. They don't have that. They don't have that, but they do have ears.
Oh. Danny,
They do
like
have
dead
ears
ass,
right here.
plays this game
Horses with
where
ears,
it's like
that's
horse
crazy,
racing,
bro.
but it's just anime girls running around a track,
Yeah.
and apparently it's mad
Just running
popular.
around,
It's
He was
actual-
like, he was
it's real
grinding that.
horses, yeah. Real horses in Japan. One of them died
also,
recently. So.
oh my God!
This segment went dark.
No, old age, he had a good life. He had a good
Scott's
he had a
lucky.
good life.
Scott's lucky there's a distance between me and him with these boxes, with that sign that he had held up. Danny's seen my devastating high kick in Toronto. We had a little kicking.
Can we get a refresher right now? Can we get a little refresher, Matt?
I don't have enough space here to kick.
Matt,
There's
come on.
not enough.
Yeah.
Show me how high you can
Swing
kick.
it. Give me a swing.
I literally can't. I'm gonna get my camera off. I'm like sitting here trying to like. How would I go about winding up? But
Matt,
you
you
gotta
can
watch
do it.
out,
You can
Scott.
What are we doing with our
Show
lives?
us.
We get
I
paid for
can't.
this?
I literally can't. If I move my green screen next time we do crosstalk, I'll get a little kick to the camera.
All right, yeah. Well, we didn't see that Morello roundhouse
I'll
action,
see
ladies
that.
and gentlemen. All right, get out of here. You guys get out of here. Get out of here. All right, we got stuff to talk about. We're video games. Matt's wearing skinny.
There's a game
Matt's wearing
going
skinny
on.
jeans today, so yeah, a little bit restrictive. Welcome back, everybody, to what supposedly is the Overwatch League, but it's really like 5 guys getting paid to just talk absolute nonsense. We've been doing it for years, actually, right under your noses. It's been quite enjoyable. New York versus Atlanta Reign, a real red versus blue showdown here, Matthew. New York, I think, at this point, they're running out of opportunities to actually sort of start to sneak into play-in contention, right? There's a genuine risk here of them not being able to even be a factor in the postseason.
This would be a huge win to get, though, against an Atlanta Reign team who, when we saw the support play was really strong for them from like Ultraviolet and Vigilante. If you can get a win here against a team like the Atlanta Reign, a team high up in the standings, or, well, higher up than you, relativity, it would be awesome for New York, right?
Yeah, no doubt about it. I think also we've seen them rotate their backline quite a lot, all right? I think now we're starting to see a little bit of what they showed in the Junku Goats meta, because New York were a team that when it came to maps like Gibraltar or wherever it was actually possible, they would bring Ho1 in and actually play like an Ana Zen setup to try and counter it, right? Then when the Florida Mayhem dabbled with that, New York definitely tried to take it a bit further. So now we get to see an extension of that in an environment where it's actually a little bit more viable. But again, the question remains over the heads of Yaki and Flora. You've got 2 players who at times try and put the whole darn thing on their back and just carry. It's like the half-foots trying to migrate, if you're watching Rings of Power. Like just throw everything on Yaki's back and just go with it. This should be a good time for Yaki, obviously, again, to demonstrate his trace of prowess, but we've seen a lot of frustration from this team this year as they've looked to find their stride. I'd say right now, Kellen, someone who can pick up the Winston and the ball, which is really his bread and butter, should be an opportunity for New York to look much better than they have so far.
And we did see some good stuff from the NYXL, right, against the Toronto Defiant. So it'll be interesting this series. One thing that the Atlanta Reign had in their last one that we casted, where Venom and Speedily, they had this really nice Tracer Echo combination. And that'll be the lineup they have starting here today. So if you remember back to the series we casted, they won the first 2 maps. I believe Venom and Speedily both played in those, and then they made some subs here and there. And then we ended up in the game 5. They brought them back in. We're able to close it out. Where I think you'll probably see them play some of that Tracer Echo with Hawk, kind of flexing, whether it between the Orisa, the Diva, the Zarya, can really kind of handle everything.
So one of the biggest winners, actually, of this sort of metagame in terms of supports alongside Krillin is Vigilante. Seen him on the Zenyatta having huge impact. I'm pretty sure we gave him player of the match last time around because his combination with Ultraviolet was huge. Hard-fought match against the Defiant. This Atlanta Reign team probably finding themselves in as close to an ideal meta as possible now, especially get value out of a lot of the young guns in Vigilante, that most recent addition. And we watched Paraiso, right, as a great example of how this team is able to use Hawk's flexibility and their interchangeability in terms of DPS players. Because don't forget, that's a series where we got to see Nero and we got to see Kai. The Atlanta Reign making extensive use of their 4 DPS players, but really wanting Hawk to be very flexible to be able to do it all on the tank role.
And if you're Atlanta, I think winning this series obviously kind of keeps you afloat. I think that there's a lot of teams around the 10-10, 11-9 potentially area, depending on league points, probably some separation there, but a lot of teams are kind of coalescing around that area. In terms of record, you can put away a team in New York, which, although 4-15, looks to potentially be playing a little bit better this stage, try to add some separation, thinking that New York maybe will actually win some games later on this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta are thinking, about teams like the Outlaws that really sit around the same substrata as them right now.
Toronto.
Teams like the Defiant, right, always a bit of an issue. Even like the Justice as well, kind of team that can bother them. London are right around this like 11 and 8, 12 and sort of 9 region. So Lena gets a win here. They stay amongst the pack, like the peloton, so to speak. They'd love to try and break free of that, but save that sort of burst of impetus for the right time, which would definitely be play-ins, playoffs. So for now, Atlanta want to come out here strong. I think, we're again looking to see how effective Speedly can be on this Echo. The Tracer setups look quite good for Atlanta so far.
It was pretty effective when we saw it, the Echo Tracer. They'll have the Diva in play this time to give a little bit more extra help for the supports in the back with the defense matrix. New York, they'll actually play the Wrecking Ball here. So can this be effective against this Echo composition?
Yeah, again, when Kellen got brought over from O2 Blast, most of his success came from a meta where he sort of played the balls like it was like Briggs and Wrecking Ball a lot of the time. So we'll see what he can get done here. We've seen a few teams try it, right? San Francisco defaulting to it. They must have a lot of belief that it's like a, a really effective comp in general. Oh, the flight cooldown comes up just in time for Speedly there.
Yeah, and you see he gets hacked, but Hawk there with the defense matrix. Nothing to help the supports here. For NYXL in the back. Floor comes out of the translocator, able to take him out.
Yeah, maybe Speedly doesn't see the translocator or chooses or thinks he can sort of exploit the fact that the Sombra's going to pop up there, man. I'm not really sure, but either way, Atlanta are capping now behind some of this commotion, but there'll be some contest here from New York, and it's been a really messy first few moments.
Yes, Yaki was able to pick up a few kills there, and same with Flora before he gets taken out by Hawks. So that prevents the Atlanta Reign from actually capping this point. So Yaki and Kellen have been here to contest.
Yaki with a pulse bomb now. Venom has one of his own. Support ultimate slowly ticking up. Not a lot of opportunity to get a ton of healing. Been a lot of back and forth. Players getting blown out in individual 1v1s, 1v2s. And like Yaki's looking for Ultraviolet right now. Venom hacked at the moment, but he's able to shrug it off, and that's the pulse. It's a good connect on Gangnam Jin. Ultraviolet deals with Kellen as well. And Yaki, we saw him hunting an Ana earlier, Matt, but he looks like he wasn't able to find that target at all. He gets brought down by Vigilante, who again is staving off dive DPS.
And Flora ends up using the EMP here, like really late at the end of the fight. And they're not able to get like a pick to maybe think they can like stagger a little bit, but not a great start for New York.
I mean, Kellen dropping there is extremely bad. You can see where that happened. Vigilante able to get involved at longer range. Everyone's pushed up here for the Reign.
You can also see just a huge difference between when having the Diva in play, right? Where they get a hack and there's the defense matrix there, able to help out the supports, versus when we see from Atlanta's perspective when they're trying to make a play for Gangnam Jin or Ho-Won. It's pretty easy.
Speedly got nanoed here. But everybody in New York playing so far back that it's unlikely he's going to get any value here. Kellen, some free damage for Speedly here. Duplicate is online. Kellen will just be a nuisance. Contest, maybe try and put some pressure down on Hawk. Dealing with the Transcendence now. Self-destruct here to force New York back. Mad. What? Ho-Won goes down to that self-destruct? You can't let that happen here.
How? I mean, it was up on the high ground. Maybe he was body blocked and we just didn't get a chance to see it. But yeah, that's quite unfortunate. Is ever since this first fight, it's really been like Kellen and Yaki going around and getting behind Atlanta, but nothing they can do with it. As this will be Flora getting Ultraviolet, so they've been putting a lot of pressure on Ultraviolet. He's been able to live for a while on his own, but that time they're able to get him.
Minefield placed on New York's side of the map, so maybe just to allow them to advance and have a chance of contesting the point. Kellen gets rid of Vigilante here, so able to follow up and deal with the last remaining backliner for the Atlanta Reign. Still, New York have to get themselves together and go for a potential capture here. Speedly spy checking for Flora with the beam and got to copy a Tracer here.
Yeah, just trying to get into the backline here and maybe land a big pulse bomb.
Oh man,
there's nothing there they can do as Hawk goes in speedily there as well. The supports just left to fend for their own for New York, and they're not able to do so.
Like, their composition, Kellen isn't able to do too much in terms of paving the way for his team unless it's solo kills on the back line. And there have been very few of those so far in this round. Atlanta are able to push up, take position, use Vigilante in an aggressive position, get a free kill on Ho-Won there. Too many freebies given by New York there, including that, random EMP from Flora.
And maybe it's something where you do need the Brig in place for New York Excelsior, where you can have a little bit more help. Whether it be for the Zen or the Ana. So it looks like Flora will be going to the Ashe. So that'll be just a different change in terms of damage dealer, not really.
Here's
a
a self-destruct.
Let's see. Yeah, does he get trapped here?
Oh, man.
He just backs up a little bit and.
Yeah, it's a weird angle,
Sliver
obviously.
Of the line of sight. Yeah.
Understanding how line of sight happens through like different doorways and stuff. So I feel that. Either way, though, that's devastating. It basically means you lose another 30%. Not an exaggeration, that. Oh, dear. New York look a little bit uncertain, right? Kellen, obviously, solid Wrecking Ball player, but the rest of them sort of understanding what Kellen's role is and how we can set them up. Well, it's not really clear to see how they're able to demonstrate an understanding of that.
He's got to be really impactful on this Ashe to make a difference, right? Being able to just pressure speedily out. Just kind of flying down, just landing on top of the supports. So,
I mean, like, you cannot let that happen, Matt.
I mean, I don't even think Kelton's really given an opportunity to live, right? I mean, you send him out there on the ball. You have both supports stuck up there on the high ground with the Ashe, getting no line of sight whatsoever. I mean, what is he supposed to do?
Well, what I want to know is, you know, if seeing an Echo changes New York's, should change New York's game plan, right? Because you see that was Kellen rolling back with, like, no health left. So wherever he went, trying to pressure backline, he would have got discorded. Maybe Spiegel's also able to pressure him down there with a focusing beam. And Kellen is, you know, struggling to actually get any freedom.
And this is kind of what we saw in the last round, where, like, Kellen and Yaki kept going behind, and they weren't able to do anything, and they just kind of sit and wait for everybody else to come back.
Here we go.
And okay, now this time you open up with a pick, so maybe now you can make something out of it.
Yeah, Flora is aggressive here. He dropped down, played inside the cage, and able to find that shot on towards Yaki, onto Venom. So much better looks here. Getting rid of the Tracer there relieves a lot of the pressure, and New York get to just move on in.
Yes, a lot easier when you get those first bloods. You know, being able to take out the enemy Tracer first is huge for New York, and now you'll have a Transcendence for this next fight. It looked like there was somebody from Atlanta actually putting a little bit of pressure on the point. So Yaki going for like a spawn kill here on Vigilante.
Risky. Vigilante has shown he's very, very good at dealing with solo Tracers. Look at that. They were ready for him. Force recall out of Yaki. So as a pulse, though, we'll have to blink away from the pulse. Focusing beam. Flora gets healed by the Transcendence just in time, but speedily he's able to sneak away. Oh, what? Down to the remake.
Remake?
Oh, no! He's on the receiving end of some pretty, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's embarrassing at this level, but a bit unfortunate. Ignoble ends for Ho1 at multiple points.
Yeah, we don't know where that took place. Probably somewhere around the point. Just kind of like walking around the corner. Could have been low, but just unfortunate that you lose your Ana in that fashion. And
yeah, Hawk can just walk around a corner or just wait in a corner for Ho1 to come past and then just hit the remake.
And New York invests like their Transcendence into that one, so they don't have it for this next fight. Speedily actually going to copy the Zen up on the high ground.
All right, Ho1 down to Venom. Oh, okay. A lot of damage there on Venom. He walks straight into a nano-boosted Zen Orb. Gangnam Dim's able to find Hawk. Atlanta had control of the point. That actually pushed up quite a long way here. So it's up to New York now to try and flip this in a timely manner as we're at 82 and counting.
Yeah, which is interesting because Atlanta didn't seem like they needed to play that far up, right? They kind of had point control. They could have played a little bit further back, but New York have to cap here. You had Venom that came in to get a touch. Doesn't look like he's going to contest again, so it'll still be a just one fight territory here for the Atlanta Reign to win the map.
Bob's up here for Flora, so towards the point he wants to play. Maybe not much time to get back into the high ground position over on the other side, so he intends to play top of the point. Getting Venom here again. Couple times now Venom's falling first in a few of these fights, but he's at 8 final blows right now, so nothing to sniff at.
Atlanta uses the Transcendence to try and keep people alive, but Kellen actually ends up taking out speedily with the mine, so the Transcendence goes for nothing. It's a huge break there for New York as you get to wait for everybody to come back here for Atlanta. So New York getting close to that one fight territory.
Venom wants to add to his tally here. What? Who's he even looking at? Gangnam Dim just gets pasted with that bomb. No idea how Venom was able to connect that. Unreal. And a huge kill. Gangnam Dim had the Transcendence. Bob's going to get removed by Hawk very easily. Flora throws that up, and Flora dropped to the low ground for whatever reason, so he's just a sitting duck. Atlanta Reign back in control now. Ultraviolet being protected by that defense matrix. What an insane round. That's bizarre. Self-destruct available for Hawk here, so an easy remech, and Kellen just gets blown up solo by Vigilante, apparently. Speedily, you have to imagine, is there. Copies the Ana, biotic grenade, finishes the kill on Gangnam Jin. And New York don't even really have the ability to step up here outside of using Flora to stall. Yaki's here, but immediately gets picked off. Just a very, very strange map in general. The Atlanta Reign come out on top here. A couple slips in that second round, but overall, Matt, definitely look like they're more comfortable.
Yeah, Atlanta seems to have the answers for a lot of the compositions that teams are throwing out there. With the Wrecking Ball play here from NYXL early on, it doesn't look like that's going to be the play for out this series. They're going to have to come up with something else.
All right, New York, gonna put it together here. The confluence of front and back lines might be a place to start here as they work on the game plan for our next map in this series. Atlanta starts strong here again as the Venom speedily connection yielding the kills. Pretty powerful start in this series for Venom of the Atlanta Reign. One half of a very powerful dive combo between him and Hawk. Venom, I mean, look, brought into this team as a tracer specialist and delivering on that promise with 11 final blows, 3 deaths, and a pulse bomb kill attach rate, rather, of 75%. That last one, no idea how he sticks out. I don't know what he's looking at. Honestly, he must have known where he is. It was like a flick, whatever it was. Looks like Venom had done that a million times before, and honestly, he probably has.
Yeah, his tracer was really strong there in map number 1, as New York never really got anything going. Playing these ball columns looked like Atlanta. The supports weren't under pressure, and even when they were able to survive it on their own a lot of the times with a little bit of help with Hawk's defense matrix. But maybe as we move into map number 2, which will be King's Row, we see some different stuff here from New York.
Yeah, okay. So we'll be no sign of Untitled getting rotated into the lineup, which is what New York have kind of done here and there, right? Makes you wonder, Matt. Does that mean like the Brig is off the table and that New York is strictly trying to play like an Ana Zen look? Again, we've only seen Control, so hard to say. But you wonder what it gives you maybe against someone like Venom, who's just, he's in a very positive game script, to use a sports ball term, right? Like no one's really countering him. He's getting to the back line. 11-3 kind of says it all, right?
Yeah, and it'll be New York on defense first, and they'll actually come out with the Winston here. So Winston with the Ash Tracer on his Zen. Nothing surprising with those three, as we've seen them a lot in the meta. The Winston here versus the Diva will be interesting. The Winston not really able to duel as much. Obviously, the defense matrix doesn't really help when Winston is there putting down damage on the supports, so maybe a little bit of extra pressure there, but really worried if they're going to be able to keep Kellen alive through some of this.
What's a bit scary as well against the Echo, I want to suggest, to be able to burn Kellen down. Look, defensive dives on King's Row, Matt, they're always pretty short-lived unless there's a significant skill disparity or fundamentals disparity between two teams, right? Which we really don't often see at that level, even at Overwatch League. So, Kellen, Ball, and Winston definitely comfort picks for him, right? The kind of player that probably doesn't want to play Xayah and Diva and such. Unfortunately for him, Hawk can kind of do it all.
Yes, Hawk gets to the high ground there, and they try and body block Kellen in and kind of trap him. You see how they're just pushing him back down into that hallway, and there's also some damage down coming in from Venom. So they finally dislodge Kellen from the high ground. You see at the top of your screen, though, like the health bars of Atlanta, pretty low. They're going to have to just wait for a sec. Yeah, Flora as well.
It's possible the Vigilante sent a salvo of orbs in his direction. Either way, Venom goes very low. Has to recall, if I'm not mistaken, from Gangnam Jim's pressure. So on to the point we are for the Atlanta Reign now. Hawk gets D-Mech, so Kellen able to carve him out of the suit here. Good response from Gangnam Jim dropping down, and Flora still has this high ground control, so Hawk's been removed, and so is Speedily.
All right, so what do you do if you're the Atlanta Reign? Do you decide to continue to play this? I think they actually did get what they wanted there, which was like high ground pressure. Hawk just gets D-mech'd. Maybe goes in a little bit too deep on the supports up here on the high ground. As he'll make it his way through the choke, as we're kind of back to how we were at the initial moments of the game. Both teams just kind of feeling each other out, trying to really, for the Atlanta Reign, get that space.
Yeah, Speedily had trying to advance across this gap right without being shot to pieces by Flora. Pulse stick, that's a good one. Kellen hangs around a little too long, and eventually he gets brought down. And now the rest of this New York structure looks much less stable without that foundation. Flora eventually gets dragged down by Speedily, who really took his time getting across the map, but that careful play yields the result they were looking for.
And Venom is so good at landing those sticks, just like how we saw in Ilios, where if you're going to be the Winston and just going to stand in front of him and be that big of a target, I mean, that's bound to happen, right? As the Atlanta Reign, they'll take point A, and now they'll get the cart moving to the next stage of the map.
Transcendence up now for Vigilante. All of your backline ults are present here for New York. Again, Winston, a fantastic nano boost candidate. Definitely one of the best that New York have available to them presently. Flora trying to make sure he can play out in the open, but needs a lot of healing in order to do this because the poke is quite immense, especially from Vigilante's direction.
This fight has to go well for New York. I mean, farming what? I mean, they all have ults. He's nothing to farm.
He got that primal now. In he goes. So put to sleep, and also with a body grenade on him. Okay, nanoed. And of course, that Primal Rage gives him that health back here. Vigilante already used his Transcendence a little earlier on here. So Kellen's able to wake up and get some damage done. Those boosted micro rockets. Finding purchase on Flora here, and Venom with another 2 in that fight. Man, I'm telling you, positive games group. This guy's going wild.
That is all 5 ultimates used there for New York, and the cart's still moving for the Atlanta Reign. That just tells you kind of where we're at in this one. As,
yeah, a results-based assessment.
Yeah, Transcendence used a little bit early by Vigilante, but ends up keeping everybody alive. Let's take a look. Just beautiful there from Venom.
He's 100% on Pulse Bomb sticks so far this map, so that total for the series is looking pretty scary.
And you have the Nano here to use, whether it's on Speedly on the Hawk to try and get this payload across the line here. I mean, you could even use on Vigilante, as we've seen them do it a few times throughout this series.
Yeah, just to keep someone alive, right, as they're taking a ton of damage.
Can you even
There's no hold here. Point? No, you can't. No way. That's the issue, right? There's not a lot of like defensive architecture to keep the Winston alive. Kellen, it's hard. I think it's literally set yourself a very difficult task here trying to find success with this Winston. Defensively, especially against D.Va and Zen.
Yeah, I mean, what was the old copy pasta with Winston? Like Winston jump, Winston zap. At this point, I think it's just Winston jump, Winston die.
Winston nap.
That's
yeah.
No, it doesn't even die.
There's been some Winston napping, to be fair. I've seen that.
He just went Winston jump, Winston die as another self-destruct kill from Hawk, as he's been able to find these, whether it be Hoa now, Yaki. It's man, this is not a good defense here from New York. I also think just really strong play consistently here from the Atlanta Reign, being able to play some of these comps.
Bio Grenade got shut down there by Hawk. He ate that one up speedily. Hit by 1 for the time being, but he'll shrug that off. Flora able to pick him off though regardless. Venom will take a break here. Atlanta pull back 3 minutes plus to work with, so they'll give some ground.
So you do give yourself some breathing room here if you're New York, as Yaki quickly realized there wasn't a health pack underneath him, so need to get back to the rest of the team. So there's the pulse bomb from Venom that doesn't get anything. So lived through that, which is huge, as that's not been something that been able to avoid if you're in New York. So maybe there's a defensive hold here. You know, 2:41 on the clock. Still a lot of time, though.
Hawk trying to encroach here on Flora. And Kellen knows that it's really hard to shift Hawk, especially with all the damage he'll take back in response. Speedily copies the Winston here. Look how quickly he's going towards that Primal. He has it straight away. Flora just having to try and stay inside the Transcendence if possible. The Bob here is perfect. Contests that cart. Ultraviolet is taken down by Kellen, who finally was able to get some success in the backline. Speedily spent a long time in primal form there. That's the focusing beam. That's what's going to give you, especially with that Discord orb. Kellen just exploded from about 60% of his health. And you think this is over now.
Yeah, you would think it is. And you can see just how much more survivable the D.Va is than the Winston, right? Like we've seen even with the Primal, being able to get they're just kind of nuked down with that focusing beam. As Hawk at that point was like right in front of the spawn door, using the defense matrix. Obviously some healing from the supports, but still really healthy, all things considered.
Initiating match.
I think again, you know, Kellen going up against the D.Va, going up against the Zen, really difficult to find opportunities to have great success. Even in that last fight, though, to be fair, he finally gets into the backline, right? You can sort of see the result of that. Atlanta do lose. I think it was Ultraviolet there in that fight. But again, I mean, let's talk numbers. I mean, Venom is 7-2 right now. Hawk is 5-1. Vigilante 4-1. Final blows to deaths.
It was really just that first fight, right? Where the New York Excelsiors kind of held that high ground and they were able to win. After that, it was all Atlanta Reign, and let's see what they decided to do here. So Atlanta actually comes out with Speedily on the Sombra. So they'll have a Sombra Tracer look here. So they'll move away from the Echo on defense here. The Sombra, I think, is probably the right play on D. Allows you to play a little bit more freely throughout the choke, where Echo, you have to play a little bit more aggressive, which I don't think the Atlanta Reign really feel the need to do at the moment. For New York, still some time to make some changes, right? You know, Flora right now hovering the Sojourn with the Winston potentially. Do you run like the Sojourn with the Tracer? We've seen some teams do that. Sojourn provides a little bit more burst that long range, but also more survivable, you know, a little bit more slippery close range, trying to track down.
Venom is getting about a pulse bomb every minute, Matt, which is almost twice as fast as sort of average. Usually it's like 135, 145. So that is ridiculous.
So Flora will play the Sombra. So we'll actually just get a mirror matchup outside of the tanks. So we get a good idea of kind of where D.Va versus Winston and just kind of on their own stand here in this meta a little bit.
So Atlanta get dove inside the hotel there, but Ultraviolet's in a good enough place here just to top the map and let them push forward. Hawk here struggling with that with that Discord orb on him, but the Biter Grenade for the amped healing, and Ultraviolet just plugs the gaps in Hawk's armor and says, off you go.
Yeah, the Bio Grenade plus some heals. Also, the use of Defense Matrix backing up allows Hawk to live through that. They get a early pick from Venom, I believe, yet again. So, oh yeah, Kellen just kind of jumps, tickles that high ground, and the TP right away from Speedily. So, nice shots there on the Ultraviolet. So you back up the supports maybe a little bit.
Gangnam Jim hacked it. This is dangerous. Here come the rain. Okay, they walk into a Biter Grenade. Hawk gets desuited there, but that's it really. And it looks like Hawk's building up pretty quickly towards his ring there. He's going to be able to just climb the heck back in. I think New York maybe were hoping to pick him off outside of mech, but nah, he's back in. He's ready to rumble.
Right back in his mech. Yeah.
Oh, that's disastrous.
But you see when the dive comes through off of a hack onto those supports, there's zero help there from New York. It's a nice biotic grenade from Hoenn, to be fair. It's just not enough to be able to live through. Like right there when you have the D.Va in play, let's say you have the defense matrix coming back and that biotic grenade, that's probably enough to keep players alive. Probably the difference.
Ooh, okay, not too shabby there from Gangnam Jim.
They got to capitalize on this.
Yeah, take the key piece off the table here, and looks like they have. Transcendence is used here from Vigilante. He was dead to rights otherwise. There are ults here, so you think Speedily maybe tries to have a big EMP here, and he goes for it. It only hits Ho1 and not Gangnam Jim crucially, so that Zen can come back in after finding the first pick and even have a Transcendence if needed, but it may not be here. Decent hold for Atlanta, also playing like a quasi-dive defense. Looks like they're about to give up
this
the point.
if you're Atlanta.
If
it's only the second tick. Yeah, you nano Hawk and you send him on in.
Flora. Oh dear, that was scary. Gangnam Jim had to use their Transcendence. Flora very low there. So despite being nanoed, Hawk does get desuited. Gonna be able to climb back in. Oh my! How do you have time to put a question mark in chat? You're playing the game, son! Insult and injury in equal measure. And the New York Excelsior gets suplexed. Mate, that's a macro. That's a bloody macro. How's he done this? Oh, he just filled the buddy play.
Yeah, that was EMP. Did he break up the EMP with it? Oh, Flora EMP there too. Oh, it is
I've done this for 5 years and I've never seen anything like that.
Feels like I'm watching the Jets.
That was as catastrophic as it could possibly have been.
All right, so you did get 2 ticks, right? You have a Yaki pulse bomb here. You still have a nano. You have some tools here for New York to be able to make something work. Let's see if they can do it. That was bad, but maybe not the end.
Yaki trying to clamber up the slippery ladder from rock bottom. Kellen is nanoed here, but unable to find much of a target. He does get hit with the Biter Grenade there. Collecting myself, ladies and gentlemen. Bear with me. 100 HP. He'll be able to circle back. Get a small health pack here. And with Venom out of the picture, New York get that point, but oh dear. They just got to look ahead.
Not that bad. It looked really bad. It was really bad, but they get the point. Now you only have 2:22 on the clock and counting to make something out of it, right? Where you're going to have double support ults with that EMP here, so that should be a fight win in theory for the Atlanta Reign. You can play pretty aggressive around these ults, and then you're probably looking like, oh, well, there goes Flora again. So, I mean, I think you just see, Mitch, like how much more effective the D.Va is, right? Like being able to just finish these kills off solo.
He's 8 and
Hawk,
1.
Hawk able to get out with his life. And look at this.
Hawk has 9,000 damage per 10.
Yeah, now you get this EMP off. I mean,
Gangnam Jim, yeah, he's the first one in Speedily sights, and it's an easy kill. Transcendence now from Vigilante to try and back this up because it's quite aggressive from the Atlanta Reign, and Hawk just clambers back in.
Is it odd? I fully expected another remake kill there.
Oh, yeah,
They're really rare. I fully expected a remake kill.
Get caught under that or something ridiculous. Hawk can do no wrong, ladies and gentlemen. The Midas touch today where it really counts. 1 minute and 23 on the clock for New York to try and figure out a way to get out of this stranglehold.
Yeah, and look at, like, he gets Kellen almost to half and then able to use the defense matrix, keeps himself pretty topped up. So they got rid of Speedley's translocator here. We're looking at Yaki's POV. Is he going to try and make a play for the supports? Looks like he did.
Took a face
He took a huge, like a big chunk of damage there.
All right. Vigilante, can you do it again? There's the stick. It's a good one. Vigilante's down there. Ultraviolet nanos, I think, to try and keep him alive. It cannot.
Yeah.
Ho1 finds him there with a biotic grenade. Ho1, by the way, with almost 15,000 healing per 10. Ultraviolet has that right now.
He's hit some big biotic grenades, Ho1. They just have not been able to capitalize on a lot of it. Right there, they actually end up Atlanta Reign using that nano boost onto Vigilante and not able to keep him up through it. So New York, good collapse there onto the supports. 27 seconds on the clock, though. You have both flankers here still alive as Yaki will take out Vigilante up to spawn, but is that enough? Oh, actually, the Transcendence gets forced out here. I believe that's by Venom.
Yeah, they double back as well for Kellen, who was hacked, so maybe concerned there for New York that they sort of lose their ability to push here, but they might get away with this. Yeah, the Atlanta Reign are a little bit of disarray at this point here, Matt. Get cleaned up by New York, and they have a crack at this now, a real shot.
Absolutely, as Yaki gets an early first pick, and you're able to capitalize on that again. So being able to make plays for these supports, that's what's making the difference here for New York. Is the payload will get moving around the corner as Kellen trying to control some of that high ground, but that Discord, the Diva damage, too much. So he has to back down for just a sec.
Once again, runs into Kellen. See how Winston tends to come out second best in those head-to-heads. Not too many duelists in the game like Diva. Yaki gets picked off here. This is dangerous. Venom's in. He's in. An uncharacteristic miss of the pulse bomb here, but he still had an incredible map. And there's another one. Ho1 surely going to be in trouble. Somehow, a good fighter grenade at the feet there, but eventually gets brought down. Venom picked off by Flora. Hawk in trouble. He just remech, so wants to return to the rest of his team, but there's plenty of action here for Atlanta. They've got to be careful, though. Hawk desuited again.
Yeah, maybe you didn't need to push in that far as Ultraviolet and Vigilante trying to keep themselves alive here. Oh, that's a big EMP over the top and a nano on the Speedly.
They were safe. The bubble was there. New York thought they could play from inside of that. Flora's playing aggressively as a result of that. Speedly just makes that disappear in a click of his fingers. And that 12 seconds remain in the round here for New York to get some value out of this Transcendence. Yaki wants to go forward, but his pulse bomb gets eaten up. Vigilante goes for the Transcendence here. Still pressure on Ultraviolet, but Vigilante is tending towards his backline, making sure Ultraviolet can stay alive. And Yaki, it's a desperate push. Gangnam Jin can't get to him, and that's a stick from Venom. How does he develop these pulse bombs so quickly? He gets a pulse bomb so often. 1 minute 15 per bomb. It's ridiculous. Flora, though, with 2.
Flora with like 3 or so with the overclock, and you'll keep this moving now as the Atlanta Reign, they use a lot of ultimates here. You're going to get lots of players back. Pretty much everybody here, full strength for New York, so you have a real shot at this.
Venom onto the card here. Yaki with that Harmony Orb, and Ultraviolet can't do much with the Winston bubble in play. Flora, safe positioning here. He's had an incredible map, or at least the last few minutes have been outstanding for him. Hawk is doused with a biotic grenade, and Vigilante falls. He tries to challenge Flora on that angle. Venom gets rid of the main tank here, but Speedily is down, so now Hawk needs to step up, and he does. Gets rid of Yaki now, self-destruct, but he's picked off in midair. He still gets Gangnam Jim, another self-destruct kill. Flora trying to do everything on his own. Ultraviolet now stepping up to the plate, and the sleep dart is good. The nano boost on Flora, he's fuming. He can't believe it. The Atlanta Reign shut New York down here, just as they were starting to find a second wind, but ultimately too little, too late.
I feel terrible for Flora. Like, he played so sick there towards the end in the OT. And Ultraviolet just with a perfect sleep dart right in. Like, if you're not going to hit that sleep, he's got the nano there, and with the way he's shooting, who knows what happens. Is you needed to kill 3 or 4 to keep this going for New York, and it was not enough at the end.
That's just unbelievable there from rather Flora. Incredible stuff here. Something about New York DPS and trying to carry the game themselves at times, and Flora almost did. Incredible performance there. We're all back and forth stuff, but eventually the Reign come out on top, looking a little more solid, at least. New York have something to go on now. Chance to lift their spirits after a very difficult map. Stick around for map number 3. Summer Showdown may have ended, but Happy Genji is still bringing the summer vibes. You can grab the Summer Showdown Legendary skin for just 200 League tokens. Tokens that you can now get, by the way, on Pick'ems, but that's another story. Make sure you get your hands on that one to own a piece of OWL history September 6th onwards. How much longer it's on available for? You should probably snap it up now, because who knows? Here today, gone tomorrow. Isn't that what they say, Matthew?
You might as well. Yeah. Couldn't hurt. Everybody plays some Genji, whether they're good at it or not.
Oh yeah, I'm practicing for Kiriko Genji. Don't worry, that's how I'm getting my reps in. Talk to me about what happened in the second half of that Kings Row round. Because first of all, it was just like it was a comedy of errors for New York, or just pain because the Atlanta Reign were just playing some top level Overwatch. Then though, they get a foot in the door, don't they? And it starts to get a little dicey.
Yeah, Yaki was actually able to make plays for the supports where they weren't doing a good of job as they were, and kind of like pass around the Atlanta Reign, like maybe peeling back for them, giving them some more help. And Yaki was making them pay for it. They started to get the payload moving, and towards the end, I mean, it was really just Flora just trying to keep them alive all throughout. But I mean, I guess is that like kind of the story with New York, that their season is like they get these sick games from like some of their DPS players, and it's just like you can't exactly just like win that way, like just by the recipe for winning is not just Yaki kill 4 players or
it's Flora go
try and
kill or
like
Yaki
5.
go kill. Yep.
Yeah, like it just doesn't feel like they and it's like I actually don't even know really from like kind of perspective, because they've like made so many changes and whatnot with like supports and here and there. Like it almost kind of feels like they're just putting their resources into those players and just hoping they do that. I just don't know if you can win consistently doing that, which I think, judging by their record, right, I think it's true.
Well, I hope Flora's still wearing those carry pants, mate. Because he's got a new opponent now in the form of Kai getting subbed in here for the Atlanta Reign. Now, last time we saw Atlanta on this map, they actually brought Nero in. You remember Nero played the Genji, I think, mostly. Maybe there was some Hanzo there. I do remember the Genji. So Venom instead is going to be picking up the role. It was a shaky map for Atlanta. It was in that Toronto matchup there, obviously. Started to run out of steam there when we really saw Hisu step up to the plate. Finale also strong in that series. So
Is this all the playtime we're going to get from Moira in Overwatch 2? Just the piano play?
She's very precise, you know what I mean? When you really need to make sure you hit the right keys.
I feel like this is a good map for Atlanta. You can bring Kai in to play Widow, which we know he's incredible on.
Yep.
But then also having Hawk on Sigma, like one of the better Sigmas in the league, I believe.
Do you have an opinion on Ultraviolet as a Baptiste player, really?
I don't think we've seen like enough of it throughout this season. But
we know we were really excited about his Ana, right? We've kind of always really enjoyed that. The Baptiste, though, he has played it, but perhaps not as memorable showing, and that might just be the hero, really.
Well, look, judging by his performances on all the other supports we've seen him play, I think he's going to be just fine on the BAP as Yaki gets the high ground here. Yeah, he gets right up in there trying to put some pressure on the Kai.
Well, that's why, Yaki obviously needs to be doing that frequently. Giving Kai free reign seems like a very dangerous proposition. Kai still gets this very long sight line here, which means Atlanta are rounding the corner. This next little bit, between here and the checkpoints where it gets harder for Kai to get value, unless New York overextend. They are extending now, but Flora, look at that, hits the ground. And the shot finds ahead of Vigilante almost instantly. Woo, okay.
Right.
Carry pants still buckled on.
And you just see how aggressive Yaki is. Like, they get an early...
Okay,
the way you set that up is, he's doing it, and then he just missed the grapple like 4 times. It's like, oh man, it's a special move.
You have to allow the story to have a foothold, right? It doesn't take it, that's not on me. That's all I'm
You got us all built up, like something crazy is gonna happen.
Oh man, starting to sound like a Florida AM. Oh dear! Okay, Venom. All right, couple bloopers here. A little bit of
good amp matrix here, and immortality field from Ultraviolet, keeping like everybody alive with the Gravitic Plus. That was a nice.
Yaki keeps the pressure on though. He knew that accretion was headed his way, so he just ducks back around the corner. Kai needs to find something here, but very limited opportunity. Here's a grapple again. Doesn't find anything with that, and that's the amp matrix from New York. Oh my god.
Yaki's gonna go right in with this blade, yeah.
Immortality field for Kai. Oh, the accretion hawk! Damn, the man like a trebuchet with an ACOG sight strapped to it. Love it.
Yeah, and now I think you're going to start to see the Atlanta Reign make some progress here with the payload. Probably get this a checkpoint. There have been a few times where we've seen Yaki, he goes in, like he's like taking big chunks of damage and then dashing in, especially when they have the immortality field on the other side. I mean,
that seems reasonable though, man, the blade, but there's an immortality field and a bloody boulder coming in.
So this is interesting. Flora will stay on the Widow, but Yaki now will pick up the Sojourn.
Okay.
So going, I mean, Sojourn not really like a hit scan per se, but going with like 2 like medium to longer range damage dealers here to combo with the Sigma leads me to believe they want to play a little bit more defensive.
Yaki, who spent much of his time before this team playing alongside BQB, not really a lot of opportunities to show what kind of hit scan player he was, but again, Sojourn just a really solid pick here, and this amp matrix is a moving and schmoving, Matt. That's an incredible gravitic flux. How does he catch everyone in there? Flora gets Hawk on the way down. That's beautiful from Kellen.
Yeah, and even with the Transcendence, it's not enough to keep Hawk alive, right? So this should force the Atlanta Reign backwards. It's just a matter of how far back. So that's a pulse bomb from Venom. Doesn't get anything.
Kai knows he's done.
And now they'll push up. Starting to be a good defense here from New York on this second checkpoint. Let's just see if they can live through some more of this. Is out. Nice shot there. Yes, Yaki is able to take out Venom, so you start to get some staggers here. It's really good.
Give it to you by the numbers here. Hawk is accounting for 42% of his team's damage right now. Kai and Venom only have one final blow each. Flora has 3, Yaki has 2.
My ultimate's almost ready.
Oh, okay.
Fast is the switch over to the Hanzo. So if you want to play the Sojourn, yeah, we'll play double sniper here. Which gives them even more range, right? Than the composition that New York has.
Kellen now, harder for him to do this. Hawk will pressure that shield down, so will Ultraviolet, but now the Storm Arrow as well to make it harder to actually create a staging ground. And there it is, Hawk catches Kellen inside the Gravitic Flux. Not as flashy as Kellen's, but actually gets the same amount of kills ultimately.
Now
and then again,
Hawk
takes space.
At this point, with these kind of compositions, you feel like Hawk will have just an advantage in terms of his shield, right? Not now, as it takes a ton of damage as he's trying to move up, but in kind of the mirror, right, where they're kind of like both at full strength, having that Hanzo in play, able to burst those shields in with the Storm Arrows.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Vigilante. That's really just speculation from him, and he gets the jackpot in reward.
So New York will take high ground here. Infrasight was used by Kai, so that'll buy some space here for the Reign. Ooh. He was like an inch off there, I think, from a headshot.
Real close. That would have opened things right up here. Would have allowed Venom to start to pressure Yaki even further, who already is playing pretty safely from what we can see. Yep, back here behind Kellen. Is he trying to wrap around? He's thinking about it. This is such a Yaki move. Here he goes.
He falls back.
Maybe not a lot of target for him to take. Minute 40 still here for the Reign. And there's the Ant Matrix. Okay, they moved into the low ground. So Gravitic Flux here should find purges. And yeah, everyone takes a ton of damage. Immortality Field not used as far as we can see. And is a Dragon Strike.
I think the Immortality Field was used. They just didn't have to use the Transcendence because nobody actually was able to get in there and put any extra damage down.
Gotcha. Kai gets Yaki. There it is. Tough for Yaki to play against Hanzo Widow with this setup, and Venom knows exactly what's on the other side of that. Gangnam Jin comes in, but the damage is already done. Flora's down as well, and there's no DPS left. So now Gangnam Jin destroys himself at the cart, but everybody is there for the Atlanta Reign. Kai is a safe position now. The Infrasight to make matters worse. He knows where Gangnam Jin is, who's had a great couple of moments, couple of kills. Far from enough, though, as Atlanta get the job done.
Yes, they finish the map with some time remaining as well. Some of those shots from Venom able to access the high ground there on Hanzo. Sick towards the end where, you know, even when we were watching Venom doing that, you know, Kai was actually able to land like 2 headshots back to back there, which really opened it up. But that Gravitic Flux from Kellen, it was good, it was big, it hit everybody, but there was just absolutely no follow through inside that small room.
Well, what's crazy to me is that, you know, you look at the health bars when they happen, you don't actually see the little indicator that shows that they're being kept alive via Immortality Field.
Yeah.
So it's possible that Atlanta don't use it or you know, don't have a chance to use it adequately. Either way, they don't lose anyone to it at all. So, you know, you have to wonder what the plan is there for Kellen. It's correct, right? Maybe he's trying to make it so Atlanta can't make use of that Ant Matrix for a time, but there's got to be another component to that plan. It's another great flux, but who is in there?
Yeah, there's nobody there to make a play.
Oh, this is how it went down? Oh, that is swaggy. Holy moly. And then he gets another DPS.
And this is when, yeah, Venom takes out Ho-On at the top, so you get both DPS and the Batista out at that point. I mean, that is a massive kills there.
And again, Kai has a really quiet round up until that point. He doubled his kills for the round in that moment. It just goes to show, really, it's It's not really about how many, but sort of the context of those eliminations is when they occur. Most of Atlanta have at least... Everyone in Atlanta has at least 3 final blows. Gangnam Jin leads his team in final blows right now, 4.
What do you think about the Widow comboed with the Sojourn?
Well,
like, what's your thoughts on that?
So Sojourn's really susceptible when she has to deal with 2 snipers. You can keep track of the Widow to some degree, right? But when there's a Hanzo looking for you, it's kind of scary. You can get away from an enemy tracer, like Venom might try and harass here, but you have some mobility. It's just... Kai is always going to be a threat to you.
Right. Yeah, the issue is like yeah, I think maybe you're a little bit more, you know, stable and a little bit easier to defend against this Tracer. But the Widow is a real issue for you.
And even there, like, you know, Yaki pushed up to look for something, right? Fair enough, make use of that that mobility, but Venom has probably taken that kind of matchup thousands of times.
I just wonder if, like,
dirty.
what's, like, the... Why do that versus, like, play a Tracer of your own or a Genji or something like that, right? And maybe it is to just kind of, like, play a little bit slower, help out a little bit more, but...
You might have just got your answer, actually, from what Gangnam Jin was just able to do. It's so difficult to dive Zens. And with Immortality Field down, now if it's like an Ana Zen backline, you probably do it, right? Venom goes 11-3 in the first map against an Ana Zen backline. But when Batista able to sort of save the life of the Zen, also have like, he can randomly like triple dink you, you know, if you're a Tracer and you're just like, oh, I guess I'm dead if I get breathed on here by the Zen. Vigilante's also shown that he's like a top Zen in dealing with Tracer dives, so. Also, what are your flank fruits like attacking here, man? Probably not very good, right?
True. Yeah, I mean, if anything, you'd have to play Genji, right?
Yeah. And that's what we normally see quite often. And we even see like Sojourn Genji on this map during like the Junkie Goats meta as well. All right, so there's that Immortality Field down. Flora's able to find Ultraviolet here. And yeah, the Gravitic Flux is a pretty darn good one. Again, Atlanta tend to suffer on defense so far this week on this map.
Yeah,
Jin is just popping off.
Kai gets 1, but it's not going to be good enough to get a hold, as that'll be point A taken. For New York in a relatively fast time, right? I mean, they have 4 minutes and 20 on the clock to get this second checkpoint. So you'll have you have your Infrasight here, your Transcendence, you'll have your Overclock. So some good ultimates to be able to, you know, potentially take this second checkpoint. Because remember, like, it's also difficult to finish this map, and it's also like really difficult to finish with time, right? Because Atlanta still does have that 56 seconds they finish with.
I mean, I'm looking for Venom here to have big impact. He has to deal with Gangnam Jin, the constant threat. I think the aforementioned just forced the recall out of Venom to try to go in. Pulse here for Venom, so that, you know, that really high stick rate, he probably needs to continue to pad. No connection there, but hey, Flora walks into the blast radius of it anyway. So good start here. Finds that first pick, and Atlanta back it up with a Transcendence. This means Venom can play with inside that, be a frontliner for a time. Still, New York want to push up despite not having the Widow.
Yeah, I mean, you still have some pressure here. So Vigilante gets low, as now you probably have to back up. You've lost your Zen for that
why
extra
was
damage.
He cooking there? You see what Gangnam Jin was? Man, New York is full of players that are like, I'm going to carry the team now. I'm going to make the play to really turn this around. Some really ambitious individuals.
Yeah,
that flank from Gangnam Jin was...
The thing is like you can't make one play and win the game, right? It's like a series of like hundreds of plays, where sometimes I think when you get into these type of situations as a player, you're just like pressing a little bit to make the play, right? The issue is you can't have like multiple people think that way. I mean, it's really even hard to have one person think that way.
All right, New York. Flora's probing here. Yeah, knows that Vigilante is going to be hovering on that sort of stairwell, and someone probably will be peeking every now and then to get an idea of where Flora is. Venom down, but it's traded. Gangnam Jin is missing. Pretty key piece here for New York's setup is out of the picture.
This is a Flux from...
Yeah, Solo
okay,
Flux
yeah.
on Hawk there.
No, I mean, that's one out of Kellen.
Yeah, onto Hawk.
Oh, yeah, and he doesn't get anything, though. I mean, play around that
Yaki,
corner.
I mean, Yaki's been pretty consistent here. Yaki should be fine if he drops down to 100. No ability really for Atlanta to follow that up. Immortality Field was in play. Ho1 cleverly deploys that one. And yeah, Yaki now can get aggressive here. Venom's back, though. This is scary. Infrasight's in play. Card is 3 meters away. Oh, another one from Venom. These pulses, man. They don't even have to be sticks in some cases, right? This time catches Gangnam Jin inside of it. Not the most mobile hero. Yaki able to burn Venom down, though, and Hawk can step out. This is more stall. Not terrible now. Look at the clock, Matt. They managed to burn this down pretty admirably.
About 3 minutes.
Yaki's starting. really get the work done here.
Yeah, they burn about 3 minutes, though, in totality. So pretty good contest defense there from the Atlanta Reign. They'll now go back to the Sigma-based composition, and this will be the toughest stretch for New York. Can they complete the map?
Good to see you.
That's how it worked last time, right? A lot of space for your backliners here. Venom on the Hanzo, so much less ability to harass New York. Kellen going with Yaki and Gangnam Jin primarily here, just forced back by Hawk. That's just due diligence by Atlanta's tank there, making sure that New York don't get too much free real estate here.
And they'll switch Venom over to the Hanzo here for just more long range. More pressure onto the Widow, and then also, I mean, trying to push into a Dragon here at the end is pretty difficult.
That's something with the
Sonic
tick rate on the
headshot.
Observer side, but you don't even see that, right? He knows it's coming, but Kellen barely peeks around a corner. There it is. Venom strikes, and Kai is not to be outdone. Those 2 kills, it's over for New York here.
Oh. It's Venom instead of Kai this time, as now New York pushed all the way back to their spawn. It's a minute 40 on the clock. If you're Atlanta, you don't have to really use any ultimates. You're Kellen in a really bad spot. Yeah, he's going to get dropped, so you're just kind of getting staggered out here.
Venom is starting to shed the moniker, I think, of Tracer Specialist on this kind of map. And this is, you know, what in the past, you know, Nero would come in and provide this extra Hanzo pressure. Venom's hero pool starting to resemble that of Pelicans a little more.
Yeah.
Who was also a great Hanzo combined with his Tracer play. Dragon Strike, that's going to keep you in spawn for a time, as Ho1 did use that air matrix. Hard to find value from it here with the bunker right in front of them. Okay, here's an Atlanta Reign air matrix. This one could be a little bit scarier. Kellen has to drop down inside that one and can't spend too much time in the air as a result of it. Venom's down. Kellen eventually gets rid of him, even with the Immortality Field deployed by Ultraviolet. Hawk might go for a flux here again to slow New York down. With Kellen out of the picture, that's looking more and more likely now. Yep. Gangnam Jin caught inside that.
Where's Ultraviolet? Just killing everybody off to the
Sitting
side.
at the back. Yep, just sitting at the back, Matt. I think he wrapped on the left. You might be right there. I think he was with
Kai on
Kai.
the side, yeah.
Bad to worse now for New York. Hawk still not done as well. Every second on this spawn camp is essentially a free one because the cart's been sliding back this whole time.
Where is Kai?
Look at the look on his face, an impish grin. Kai, you had better get some value here, friend. Don't worry about it, Governor.
Oh, come on.
Come on!
Oh, fires off a shot there as Yaki over to the Genji. Now picks up 3.
Really? Hawk brought down here. I mean, it's not really Kai's fault. I mean, it just so happens that the rest of his team get rolled, and Flora kills Kai as he tries to flank them anyway. So, all right, we've shaken off the silly juice. Atlanta Reign have another full fight here. Hawk switching to the Diva.
Yeah, Matrix as well here for Ultraviolet. Gets hit with an accretion, but... Oh, Yaki just takes so much damage on the high ground, man.
Ultraviolet ain't missing right now, Matt. This Baptiste round has been sick. I guess you have an opinion on it now. I definitely do. Immortality Field, forget about it. Venom burns that down instantly, and Atlanta Reign are going to end the series here. They play with their food, it seems, but eventually Atlanta Reign deliver that southern hospitality to the Excelsior and deliver them a pretty staunch 3-0.
Yeah, it really kind of, obviously the scores 3-2, 3-2 on the last 2 maps. A lot of it was dominated by the Atlanta Reign, though. Like, last-second heroics times for New York, but really, it's all Atlanta Reign here today.
Yeah. Great map for Ultraviolet. 9 final blows, 6 deaths. Kai has 14 of those, and Venom 12. Great to see Venom be able to move over to the Hanzo and have pretty solid impact. Again, we talk about, okay, extra pressure on a Sojourn. She doesn't feel great against either Widow or Hanzo and sort of, you know, outside of having Rail all the time. But it's also that shield pressure, right? Make it a little bit harder for Kellen to continue to advance, Art to move forward here. Really impressive stuff from the Atlanta Reign. I would suggest that New York, on an individual level, continue to impress us. It's never been an issue for this team. But that's why it's all the more remarkable that they're currently sitting at, what, 4 and 15, 4 and 16 now, this team.
Right, we see the individual heroics at times, but like we talked about throughout the series, like those are just not good enough to get wins when you have teams in the league who can have those individual moments of success, but then also play really well and coordinate as a team. And when you try and press a little bit, make those plays, and I think it's probably tough now that you started off, as poorly as you did this season, because you're just trying to make up so much ground and feel like you have to make those plays. It's difficult when you play a team like the Atlanta Reign, who is just so well positioned. Everybody knows what to do at the right times in terms of hero swaps, positioning as well. It's tough.
New York are a team that present quite a conundrum for their coaches for sure, and figuring out where to go from here. But let's talk about a player of the match, right? Someone who comes in here and straight away has a huge impact on the game. Hawk starts the series, Venom starts the series on the Tracer, right? And it's really impressive. We've discussed a little bit about what an Arnezen backline means for an enemy Tracer player. And although Gangnam Jin did a great job of, headlining a lot of these sort of fights in terms of first blows, Venom gets in there and really just wrecks them. And the Tracer, of course, on Kicks Row, pretty magical stuff.
Yeah, I mean, he was always able to land those pulse bombs, it seemed, time and time after again. And it just no real help for the supports there for New York. Not the ability to play the Diva and have some of the peel that, the luxury, that Ultraviolet and Vigilante had. And you can see what happens when you don't play like that and you have a star Tracer on the other team. They're able to pop off and make a huge impact in the course of the game.
Now, showing some flexibility, which is pretty important, I think, at this level. So not just a Tracer specialist, but when he gets to play that Tracer, pretty impressive stuff. Now, his attach rate, unfortunately, drops from 75% after that first map here. But still getting a lot of value out of those pulse bomb kills and building them really quickly, about 1 minute and 15, 1 minute and 5 seconds at one point I saw for Venom. So that in and of itself, very impressive. Tracer is back. It's a great time for her. And it's a great time for those dedicated Tracer pilots like Venom. Atlanta again showing a lot of depth in their DPS roster, especially with Kai coming in that last map to do what he does best, Matthew.
And also seeing Venom being able to flex over and play some of the Hanzo. I think as he kind of grows as a player and expands his hero pool, I think you're just going to see better things.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Atlanta Reign on the up and up. It is their time for New York. Back to the drawing board for the 11th time this season. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to head to the break. We'll head to the truck for a break, and when we return, we've got more here on your Sunday of our first week of Countdown Cup qualifiers. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, don't trade that. No stare.
Breaking shield. Seeing no ship.
Rocked.
1-on-1.
Hold on,
Take one. Pop. Nice.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Vigilante from Atlanta Reign, coming off a great victory against the New York Excelsior. Vigilante, so I think this is my first time talking to you after you came into the Atlanta Reign, and you guys have been looking really good. So I just want to hear from you. How has your time been on the Atlanta Reign so far? 자, 첫 번째 질문, 오늘 승리를 너무나 축하드리면서 요즘 들어서 굉장히 상승세를 타고 있는 아틀란타라고 저는 생각을 합니다. 거기서 이제 좀 굉장히 중요한 파트를 맡고 있는 비질란테 선수이신데 아틀란타에 들어와서 제가 좀 인터뷰를 처음 하는 거라서 개인적인 좀 어떻게 소감을 듣고 싶어요. 이번에 아틀란타에 들어오게 되면서 좀 어떠신가요? 뭐 팀적 분위기나 뭐 이런 거 다 좋으신가요?
네, 외국 애들하고 처음 지내는 거기도 하고 영어 쓰는 팀이 처음이라 어려움이 좀 많았는데 애들이 되게 착하고 제가 적응을 잘할 수 있는 환경을 만들어줘서 잘하고 있는 것 같아요.
Alright, this is my first time being in a mixed roster. Not only that, sort of playing with non-Korean players. So coming in, it was sort of difficult, but all the teammates, all the coaching staff, everyone involved in the Atlanta Reign, they were super nice, and they made a very safe and sort of warm environment for me to really flourish in this team. And I think I could really see that in today's match as well. All of your teammates have been phenomenal, and you as well. And I think I want to sort of talk about you and the synergy you and UV Ultraviolet have, because you guys haven't had a lot of time to play with on stage, but now you guys, I definitely feel like you guys have that synergy going on. So is there like a special training regimen that you guys have for the support duo for the Atlanta Reign? 자, 두 번째 질문은 방금 말씀하신 것처럼 이렇게 외국 선수분들이랑 이렇게 보면은 되게 굉장히 시너지나 이런 팀워크가 굉장히 좋은 것 같아요. 특히나 이제 또 비질란테 선수와 UB 선수, 이제 또 우리 아틀란타 팀의 서포터 듀오가 굉장히 좀 좋은 시너지를 이루고 있다고 제가 좀 생각을 하는데, 어떻게 보면은 그렇게 오랜 시간 동안 같이 한 게 아니라서 그럼에도 불구하고 이렇게 잘할 수 있는 이유가 좀 따로 있나요? 좀 이렇게 둘만의 좀 이렇게 특별한 이렇게 트레이닝이나 이런 게 따로 있나요?
저랑 울트라바이올렛이랑 처음에 플레이 스타일이 많이 달라서 애를 좀 먹었었는데 저랑 얘기를 엄청 많이 했어요, 따로 개인적으로. 그래서 저희 서로 플레이 스타일도 맞춰가고 서로의 마음도 이제 어느 정도 다 알고 있어서 그 덕이지 않을까 싶습니다.
Alright, so of course with the Ultraviolet and me coming in, I think it was a lot more difficult because our play styles were completely different. So that was one of the problems that we had to fix. So in order to fix that problem, what we did was we talked a lot. We communicated in and out of game, sort of wanted to mix and sort of level out our differences. And I think as of right now, both me and UV, we sort of know how we feel, not only feel, and we sort of understand each other a lot more. All right, that is it for the interview, Vigilante. Thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 승리 너무나도 축하드리면서 보내드리도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Atlanta coming off a great victory against the New York Excelsior, 3-0. I think New York Excelsior on their defensive circular rail was amazing. Flora popped off, but it just wasn't enough for Atlanta Reign and Venom.
Yeah, yeah. And there's a couple of storylines that come out of here. Atlanta Reign is the better team. We expected that coming into this series. And I think you start to see some of the cracks of the New York Excelsior. We always talk about they have great players, and you can see that individually. They had great moments of being exceptional across the board, but I think overall, Atlanta Reign, the way that they coordinate their dives, the way that they work together, also just how they play a little bit differently with Hawk and Speedily in the lineup. Just New York Excelsior did not have a great answer to that. As you said, Flora could not do more on this King's Row to try and sort of get them across the line. You can see the pain and frustration as he almost pushed them across the line on their own attack, but it's starting to get a little bit more difficult because they don't have the flexibility on this New York Excelsior. They don't have enough players really to sort of switch to if they need to. And Kellen doesn't really have that diversity that some of the other tanks do have in this stage.
Yeah, you gotta give him credit. He picked up the Sigma and he had a pretty, good attempt at the Sigma as well. I wouldn't say he was a huge crutch or anything. Flora popped off, as you mentioned, and this is what we said going into the matchup. Flora needs to pop off in this matchup. The problem is, Flora was popping off, but so was Venom, so was Kai.
Yeah.
So was Ultraviolet here in spawn getting a 3K, right? So it was just too overwhelming. The Atlanta Reign, I think this is such an awesome squad of players. Like really, because when you think about it, when you look at this roster, at least when they were playing Speedily and Venom, it's Hawk. He's the only veteran on that roster. Hawk's been around since 2019, I believe. It was his first season in the Overwatch League. And then you got what? Venom's a rookie, Speedily is a rookie, Ultraviolet is a rookie, Vigilante is a rookie. The Atlanta Reign franchise is set up for success for like the next 2 to 3 years.
Yeah,
they have an unbelievable roster, so much talent on this team, and like so many of them are rookies just coming into the league and now like getting some experience within the league. So I'm just so impressed by this Atlanta Reign team.
Definitely, and I think this is a very good stage for the Atlanta Reign. They're already up 2 games, right?
Yeah, I will say next matchup is gonna be their first true test.
Who are they going up against?
San Francisco Shock.
They'd be the favorite.
Honestly, right now from what we
okay,
saw
come on now,
against-
come on now.
Yeah.
Shock have only lost 2 matches. Come on now.
Yeah.
Look, you might be like, oh, Atlanta Reign will pay, but come on now, it's a Shock. It's not the Nuke Excelsior. It's the Shock. It's a bit of a step up.
Yeah, and the Shock after a week of practice as well, right? Like, it's always going to be a challenge.
It's proper guys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we're definitely going to find out soon. But before that, our next match is Paris Eternal versus Dallas Fuel.
Here we go.
6.9% chance.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I'm confident. I'm happy with that number as well. Johnny, where are you at? Are you happy with the 1%?
1.17.
1.17. Okay, so it is. I'm just gonna say it's highly unlikely that Paris is gonna win. So, but if they want to have a chance, what do they have to do?
This is why we get paid.
Yeah,
to answer these
honestly,
questions.
I think it's come in and try and play your own game and make the Dallas feel uncomfortable. I don't think you're going to be able to just sort of come in and have the raw firepower that they do have on the Dallas Fuel, especially with how well Edison is playing these days. You know what to expect when the Dallas Fuel are coming out. They're going to want to put Hanbin onto that Zarya. They could easily come out with some interesting strategies. For all we know, we could see Mouthful move over to some Pharah, really sort of do something, force Hanbin onto that Diva. All of a sudden, things start getting wonky. They have a hard matchup here. You need to do something different if they want to get this win.
Yeah, you need to make Dallas feel uncomfortable, and that's really it. And there are multiple ways you can do it. You can make a team uncomfortable by stepping up the tempo quite a bit, where Dallas Fuel goes like, whoa, they're so aggressive, and like we have to play defensive, and like we're not quite ready for the aggression that Paris Eternal are bringing. Or you could go the opposite way, like we're playing some weird composition, like Paris Eternal bring out Torbjorn or something. Look, you gotta be situational with the
It
Torbjorn.
works for Shock, right?
Situational. But that's what I'm saying, like if you throw out a composition that Dallas Fuel perhaps aren't ready for, we saw that last stage against the Florida Mayhem, right? Remember that match against Florida Mayhem? Dallas Fuel are like, whoa, they're playing double flex support in Jote's meta, like we're not ready for this, right? So that could be like an option for the Paris Eternal to make Dallas Fuel like second, guess themselves and like try to overthink it a little bit, and that could mean you get more of a neutral matchup with Dallas Fuel aren't calculated and they don't have anything planned out that's scripted.
All right, I mean, we all said our sort of predictions and odds, the percentage for this matchup. I'm curious to see what our casters think. And for this matchup, we have Matt and Mitch back. What do you guys think? What are your percentage? What are your odds?
Zero.
It can't be zero, though. You have a degree, Mitch. It can't be zero.
My man.
There's always a chance.
Where you at?
Yeah,
Come
there's
on,
always
give
a
us some hope.
chance.
That's true. Actually, so the tenets of quantum physics also indicate that the ground could open up and swallow us all right now. There is like an infinitesimally small chance that could happen. So
It's been a good run. If that's the case, it's been a good run.
I would say like a 13.4% chance.
Wow,
that's way too high.
Paris wins.
Wait, what is that based on? What is that? What is the foundation for that number? Just
they
throw it
asked me
out.
to come up with a number, so I just came up with one.
There's like
That's
justification
statistics right there, Matt.
They didn't look too bad the other day when we watched them. They looked all right. Now the Dallas Fuel is a little bit of a different team that they're going up against.
Trying to make you kick? Can we just go back to that?
Well, what do you mean? I'm trying to just look. Paris looked the best they looked ever, probably. Well, maybe they looked better when they had the players that were on Dallas now. But
you mean the Element Mystic
this
team?
is the
Maybe,
best they've looked this season, though. This is the best they've looked this season. Where maybe they give them some trouble. You never know.
I
would say it's higher than zero.
It's
higher than zero.
That's a great salesman.
Maybe 13. Maybe 13.4 is a little high. But it falls somewhere in between there. No, I'm not gonna change.
Somewhere between
Okay.
0 and
That's what it is.
13.4.
Right, 13.4% chance. Look, obviously,
It's like the highest
okay.
we would give them. Yeah.
yeah, okay, that's on the high end, right? We need over on this.
Right.
Okay, Matt, look, fair enough. I asked for justification. I guess, you know, I shouldn't have expected too much different. Guys, it could be quick.
I justified it.
You guys, don't leave the truck. We might be back awful soon. So don't go too far. All right, don't get too comfortable. We might need to call you back in just a moment. All right, Scotty reckons 3-0 Paris victory. Look, okay, so look, we start this game. We're trying not to sell it. Well, Matt's trying to sell it, give it to you. We're obviously trying to be pretty honest. This is definitely David versus Goliath territory right now.
It is. It is, but the Paris Eternal played the best we've seen them play the other day. Yeah. Does that mean they're gonna win? Absolutely not. I don't think that's probably true. If I had to pick, I would take the Dallas Fuel in this game. But we have seen improvement finally, I would say, where we need to give the players some credit, right, with the situation that they've been dealt, that they're starting to play better.
Again, a few things we really like from their last outing, right? Krawi brings out the Orisa and gets some decent value out of her, right? We know that she is exploitable to some degree. And I also thought that the backline here, Rack Attack, Lukmino, very, very solid in that series earlier this week. And hey, you take a map, that's not a small thing. I think it's Dorado, right, where they're able to exploit London's sort of quirky Wrecking Ball-based composition. So it's clear that this team are capable of reading a situation and coming up with a response for it. That's something you should look for again in this series, because Dallas, you know, I don't know if they're going to serve you up some sort of gimmick, right? You definitely want to challenge them on a fundamental basis, and that's a great goal for Paris to aspire to in this matchup, I think.
Yeah, you think with Hanbin in to the starting lineup, right, for the Dallas Fuel, you're not going to see, like, Wrecking Ball type kind of compositions. You're probably going to see, like, Diva, you know, Junker Queen, maybe even some Orisa, right? Zarya-based stuff. Where I think that'll be kind of difficult here for the Paris Eternal is, you know, you are able to kind of capitalize on some of the compositions that maybe London played. I don't think you're going to get those same compositions here today against Dallas. How do you play inside the head-to-heads?
Yeah, great question. I also think that, you know, Hanbin is the kind of player, tank player that we've seen prefer to try and make the Zarya compositions work, right? This is the kind of team that, you know, played like Genji, Reaper, Zarya quite often when they sort of could. And it's like maps like Route 66, they're really good on. Defensively, these guys are really good. Their matchup against the Justice was typically close, because it always seems to be between those two teams. We didn't get to see a lot of the maps, right? I think both of our payload-based maps, it was 1 checkpoint to 0 with the final score. So Dallas, they attacked, they had some issues, but when it came to defense, they were definitely better. So Paris have to test them here. Malthul, I think, is the kind of player that's definitely going to have a lot on his plate trying to deal with this field of Chio setup here. He has to step up in this series. He struggled at times to really tax the support line's attention span enough to reduce their efficiency or effectiveness in Paris' last game. So keep an eye on that one, because that's definitely a key to victory for the Eternal. Get Malthul firing.
Yeah, and the first map in the set will be Nepal as you kind of look through, right? Circuit Royale should be good here for the Dallas Fuel, with Hanbin being able to play that Sigma at such a high level. I think if you're Paris, like, how do you steal one of these early maps, right? One of the first two to kind of get you that Colosseo, which is a little bit of a toss-up at times, and that's probably your path to victory of the series, right? Because I think you get to Circuit, right? I think that's where you can see probably the best version of the Fuel.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's where we get to at least see some of the elements of that team that become a little bit harder to counter, I suspect. Remember the Paris versus London matchup. We did see Ilios in the first match, and Nepal this time around. Paris had a slower start in that series, if you recall, but they were able to build up to find some strength. So, Krawi hovering the Orisa already. And the Eternal getting acquainted with the Fuel in more ways than one, apparently.
Paris looks, let's see what they come out and play here. They'll have, right now, it looks like, okay, so a Zarya setup here. They'll not have the Torb. It'll be Zarya with the Brig and the Ana as the Dallas Fuel. They'll play the Zarya as well. They want to get aggressive here with the Lucio and the Reaper.
340 charge there for Hanbin. Looks like the Eternal are ready for this. They got the Zarya comp of their own. Wub hacked here as Doha makes his presence felt briefly. Hanbin at 27 really and counting. Yeah, big bite grenade there as well. Dallas want to push in. They're not showing any respect, and Edison gets punished as a result. Wub is able to find that headshot. 4v4 right now, and Paris are beginning the capture of the point. Hanbin a little bit out at sea right now. Is he in a bit of danger? Yeah, he's chased down. That's what we want to see from Malthus. He gets rid of Hanbin.
Yes, they thought that they could actually play really aggressive there, the Dallas Fuel. And when they walk up and they're trying to make a play for Rack Attack, it's a biotic grenade that Fielder hits. They're trying to capitalize. They're not able to get in there fast enough. Wub hits a headshot there on Edison, takes him out. And you have the Paris Eternal in control of the point.
Great start for Paris. Exactly what they wanted, and Wub just really keeping a cool head despite Dallas being the ones that were applying pressure. Gold star for that one. Hanbin pretty close to that grab already after that first fight. Krawi not too far behind either. Malthus harassing. Fielder doesn't have a Brig. It's actually a Lucio there for Chio, so a little bit harder to deal with the Tracer, and oh, what a sleep. Yeah, Malthus gonna have to wait this one out as Chio gets his hands dirty. Hanbin's down to Wub again. Slightly flimsy in the front line. The Fuel as Krawi is anything but. He gets a nano boost now, is looking to push Chio away. Dallas again, struggling to really shift the Eternal.
Yeah, and I'm not sure you have the staying power here to be able to take the point. As it looks like one player is on it here. It looks like it's Chio. Just trying to maybe draw some players down, and Wub goes down there, kind of puts some pressure, and now Chio's back. Is Paris able to hold on yet again?
Yeah, Wub hacked there, I think, for a moment. Eventually got picked off, but Krawi gets rid of Fielder. Chio not quite in big territory, but his aggression carries him into the back line. He deals with Luke Mino, and now it's a rally from Rack Attack. Edison knows, yeah, Briggs just around the corner, but Paris are doing well. They're hard to shift. Dallas need to make the move. They need to respect this opponent.
Yeah, and Krawi is so charged up. They're trying to do everything they can to keep him alive. That's the sound barrier used by Chio. Now they push in. They give up a ton of percentage, though, to the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, 90 and counting. Really a very, very good start for Paris. What's tough for them in that fight is that they use, obviously, both of those support ultimates. They go through the grab there, don't get much out of it. Very much, though, this round is theirs to lose. The Eternal.
Gotta watch out for this Death Blossom now, right? Maybe like a Biotic Grenade comes in from Fielder here early and you're able to capitalize it. Yeah, it's Edison, he's tied.
Sneaky beaky. Is he going with the bubble here? Trying to plow through Rack Attack. Here's the Death Blossom. It's good. Luke Mino's down, and even Krawi gets picked up there. Dallas, for the cost of one ultimate, they get an entire fight win. And now they have a stagger on Malthus.
That is a full team wipe. So now you start to look at what do we got left here, right? If you're the Paris Eternal, you're building up towards this nano. You nanoed Krawi the last time. Able to just live a little bit through some of the Dallas Fuel onslaught. For Dallas, I think you're looking at like a big grab here at the choke. A grab plus like a Biotic Grenade to kill a player or two.
Dallas need to be squeaky clean for the rest of the round now. Leno Edison's there, hiding around the corner. He gets spotted. And Malthus! That's an environmental! Chio, another kill from him. Doing a lot of work. Quick shield bash away from Rack Attack here. Krawi gets nano, but he's going to get caught inside the grab. Oh, this is going wrong for Paris now. How do they hang on? Edison overextends into Rack Attack. But Hanbin is charging and charged up.
Yeah, as they want to get in and finish off some of these kills. The long range there on the Rack Attack. So, 80% now. Yeah, as he's done a nice job in terms of just being an aggressor, just being able to take out Malthus like that. Yeah, that's crazy. Is now you're having to push in here for the final attempt, maybe for the Paris Eternal. Wub gets really low.
It's an EMP here, Matt. From bad to worse now for the Paris Eternal. Yeah, they got those support ultimates for how much longer? That's the EMP, and they explode as Edison dives into the back line. Comes out, and the judges give a perfect 10 because the Fuel salvage a slow start into a dominant round win.
It's a really good start, though, from the Paris Eternal. Like, all things considered, even with a round loss, they still looked pretty good all throughout. Once they gave up control of the point, though, they were never able to get back.
And to be fair, I think this is the first time we've really seen Paris go for this Zarya composition. Wub looked excellent early on in the round. It's tough to deal with Dallas, though. Again, they're very good at rationing those ultimates. I think winning that last fight with just the Death Blossom, or the second to last one, right? That really hurts. It means that the Dallas Fuel constantly have great economy. Chio there.
Go for a Pulse Bomb, yeah. Just gets him with the right click.
Fielder stays alive. Pulse goes wide. It wasn't an environmental, but Chio with 7 final blows and 1 death, leading his team. Chio has as many final blows as the Paris Eternal.
I mean, not surprised with the way he's playing here early.
He's freaky.
They'll ditch the Sojourn, which is quite interesting because they kind of I thought the Sojourn was pretty effective at times, right? Like, that's how they get the point to begin with, where Wub actually able to get a kill onto Edison, but maybe they feel like the Sombra's a little bit stronger with hacks.
They forced Krawi's second bubble there with a hack. Off cooldown now, but that gets broken, he's dead. Yeah, great job by Paris there. They just taxed the defensive resources of Krawi, and guess what Edison has found? Okay, I like that from Luke Mino. I see you there. Over the head of the Reaper. Doesn't hit the sleep, though.
So now they're just putting the pressure on. I actually thought sticking with the Sojourn a little bit, gives them a little more consistent damage, would have made it a little bit easier maybe, but yeah, like you mentioned, Dallas forces out both of those bubbles from Krawi and then just capitalize right away. Biotic Grenade comes in and there's nothing Paris could do to battle back from it.
Edison finding a lot of success on the Reaper here. Maybe a little bit more concerned about dealing with a Sombra that can stop him in his tracks here, but Harmon looks really comfortable. Again, very sparing bubble usage. Look at this. He's almost run out of shield. He finally chooses to bubble himself.
Just so good at knowing when he's actually in danger or not, right? For Hanbin, that's a nano over to Edison as the Rack Attack shield's gone. Just gets left for Chio to handle.
You see what we mentioned about, you know, taxing support bandwidth here? Malthal is, again, not able to really command any respect from Fielder there. Misses the pulse and has to back out. Fielder just turns around and goes, okay, I can nano a teammate here, and we can just sort of settle in now to this hold.
Yeah, I'm not sure this is exactly it here for the Paris Eternal, this comp. Like, I still think I really like that look with the Sojourn a bit more. I think it was a little bit easier to execute, where this, if they're not actually able to put pressure or enough pressure onto Fielder and Chio, this is going to be a pretty quick round.
Krawi's hacked. Yep, caught inside that grab now. Yeah, has some bubbles left after the fact, but that's it. The problem, Matt, is that if Paris plays Sojourn, they need to play high ground with Xayah. Doesn't feel good. And it definitely doesn't really help them put any pressure
at least
on
maybe
Hanbin.
yeah, but maybe the disruptor shot and like extra consistent damage at like a medium to long range provides a deterrent for Dallas to just speed boost into you and run you down, because that's all that's happened.
11-1. He's 11 final blows. Oh, that's unreal. Here's the EMP from Wub. He's been holding on to this for a while, but Chio's still able to get the sound barrier off, and Hanbin is there. Luke Mino out of the picture now, and Paris starting to get desperate. It'll be a grab from Krawi in the next few moments. They're going to need it to work. Wub tries to pressure, but it's bubbled off. Now Krawi looks to fight. Not a lot of charge on the Xayah, but Paris get the point back. Dallas definitely want to keep the pressure up if they can, and Krawi is low. One bubble available, he uses it, 40 charge, grab here, Hanbin, bubbles himself, and Krawi goes down. Edison is on the scene now. Harmon's able to burn Rack Attack down, Malthal on the point with a pulse bomb here, but Doha and Edison are going to be an issue. Fantastic bio-nade from Luke Mino with just a sliver of health. That turns the fight around.
Yeah, as you got to give that up there if you're the Dallas Fuel, so able to battle back. Doha actually just assassinates Luke Mino here towards the end. And
he didn't have a bio for himself, Matt. He was a sliver of health, had to use the bio aggressively, so Doha just goes in and kills him.
And here comes the rest of Dallas.
Malthal blinking away. Hanbin not hacked, he got broken up there. Rack Attack though, can't say the same for him. Krawi blows up! Rack Attack almost booped into the Death Blossom. Chio looking to add to his tally. Luke Mino will get run down. A spark! A little bit of hope there for Paris Eternal at the end. But that'll be that. Have to translocate out there from a very low health Wub as Krawi steps up on the Doomfist. Forced away from the point now. Again, just wants to cycle those cooldowns if he possibly can here. 11-2 for Chio, 11-3 for Hanbin, 12-5 for Edison. A dominant round for the Dallas Fuel, especially that second one. Good looks here for Dallas as they look to continue to head towards the top of the standings.
And once they get rolling, the Paris Eternal have no answer for it. I think they're going to have to think of some different comps as we move in deeper into this series. But you mentioned Chio with a really good map number 1. And I know if he's not already in the conversation, I mean, Hanbin is he is becoming an MVP candidate in a real big way.
I mean, sorry, we're not forgetting about the Hanbin Junker Queen, right? That's still fresh in our minds, I hope. Yeah, he's definitely in the conversation. All right, people, don't go too far here. The Paris Eternal struggle to close out the map after such a good start. But it's clear to see that, yeah, I'm going to do it. The talent is there. So don't go far. We've got map number 2 coming up. And that's right, the battle for Texas is back. The Fuel and Outlaws renew their rivalry live on October 8th at Esports Stadium, Arlington. Join former Fuel stars Mickey and Taimu and watch the world premiere of the docuseries 5 Years of Fuel Before the Match. Tickets are on sale now. Kind of nice, right? Get a mini homestand feel for that Battle of Texas matchup. Great that we obviously get the Fuel and Outlaws put on that kind of show for local fans, so go and check that out. Might be some other special guests there as well, from what I'm hearing. Well worth it. All right, Matt. Gio having a pretty wild, I think, map in general, right? He ends up with like, 12 final blows. Pretty crazy stuff. Real aggressive play.
Yeah, I mean, just playing really well on the Lucio. I think he sometimes kind of gets maybe not lost in terms of like when we talk about the rest of the Dallas Fuel in terms of like you have so much star power right across the roster and like big name players.
He looks like he's playing a different hero than Lucio. I don't know, man. Like just so slick.
Yeah, whenever I watch like Lucio players, I always like, that looks super fun. And then I go into the game and I'm just basically just on the ground the entire time. Yeah. And I'm like, I'll just stick to watch Lucio. Yeah.
You can see that, you know, top Lucios really have a feel for it there, but very impressive stuff. Chio getting involved in a lot of those engagements there, and Dallas just demonstrating, hey, we are really more than happy to brawl. We'll play Zarya, we'll play Reaper, and we'll just run at you guys, and you're going to have to sort of beat us in that kind of head-to-head before you can even think about what else you're going to do on the rest of the map. So tough one there. Matt, you said you liked the Sojourn from Wab, especially on Sanctum early on. Eventually, he switches off that, goes towards Sombra, tries to maybe, you know, maybe he's trying to force bubbles out of a Harmbin with the hacks like we saw to Krawi, but either way, it seems like things got worse for Paris from then on.
I think the Sojourn just made them a little bit harder to just run down, right? Where I don't think they're going to be the ones that take the aggressive playstyle to the Dallas Fuel, where if they can play a little bit defensive or try and figure out a way to do so, why not? And the Sojourn, you were able to pick up Edison at the start. You were putting some big damage down on Hanbin. So I actually thought it was a pretty good look there for the Paris Eternal.
Chance to return to some elements of that here on Paraíso. Maybe even, you know, Krawi can play that diva that he seems to prefer. Definitely plenty of parts of this map where it can work. Paris will be on the attacking side to start with here. So they're going to have to come up with something. And we've seen like these Orisa plays, like try and sort of bully your way through. It's risky. It definitely seems hard to pull off. And you're going to do, again, against Dallas, like, you're going to wake up pretty early in the morning to sort of brute force this team out of their positions.
Are you a bit scared to select the diva, thinking that you're probably going to see a Zarya on the other side, where obviously we know how good that Zarya is against diva in those like kind of matchups?
Yeah, I'm probably even more scared of the Sombra, because you think about your job as the diva here, Matt, and you probably want to avoid Hanbin at all costs. You want to get past into someone like Fielder, but there are so many layers of sort of abstraction in trying to access an enemy Ana player. Chia, Bupu, Doha hacking you means you're done if you get aggressive, right? So you can't really do that. We're going to see this play out here in real time, which is excellent. I think Krawi's going to have to be pretty slow and steady here in terms of getting Paris in position to take advantage of their surroundings and then get a player advantage.
And Dallas continues to play the Lucio with this. So where we see teams play the Brig a lot and they play the Zen, they opt to just play the Lucio instead with the Ana. So it looks like they want to have that speed to be able to capitalize.
Recall there from Malthul, trying to find something. So that's the hack on Krawi. He doesn't seem too bothered by it there. So yeah, look, fairly stately pace from Paris here. Haven't found the opening they're looking for, so they're not overextending too much. Krawi thinks he can pressure Doha down. I tend to disagree, and so does he. Big bio-nade there as Krawi got hacked. Couldn't eat it up.
I was going to say, the timing between the hacks that come in from Doha and those biotic grenades from Fielder are massive, and that's going to be a tick.
More than.
Are they going to get back? That's going to be a second tick.
Doha revealed on his way back. Okay, he's actually able to, wow, hacking a Sombra. Not so easy to do. 2 ticks given over there.
Yeah, still pretty awesome though with the Paris Eternal, right? They get 2 ticks out of that. So you can watch here from Doha's POV. So, this is so dangerous because his translocator, his translocator's gone as well at that point.
Paris, no, they can now force positioning here from the Fuel. That pulse bomb, okay, doesn't find his target. It looks like a bit of
it looked like he
come
connected
down.
on the Edison and maybe he got bubbled.
Yes, that has to be it because we barely saw the bubble. So it must have come up like a half second before the explosion because no one really took damage. Here's Harman getting nanoed. He's at 80 charge. What defense matrix? I don't see it. Crowy. Like a can opener. Hanbin just carves him out the mech.
Yeah, and not sure if it's like even intentional there from Hanbin, but it looked like it, where Fielder was getting pressure from Malthal and he knew that like Wub was in the area and waited to use the bubble on it, Fielder, but like right as the hack came up to just kind of save him through that. So Hanbin just kind of displaying, well, he's on another level right now compared to all the tanks, being able to play so many different things at insanely high level as Doha getting set up here for a large EMP.
Pretty deep positioning for EMP. The rest of the fuel, as far as I can tell, are not really set up to do anything about this. So I think Doha wants to follow them for a time.
I think they're just game planning here.
Oh, Transcendence comes out just in time. Great stuff from
Get Lucamino though.
Despite there being Transcendence in play, Doha goes down, so you trade these. But Dallas are still just sitting back on the point. They realize they've given up 2 ticks, right? So less inclined to position that far forward. Carmen's bubble is drawn out. Grab here. EMP though, so that's not going to be happening. Oh, there it is. Edison, great deflect on rack attack there. Knew what was coming his way. Nano boost on Krawi here. Looks like the Eternal are putting their eggs in that basket right now. Great bio. Edison a little bit nervous right now, but there needs to be a cap attempt at some point. Krawi loses so much health during that hack duration, and yeah, he just runs off the edge, doesn't even make it there. Hanbin comes back with the vengeance.
And just great tools to use here for the Dallas Fuel, right? There's no EMP on the other side, so you got a free sound barrier to use whenever. You have your nano boost yet again. Hanbin with a grab. Lucamino has to go over and play the Batiste, probably just for the immortality field, to knowing they're going to have to live through some large damage.
Yeah, a lot of big ultimates coming up here. Krawi needs to eat the grab. And even then, no guarantees. Lucamino, yeah, he's down. Chio busts his way through the immortality field, gets rid of the Baptiste himself. Krawi carved out the mech here once more. Hanbin has a bubble for that. And these teams aren't playing the same game at all, Matthew. It is a chasm between the two as Dallas hold the Eternal off on point A.
And I get why Paris wants to play that Diva. We talked about some of these compositions on this map yesterday. But playing it into the Zarya is going to be tough here, at least on this first point, where you're not going to be able to get any like high ground or anything with your Zarya on offense. But playing the Diva makes it really difficult. You can't just kind of push onto the point and take that space because Zarya is going to be so charged up and just beam you down.
What's even scary is that Zarya then can just, when she chooses, she can just ignore the Diva, right? You saw that Hanbin got nanoed there and just ran at rack attack. And with the defense matrix in the way. It's a really difficult matchup already.
Yeah, we also didn't get to see it. It was off screen, but Chio gets rid of the immortality field and kills Lucamino at the same time.
I mean, yeah.
I mean, just next level stuff on the Lucio, where like you wouldn't really consider Lucio like a must pick in this type of meta. Let's see from Hanbin's POV here. Yeah, so this is that.
That is sick. That is sick. What a clutch bubble. Oh, man.
Hanbin, with the way obviously things have gone for the Shock and some of the tournaments and whatnot, I think Hanbin making a real serious case compared to like if you're kind of looking at like MVP frontrunners, what you're looking at like proper Hanbin, like players in that at that level where Hanbin's been so important for this team throughout the year, right?
Absolutely. I mean, it's crazy that you have a player like Fearless sat because of Hanbin, right?
Right, like how many other teams would sit a player like Fearless? I mean, like how they tank better than Fearless. Like, yeah, like he's probably on like every other team he'd probably be in all the time.
All right, Dallas get rid of Wub first. They find him after he tries to hack. Wub doing his job. That's what he has to do, disrupt, but no chance for Paris to really follow up on any of it, and this is getting ugly. Yep. Defense matrix there, not a factor. Okay. One by one.
Just kind of like clinical here as Maltha's in a lot of trouble. So doesn't look who we got here. Wub probably will get a touch. you'd think here, coming out in a second.
Harm is like one of those lasers from Diablo, right? They just spin around, spy checking, and there it is. The Dallas Fuel get it done. Pretty convincing. I mean, probably the most convincing map win we've seen in a little while here on Parizo, taking it to 2-0 in the series, and I'm sure there's no shortage of psychological impact on that one as well for Paris, who, again, had their best looks early on in the series, but those seem to be a million miles away now as they get absolutely worked. Hanbin has his way with the team. I mean, Chio just going aggressive there, getting solo kills. Everything you want to see from a dominant Paris, Dallas Fuel performance, you got. Paris can only hope for a shred of that dominance and see if they can find it. One more chance to make a comeback in this series. It's map 3 coming up.
the rally, they got the help, and they're going to collect this match. It's Wabby there with a double pulse. Yeah, look at that dart hitting the old skewed happy. But it's just done away, hit it. Here's Eternal Fighting.
Well, the Paris Eternal have an uphill battle ahead of them now, Matthew. They go 0-2 down in this series as we head into Circuit Royal. Dove comes in for Malthus, so you know this team's going to be trying to pull in a little bit of long-range hit scan presence. Paris have one more shot here to make this a competitive series.
Yeah, you have to bring in a long-range hit scan as we move into Circuit Royal. So you bring in Dove here for Malthus. Probably not a lot of Tracer being played from either team throughout this map. For me, I'm looking at like what do you see from Cry here? Do we see them play some type of like Sigma setup, right? Do we see them try and play like some Zarya Diva? Like what do we see from the tank position? Scary part is Hanbin can clearly play everything at an insane level. So it doesn't really matter kind of like what Hanbin runs. It's like kind of like trying to figure out your way for Paris Eternal, like the best avenue for success.
Sure. And against Circuit Royal, it's a map that's really predicated on whether or not your hit scan DPS can find an opening and then the rest of your team can exploit it. Slower pace, right? With these Sigma-based compositions, we don't see spawn camps like we did in sort of the Junker Queen metagame. So it feels like a bit more, not fair, but at least attacking teams have a chance to set up as they make their way around that first bend here. So Edison headed over towards the Widowmaker. You know, Gorio, for a map like this, was, for a time, the player that Dallas would look to for that long-range hit scan potential. Maybe we don't even know. Oh, Edison switching, okay.
Huh? Oh, the long-range piano play. I was like, what's that? I like that piano approach.
Thank you, Rack. Thank you, very cool. Okay, so Dallas are not playing any hit scan here, man.
No. They're going to continue to be the aggressor, play at a fast pace, whether it's with like the Sombra Reaper, this time it'll be the Sombra with the Genji for a little bit more high ground, as what will play the Sojourn, so you'll have Sojourn Widow with a Sigma here for the Eternal on offense.
Ah, I see. Look at Filter set up here. Yeah, just in case they push into that room. A world of hurt for the Eternal. Edison Genji, already a proven quantity, right? Really very, very good. We saw that actually in the Justice game, where he went absolutely hog wild in the first map. Like 11-1 or something similar. So very, very good. But Dove comes in, finds the first kill after that substitution, gets rid of Chio to start with here, and Dallas have to push up or run. One or the other.
In part of Chio's aggressive playstyle, you figured he would get picked off a little bit more like that, right? Where Edison is actually able to get some bubbles, stay alive long enough to be able to take out Wub, is you see Doha just still being a nuisance behind enemy lines.
Can they get rid of Hanbin here? I don't know if they have the tools to just get him out of that position. Chio dead again.
It's difficult to dislodge out of this position, right? I mean, look how charged up he is.
Okay, Hanbin's definitely been forced out of that room now. Yeah, Fielder got left in there. This is pretty messy stuff. Okay. Yeah, I think Dallas's game plan depends on them having like Hanbin and Fielder as a pivot inside that small room, but I think Chio just fed off cooldown there. He ran back in and got picked off by Kral.
Yeah, he kind of did run it down mid a little bit.
So
I actually think Dallas would have probably stayed in that fight longer if they kept Fielder alive. He had the nano and you had Hanbin really charged up.
Hanbin walked away from the guy. Letting him into that side room. Wub finds Doha there as he was trying to harass from the back line, but Edison can still have impact here. Good timing on the heels. In the nick of time, in fact, to keep him standing. Hanbin has a grab now. Again, you really have to break line of sight. You don't have shield outside of the bubbles that Zarya offers. In for sight there from Dub, now expiring, and so does his life force.
It's like he ends up grappling up like right into Edison.
No way.
Oh.
I can't believe he doubled back on that.
It's good for just one kill, the blade.
Thumbs his nose and is back to business.
a dub now goes over to Tracer, so already want to move away from the long-range hit scan, feeling the pressure. Oh.
Here's that EMP now. Yeah, Krawi caught in the middle of that one.
Yeah, but he was using the gravitic flux, though.
Yeah, he's lost that. The Eternal with the shooting gallery on the high ground. Rack attack rehacked. So he won't lose his shield, but Doha still able to work his way through it. Immortality Field came out there for Luke Mino as the Graviton Surge connected. He eventually will be brought down as well. Yeah, I
the
guess,
pace of play, this is just so fast, and obviously this is not the style of play that the Paris Eternal want.
Well, no, because Dallas aren't giving him any room. This is the kind of map where the teams almost, there's like a tacit agreement that you stand like far apart from each other with Sigmas and have your Widows try and kill each other. And then if your Widow wins, you get to move up one space.
They broke the agreement here, Dallas.
They did. Yeah.
So they have to know Rack Attack is going to be close to this Transcendence, so watch for the hacks onto him.
All right, Overclock for Wabi knows something is afoot here. Awkward viewing angle for him, but he gets good damage on Fielder even after Chio's sound barrier came in. Now Dallas, pretty far forward without that main source of healing. Yeah, Edison is not going to be able to hold on now. Wub hacked, it's a minor annoyance. So Paris will be able to get that first checkpoint here just in time.
I was going to say, can they back up enough to maybe contest again as Doha looks like he's going to come out of stealth, jump on the payload for a split second. That'll go into OT, but Paris Eternal finally get the payload over the line here on A as they're forced to play some different stuff here to get this going. And look at that, the Amp Matrix goes down, and Dallas with that speed boost of the Lucio, they just push right on through.
It's been the problem for the Eternal this entire map. Dallas aren't opting into the usual rules of engagement. But that EMP catches basically everyone on the Eternal side of things. While Doha gives his life up for it, it's still good for the rest of the fuel to follow up on. I mean, nothing is more clear an indication of how fast Dallas are playing than them being on the other side of the Amp Matrix, on the Eternal side of it.
Yeah, because Paris, they put it down. They're probably thinking we can get some high ground control here, set up a little bit, fire through the Matrix, and they just run right on through it. You don't really get much use out of it. So we'll see. Now, no support ults here available for the Paris Eternal. Maybe you can force out that Immortality Field if you're Dallas, then get a big blade from Edison.
Yeah, Edison had a bubble there. Now the blade. Oh! Oh, they were outside of the Amp Matrix. I think there might have been some help from Chio sending them back. Either way, Immortality Field, rather, from Luke Mino is brought down. And they're back up.
Yeah, but Hanbin still gets 100 charge out of it. A bubble there on a Doha as he goes in and tries to put some pressure on a Rack Attack is, I think, just the Zarya bubbles, right? Almost using Zarya in like a supportive type of nature where you're not even focused on getting the Zarya like high charge. It just kind of happens passively by enabling your flankers.
Yeah, that's why Hanbin will go forward with like 20 charge and be happy with it. So Bob does knock Hanbin out. Oh, the grab comes around. Not too shabby there, but Hanbin might be able to, yeah, he forces the Transcendence out from Rack Attack. So even though the Eternal don't get caught in a grab, it's like not a good grab by Dallas' standards. They have to use Transcendence there anyway. And Dallas probably have a chance here to still contest.
They get so split there. As Hanbin makes it out. Are they able to just come up here and pressure, though? So, like you mentioned, it's obviously a fight where Dallas loses, but they put themselves in position with double support ult here and probably an EMP towards the end to prevent a point B take.
Geo sound barrier, everybody gets a piece of that one. Gravitic Flux catches Fielder. Sleep not connecting, doesn't matter, he's bubbled as he hits the ground. Again, Hanbin in the supportive slant, able to keep him alive. And that's an EMP, this should seal the deal. That's pretty scary stuff from Dallas. They don't want to play like everybody else. They don't need hit scans on this kind of map. They get it done their way.
With the Sigma, you want to just kind of play around that shield and allow everybody else, especially with the Batiste, to stay there as well. You know, with the Amp Matrix and Immortality Field and play like that. But with that speed boost with the Lucio, you saw from Cry's POV, he's playing that corner with the Gravitic Flux, making the right move, right? Trying to get players out as they go to contest. And everybody just runs right by him. I mean, he has to do like a full turn there to just kind of find anybody to Gravitic Flux. By the time he gets Fielder up in the air, there's 2 players dead on his team already.
Yeah, it feels so bad for the Eternal having to walk into that last fight without the Transcendence that they didn't need to use against a very dodgy Hanbin Grav. Dallas just making sure they extract more than they offer up from the Paris Eternal for each fight. And again, it's annoying trying to walk up the hill against this sort of brawly composition, right? You think Widow has, or rather any of your long-range hit scan have decent sight lines attacking there, but rounding the corner into Dallas where they're all sort of grouped up and bubbles and so much healing from the Ana,
Big difference maker. There's no way.
Oh, little nano on the Chio there when it was not intended to. I mean, who
Not a
knows?
big
Maybe
deal.
with the way Chio is like dominating on offense, maybe that was intentional.
Ah, yes. A classic.
Yup. I know that one. Dallas doesn't
no
even
shot
bother. Doesn't even bother with like a hit CN here at the start.
No. They can close the gap here. They're happy. Again, like we talked about why Tracer doesn't feel as good here. The flanking routes are sort of more limited, but Doha obviously can cross through invisibility. Look where Hanbin's standing. Play around this corner now. Meanwhile, the cart can just push up. They can break line of sight from Dove by pushing it. He doesn't have any good targets at all. This is so cheeky, Matt. It's just so rude.
And it's also, like, I mean, they're just getting walked down, right?
Zarya pretty scary for Sigma to deal with. Just walk past his bubble. Kinetic grass can't stop any of the damage. Very frustrating stuff. And again, like, you lose that long sideline, now you have to play on this hairpin corner, which is now Dallas just heal up and they go. Speed boost in. Krawi hacked. Immortality filled there. Well timed from Luke Mino, but it will be removed.
Dallas got what they want, though.
Free car push.
Yeah, even if they don't get the just kind of the kills, right? They get the push around the corner. They can get everybody healthy. You're building up towards this nano. You can kind of go with the same activity again.
Dove has nothing to shoot at. Not a thing. Rack attack, though, apparently does. Doha gets picked off at long range there. Accretion, it looks like they're connected with Edison while he was deflecting, so he's dropped 4 players for Dallas here as they group up.
As Hanbin trying to take a little bit of high ground here. So you're going to have this nano, so we'll see who the nano goes to. Ideally not the Lucio.
Here we go. Bubble goes over to Edison. Orbit Discord gets rid of that immortality field. That's done. Hanbin, yeah, he's doing some serious work. Edison almost, if you're ult tracking, you might think that Edison might have a play there, I guess. He plays so aggressively and he gets bubbled as he goes in, but very, very simple play. And Matt, I want to very quickly sort of mention this again. I talked about at the start of the game. It doesn't really matter if the Paris Eternal have any sort of strategic depth here because they are not competing with Dallas on a fundamental level. So throw that out the window. Paris, you know, when it comes to the A, B, and C, the basics of Overwatch against the Fuel, they're not able to really stand on even footing.
And you can tell that Paris is just looking for answers, right? Oh, that is such a cheeky play. So they hack Luke Amino, and then they speed boost Hanbin right into Rag Attack, right at him. Not able to get immortality build, but you can tell they're searching for answers, right? Dove, after he died there in the last time on the Widowmaker, was just swapping back and forth between the Ashe and the Cassidy, like not really knowing the answer. And I mean, this is going to be impossible for them to win. They're coming through this choke. It'll be a Grav, an EMP, a Sound Barrier, and a Blade they have to deal with.
Just the EMP for Luke Mena gets caught in that apparently. It looks like it was just intended for Rack Attack. Blade here. Immortality field just gets swatted aside by Edison disdainfully. As Paris barely garner Dallas's attention in this series. And it's over almost as quickly as it began.
That was fast. I mean, Dallas comes in here today and they just take care of business. There is, you know, sometimes teams here towards the later end of the season, Mitch, maybe, you know, they kind of a little bit of a lapse, right? Where they take a little bit of easy, maybe kind of let some teams in and hang around in games they're not really supposed to. This was not the case here with the Dallas Fuel. They came in here today and handled business with a quickness.
And it doesn't actually tell us much more about the Fuel, this series, where they're at right now, because they play basically the one composition for its entirety. They don't need to demonstrate any sort of flexibility or much of what they've been working on right now, because right now this obviously the Sombra, Genji looks excellent for them. They can obviously bring in the Reaper if they need to, like they did on Nepal here. So Dallas are very solid. I think they improved to 17-3 with that win out of 20 games, which is really quite an achievement. I'm sure they're not celebrating anything yet. And for the Paris Eternal, you said they were looking for answers. I think the answers for them lie in the future. They lie in more reps. They lie in more experience here, because again, they're not able to stand on the same platform as Dallas in terms of their fundamentals.
I don't think you can take anything away from like either of these teams in this series, like oddly enough. Like Dallas, they looked extremely strong. We knew that. We know they like to play the Sombra with whether it's the Genji or the Reaper, and they can do that at a high level with the Zarya that we've known. And then Paris, they looked pretty decent on the first map, right? They were able to get the point and keep it competitive at times. Map number 2 not as close, and then here, they almost get checkpoint B, right? We saw moments and times where they're able to win fights and stuff. But we kind of had a feeling they were a little bit outmatched coming into the series. So I don't know. The only thing I think you can look at now, right, is Dallas Fuel. They probably have some extra league points. It'll be interesting. Maybe they just take a look at the standings. With the Shock loss the other day, maybe there's an outside chance they kind of sneak their way up towards the top of the standings, right? I know with them and the Gladiators have a little bit of a rough tournament in the Summer Showdown. Dallas ends up winning it, right? There's some extra league points from the Shock, obviously, with their placement. But, with the Shock kind of slide, right? Maybe this next game against the Outlaws, there's got to be a path, you think, for Dallas to maybe even hit number 1.
Yeah, I mean, Dallas are tied with the Shock on league points after that win here. Yeah. So if the Shock aren't careful, this could be getting away from them, and that would be annoying not to have that top seed going into playoffs. Let's talk player of the match here, Matthew. We just picked one. Yeah, we just picked one.
Could be anybody.
Yeah, well, there's more. There's only 2 sides to a coin. 5 choices here, but Chio, pretty easy one, Matt. Nice to get to see him play a little bit more aggressively. Now, I do wonder if he's able to play in this same way against a team that's more likely to punish him or play Brig. But Chio goes for it and has a really great series. That's classy. I love that. Making sure, beating in midair, rarely advisable. Chio may be feeling like he has the wherewithal to do that in a matchup like this, and also drops on top of the little kiosk there. So great looks. Very, very impressive player.
Yeah, and a lot of teams are moving away from the Lucio, so it's interesting to see that Dallas Fuel is able to play Chio on the Lucio, kind of work the competition around him being very aggressive and just the team overall utilizing the speed and just running players down. And obviously, without him being able to give the speed to the rest of the team and be able to stay alive, and just the amount of damage he's doing on the Lucio here is really impactful to their success.
7.2 final blows per 10 is actually pretty astounding. That is extremely high for a Lucio player, ladies and gentlemen. So great stuff there from Chio. Obviously, very low deaths as Dallas are not really pressured all that heavily in that match. Frankly, I don't really want to talk about this game anymore. Yeah, we're going to go to a break. Going to go back to the truck. Was it 17%, 14%, whatever it was?
13.4. 13.4.
No, you just made that wasn't what you said before. Either way, it's nonsense. It was all nonsense, and we knew it. Anyway, we're going to head back to the truck, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for bearing with us so far. It's still 2 more games coming your way in this Sunday of our first week of Countdown Cup qualifiers.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by the player of the match, Chio from Dallas Fuel. Congratulations on the win. That was a quick and easy 3-0 win for the Dallas Fuel. My first question for you, Chio, is I think today's Dallas Fuel's composition was very interesting. You guys, all throughout the series, stuck with the Zarya, Ana, Lucio, I guess Sombra, Genji composition and haven't switched. And I was curious to find out why, because, I mean, maps like Circle Royale, we've seen a lot of teams always on Circuit Royale use a Sigma because it's a longer, I guess, map with the like double hit scan and those sort of, not double hit scan, double sniper, those kind of compositions. So what was the reason for sticking with a one composition? Do you guys just feel like you guys have finally found the meta comp for this current stage? 자, 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 POTM 뿐만 아니라 오늘 승리도 축하드리면서 오늘 이제 달라스 팀의 조합에 대해서 좀 여쭤보고 싶어요. 이번에 자리아, 아나, 루시우, 이제 솜브라 이런 거를 이 조합을 단 한 번도 거의 바꾸지 않고 계속 오늘 경기를 쭉 그렇게 끝을 냈는데 이게 대한 좀 특별한 이유가 있나요? 이제 아무래도 오늘 경기를 뛰셨던 뭐 서큘로야 이런 맵에서는 뭐 투 스나이퍼나 뭐 아니면 이제 좀 뭐 시그마 이런 게 자주 나오는 이런 어떻게 보면 이런 맵이긴 한데 그럴 때에도 불구하고 오늘 달라스 팀이 계속 한 조합만 이렇게 좀 밀었던 것 같습니다. 좀 이런 거에 대한 좀 특별한 이유가 있나요?
우선 특별한 이유는 딱히 없고 그냥 지금 아직 조합이 뭐가 좋은지 잘 모르니까 서로 일단 저희 좀 괜찮은 조합에서 저희랑 가장 잘 맞는 조합인 자리아 손보라를 계속 쓰고 있던 것 같아요. 맵은 딱히 신경 안 쓰는 것 같아요.
All right, so there's not really a definite answer to this, no definite reason, because as like with all teams right now, we're still developing the best, I guess, composition for the meta. So we don't really know what is the best. We stuck with this Zarya composition because we know that it's good. It's something that we know how to play, the Zarya Sombra composition. So I think that's our starting point, and this is why we sort of stuck with this for today's match against Paris Eternal. And for map-wise, I think it doesn't really apply for us. We don't really think about what comps to play on a map-specific things. All right. I mean, I think Dallas Fuel, of course, you guys won the Summer Showdown tournament, and you guys are already 2-0. You guys already have 2 wins at this stage as well. So you guys are looking really good. But Chio, I just wanted to hear from you. Is there any team that sort of worries you in this stage that might potentially beat the Dallas Fuel? 자, 이제 두 번째 질문은 오늘뿐만 아니라 이제 서머 쇼다운부터 좋은 이제 우승을 했고 또 뿐만 아니라 지금 이번 주에서도 2번이나 승리를 거두셨기 때문에 굉장히 지금 좋은 포지션에 있는 것 같습니다. 달라스 팀이 이제 치고 선수가 보셨을 때 그래도 아직 이번 스테이지가 좀 남았기 때문에 이번 스테이지에서 좀 제일 걱정되는 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀이 있을까요?
지금 당장 걱정되는 팀 자체는 없는데 그냥 이제 좀 강팀인 이제 글래디나 쇼크가 좀 컨디션이 좋을 때 좀 많이 걱정되는 것 같아요.
Alright, definitely I don't think there is any team that I'm like super worried about, but there are strong teams such as Gladiators and Shock, and when they are on their A game, they do have the potential to really put out good results. So I guess I have to go with the stronger teams like Shock and the Gladiators. Alright, Chio, thank you so much for the interview, and again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 이걸로 오늘 승리 다시 한 번 더 이제 축하드리면서 인터뷰를 마치도록 하겠습니다. 치오 선수, 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다.
Thank you, Chio. And Dallas Fuel gets the win 3-0 against Paris Eternal. Chio I think he's another DPS player. He was like a DPS player today. He went crazy.
I don't know what his final blow count was at the end there, but it must have been pretty high. He just putting in work. Dallas Fuel honestly putting on a clinic of how you should play these Zarya compositions. And they look good on Circle Royale as well. I don't know,
yeah,
it's very cut and dry.
Yeah, I believe with this win now, they are tied with San Francisco Shock with league points.
Wow.
Yeah, in the season. Shock still has the better map differential, so they're number 1. But if Shock loses to Houston Outlaws, which is their next game, who knows? There's still like a battle for the number 1 seed going into the playoffs. So, as you said, clinical 3-0 here for the Dallas Fuel over the Paris Eternal. They stuck to this Zarya, Lucio, Ana composition, did a great job. I think my big question is, after this game and seeing Dallas Fuel play this composition, as Costa looks very confused, How do you think, Costa, they would fare against like a Zenyatta Ana team, like a really good double flex support team? Do you think you can still kind of force the Zarya with the Lucio? You know, obviously it's map dependent, like on Paraíso. Yeah, sure, it works on Paraíso. But like, you know, Circuit Real, they even play this on like Circuit Real. Do you think you would be scared of like, I don't know, Shock if they come out and play like Violet Finn, like Sen Ana? Do you think those teams like pose a threat to Dallas Fuel?
I think that's the big question just moving forward. I don't have a perfect answer for you. I think the double flex support, especially with like potentially a really good hit scan, could cause you problems, right? Like as you said, they played against this sort of double flex Sigma here, and you know, Dallas Fuel, this wasn't a complete, you know, roll in their direction. You know, it's hard to really know what the weaknesses are because we haven't seen it. I think you hit the nail on the head when you said map dependent. I think this Zarya Lucio will be fine, but can you play it on Circuit Royale against the San Francisco Shock, against the Gladiators? There's probably going to be too much damage and you're not going to be able to play that tempo. So Dallas Fuel, they haven't really been pushed to the brink in which I feel like they've been forced to adapt to play someone else's game, and that's relevant because in the kickoff clash we actually had that happen. Remember, they made it all the way through the playoffs playing that Zarya Reaper, and then they met the Gladiators at the end, and that was not a close series. The Gladiators just knew how to beat it, and they fell over. So Dallas Fuel should have some other things up their back pocket.
And also, you were curious about Chio's final blows. It was 17.
Oof. That's pretty good for a Lucio in 3 quick maps.
Yeah.
It's more than anyone on Paris. So yes, he is a healer slash.
So Chio deadlifted the Paris.
He did. And I'm like I'm very excited for Dallas because when I talked to Chio, he did say, you know, they were using the I guess the Zarya compositions because they know that they're good at it and they're gonna build on that. So I guess I don't know. I guess they'll find more. I guess more variety of that sort of composition.
That's Dallas Fuel's identity in a nutshell. Like, that must be a coaching style that Rush instills in his players. Like, that's what he's always done. We're going to play our style, we're going to play our game, and we're going to perfect it to a point that you either beat it with something else or you're just not going to beat us at our own game. And, you know, Dallas Fuel have gone down, but also had a lot of success with that mentality as well.
All right, so that was our second match of the day. Let's move on to our third, which is Houston Outlaws versus San Francisco Shock. San Francisco Shock obviously was a bit unlucky, lost to the Washington Justice. Houston as well, you know.
Unlucky.
You know, Houston as well. Houston, they were both unlucky. They lost to Boston Uprising.
That's not how it
That's
works.
not unlucky.
I was trying to be nice because I felt like I was a bit.
They selected the wrong heroes and they played the game incorrectly.
Yeah.
All right, then.
Danny, I understand they have very passionate fan bases, but you don't need to defend them. Honestly, both of these teams did not play well in their first match.
You guys didn't do well.
Yeah,
that's why you guys lost. You guys take the L. Be quiet.
Okay, no, sorry, Danny, stop talking. But here's the thing. I think they are great teams, and we expect better from them, and they do need to turn it around. They are both teams that I think have the ability to make adjustments on the fly and be able to fix this in a short turnaround. So I'm excited to see which team is going to be better because honestly, what they produced earlier wasn't great. Are the Shock going to play Mikey? Are the Houston Outlaws going to go down with the Doomfist Dante?
Yeah.
Dante Doomfist.
Johnny, how can the Houston Outlaws beat San Francisco Shock?
Well, I think you gotta, you know, see this as like an opportunity to really beat Shock when they're down. You know, Shock coming off that loss yesterday against the Washington Justice. You know, playing Mikey on the Wrecking Ball, sometimes on the Winston, and they sort of felt forced to play those two heroes most of the time. I could even foresee like the Shock just like, we're gonna play Kalush Diva, just like that's what we're gonna do here. But that is still like sort of like a problem that the Shock are trying to fix. And the Houston Outlaws in this case, they could just be like, well, we're just gonna play like Doomfist, Sombra Tracer, and we're just going to like up the tempo and like try to force mistakes out of the San Francisco Shock. I think that's how you get this win, really. If you are the Houston Outlaws, you know who you are, you know what heroes you're going to play. Up the tempo, like play fast, put pressure on the San Francisco Shock, who might be questioning themselves a little bit, and then you can force some errors, like some mistimed ultimates, player positioning, etc. That's, I think, is how the Houston Outlaws get the win.
Right. But then again, it is the San Francisco Shock, and they are still #1 in our rankings. So let's find out what Jaws and Necra think about, you know, who's gonna win this matchup. Jaws and Necra.
The costumes are the back.
Are they back?
Any shots?
Are there shots?
No.
costumes? No.
Regular dress
disappointed.
That would have been sick though. Back to back once again. That would have been cut.
Wait, boo!
Boo! Me as Scott purposely spreading misinformation about Outlaws losing here or winning here. Sorry. 69%.
What do you mean misinformation?
Yeah,
you don't believe in the Outlaws?
Misinformation spreading? Yes.
What was your number?
What?
Did you say
Are you
69%?
serious?
What was it?
He said
Yeah, he said
69%, right?
You
That's
believe in the
over
Outlaws over the
50%.
Shock right now? Yeah, so
No.
okay,
Wait,
well, I
you
might
said
have lied and just went for the
69%
number.
the Outlaws.
Oh,
Yeah,
so you don't back that
but
up?
I predicted the Shock.
Yeah. What is that?
Okay, I don't
This
think we
is
should
this
get
is what we have to deal with.
Get
He
him!
always
Get
does that.
him!
I don't think we
He's a
should get into
flip-flopper!
the
Let's do
details of all
this.
You know, I
Misinformation
think it's-
spreading on the desk. Danny and Johnny both said 48%, right? So that means,
Yep.
by math, Shock get 52. And then Scott randomly predicts
Wow,
69,
Josh, the
goes
second
the
coming
other
of
direction he
Pythagoras over
spreads,
here.
actually playing both sides of the field.
Pythagoras?
Damn. I do wish. I should have changed my percentage to 42%. 42.0%. But yeah.
42.0.
Anyways,
That
what do you guys
doesn't
think?
look a
Who do you think's gonna win?
I mean, Rose, do you want to go? Do you want to tell him? Do you want to break him the bad news?
Oh, what bad news?
Bad news?
That Shock are going to win and Scott's going to be wrong, but he's also going to be right because he predicted
Oh,
them.
you think
playing
that's?
both sides of
Oh,
the field
you think
somehow.
that's how it's gonna go? Okay, see, Jaws put
Can't
his
lose,
prediction
baby.
in first.
Messed up.
I'm not gonna lie.
Can't lose.
I don't know. I can't call that one. 50-50.
I can, and I just
Some
did.
team
Oh,
wins,
we
some
appreciate you
team
saying
loses.
50.
What?
We got a bunch of cop-outs on
No,
this
come on,
stream,
you
bro.
gotta
Yeah,
choose a
turn it
side.
on. So
You
many
gotta choose a
cop-outs.
side. You gotta choose a side.
Choose a side. Go on.
As long as there's Sarisa, I'm
Houston.
happy.
Houston.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I mean,
69% chance, me and Necro.
just turn this stream off.
Houston to the promised land.
No, don't give that to Scott. Get out of here. Houston Outlaws and the San Francisco Shock, Rose. You can't just play two sides of the field. Scott, I don't know. This is getting out of hand. I think the crosstalk section needs to be cut before it devolves into violence. I live about an hour away. I could jump over to the desk real quick.
Oh, okay.
Probably not in a break, but yeah. All right, the Shock and the Houston Outlaws. The desk kind of painted the picture perfectly, right? The last few games have not been great. It's also weird to say that Shock right now are on a 2-match losing streak, Rose. They lost against the Washington Justice yesterday, and then they also lost against Dallas in the Summer Showdown. So right now, the longest lose streak they've ever been on is 2. And the Houston Outlaws, they also lost against the Boston Uprising to kick off the Countdown Cup qualifiers. Not the results we really expected from both these teams.
No, and I think a lot of the pain points that we've seen from both of them can really fall into what tank they decide to centralize their compositions around. For San Francisco, it's been a lot of the Wrecking Ball as a default for Mikey when he's in the roster. And for Dante, Dante's been prevalently known for the Doomfist, but both of those tanks right now are pretty low in the power rankings. You'll see Dante, though, starting things off for Houston, so it's possible we still see more of the Doomfist, but it makes a lot more sense knowing that the first map type we're going to is Control.
Yeah, so Dante is in. So yeah, more Doomfist here, like the desk was kind of putting it. Merit and Pelican, of course, perfect DPS ready for this kind of meta, Rose. I think this was spoken about a little bit earlier, in their first game when they were against the Boston Uprising and lost, but they got a very large hero pool, and a hero pool that's kind of covers this meta that's kind of forming right now. A lot of Sojourn, a lot of Tracer, Sombra, like everything that sits in their wheelhouse currently.
Yeah, I will say that, one thing about that Boston versus Houston match is that Boston have pretty much proved themselves at this point. They just got a 3-0 sweep over the Florida Mayhem, which was very surprising, I think, to a lot of people, just knowing where Florida has been in a lot of people's power rankings. So I feel like we can give Houston a little bit of a pass here. That was a tough matchup to go against, and I do feel as though Valentine and Victoria were kind of having the games of their lives. So I don't know if it's a fair comparison yet, and today I think will be a really good... we'll get a good idea of where Houston are going to stand in terms of the rest of the playing field.
Yeah, this is almost the perfect test. You go against the best team in the North American region currently in the San Francisco Shock, even though they did go down to the Washington Justice in that brutal game number 5. They are starting Mikey again, though, Rose. So we've got Fit and Violent, Sportline, Proper, and Sam DPS.
Yeah, and I think that when you take a look at just like the Dante versus Mikey, it's very possible we see the Doomfist versus the Wrecking Ball. Maybe Mikey brings out the Winston. That is another one of his best heroes, and I think that could really lend itself well to the type of DPS we could expect to see from Sam and Proper. You know, Sam does play a lot more of those projectile DPS heroes. We've seen him on the Echo for a little while, the Genji as well, but the Genji was a role that was actually picked up by someone else on the Shock. You know, like who do you kind of put on that role, especially when you got Proper sitting next to you too. So we'll have to see kind of where they decide to divvy up responsibilities.
Violet is in his seat. Don't worry.
He's here.
Don't worry. He is present. He is here. There he is.
He's
All
here.
right. Peekaboo. Yeah. Like you were saying, Rose, I like the good point about the Wrecking Ball and Mikey and now going up against Dante on the Doomfist. A lot of teams right now sometimes opting towards this D.Va for a lot more protection on your backline for these dives, especially with Sombra on the field too. The Wrecking Ball can be a little bit harder to play, especially if you get focused down. If you have a Zen on the other team with a Sombra, you get hacked, discorded. You're out of commission for quite a while.
Yeah.
And we kind of saw what happened a little bit earlier on with the New York Excelsior game, where Kellen was on the ball, but like he was getting focused so much that he was almost non-existent in some of the team fights or even some of the rounds, because with the Wrecking Ball, you do take a long time to get healed, or you can do whatever Wrecking Ball does, is just kind of go around the map and pick up a lot of health packs, right? But that wastes a whole bunch of time. I wonder if the San Francisco Shock do come out with something different. It seems very unlikely, though, considering Mikey's Wrecking Ball is very much in his wheelhouse. Unless we see a little bit of Rissa.
I don't know. Yeah. I mean, we've seen some interesting DPS picks from the Shock before, so it actually doesn't surprise me that we're going to see the Hanzo, the Torbjorn.
Okay, finally.
Oh my god, we got the Battle Kettle. You got this.
I've wanted to cast a Torb game for the longest time. I am a Torb connoisseur, if you will. I love me some... Oh, well, Turret's dead. Rip. I love me some Torbjorn, I will say. His left click also looks like spaghetti now, rather than like little Cheetos, so big buff for the Torbjorn. Could be quite hard to dive the Torbjorn, but Turret in a good spot too, gets a lot of free damage. Speaking of free damage, that's Dante dead. Big dynamite from Merit takes down Violet, but with this front line being non-existent for the Outlaws right now, they might be in trouble. In fact, another kill from Merit. Those dynamites hitting hard, and in fact, Merit hitting a little bit harder than them. Mikey ends up just going down to a regular shot there with the help of Lastro. Turret's not going to last long, unfortunately. A lot of spam on the other side too, so yeah, Turret's not going to be great. You have to really set up with it and make sure the other team kind of ignore it. Oh, there's a Hunter there. All good though.
Okay, well, yeah.
I think Merit's Dynamite has gotten more kills than anybody on... Oh my god. Okay, Proper in his turret, everybody. He's set up. He's ready to rock and roll.
Oh.
The turret takes down Immortality Field and Dante dies to a spear. There we go. We're in a new territory now, a new meta. Torb supremacy.
I'm here for it, okay? Like, we're getting a chance to see Orisa finally being a staple in the meta, and I'm living for that. But then the Torbjorn too. I mean, Proper's actually picked out this hero like a few times now. Like, it kind of isn't a troll anymore. Especially when, like, I don't know, Proper can play everything under the sun, but the Torbjorn is just special.
Good stick. Better lamp from Violet there. Saving his teammate from Pelican's pulse bomb. Terror Surge went down, not sure where it was though. Mikey pushes creative on the map, gives him a little hello and a goodbye there too. All right, San Francisco Shock with a stranglehold on this point right now. Molten Core coming up for Proper. Sam's got those dragons, those choke points are going to be deadly.
Really going to be tough. Yeah, you know, as the Outlaws, you know, where do you actually go? Those Sonic arrows from Sam actually give you so much intel on like kind of where this team could be coming from, and that sets you up perfectly for something like the Dragon Strike.
Yeah, just more of a stall than anything else there. Pelican was already through, takes a lot of damage in fact. Gotta be careful, Sam's got an idea of where he is currently. Turret's dead, unlucky. There's the Molten Core. One little globule on the bridge, one on the stairs. Stopping the Houston Outlaws from really doing much here. In fact, the Transcendence is going to be popped to get on top of that high ground. Bob on the point for the Outlaws, using those barricades to stop Bob on the point, so he will be capping but Merit ends up going down to Finn, and a late transcends from the Shock. Terror Surge coming out. That's a lot of damage. However, Violet's Lamp does save himself and Mikey from taking too much damage. The problem is now Finn and Violet on the wrong side of the map. The San Francisco Shock still have Mikey alive, so even though Bob capped the point, Shock might be in a good position to get the reflip. Oh, maybe not. Pelican sends an arrow his direction and takes him down. Oh, nice spear from Dante too.
Yeah, I mean, not while Dante is still alive. Did you see the focus fire that Dante was putting onto Finn and Violet in the back? Just ignored Mikey completely and made a beeline for both of the supports. And once those were taken down, Lastro was still alive, so Dante was able to get some support from him. And it just made it easier for Houston to take and keep control of the point. Now, Pelican's the one that's going to have the Dragon Strike as San Francisco start making their way through.
Oh, that's not something you see every day. A vanilla Dragon Strike picking up 2 kills. Very, very nice from Pelican. Good angle to kind of sit on. You're expecting the Shock to be on that little walkway there just past the door. So, yeah, kind of Dragons cover that. And then some.
And this puts Outlaws into a little bit of a precarious position, but that one team fight could get them enough ult charge to maybe get that Amp Matrix online, but Shock right now have ult economy.
Terror Surge is available and the Lamp's already gone down. Mikey probably comment that to the rest of his team. Use that Javelin spin to march on forward, but with the Discord Orb and no armor left, Mikey's a little bit more vulnerable. With Violet and Creative going down, there's going to be a lot of damage heading San Francisco Shock's way, and they still need to touch that point. 99%. Can they even trigger OT? They cannot. San Francisco Shock, on what was quite a dominant start, get taken down by the Outlaws in round number 1.
That Dragon Strike kill, or 2 kills actually, was really, really big. Up until that point, Houston didn't really have anything else to rely upon in order to keep control and also win another team fight. And when you're playing in a meta right now where those ultimates, like, they're a little bit more expendable, but still you'd like to try to find some amount of value. I mean, here's the Dragon Strike again. Look at that, just the little lunge to the side. Oh my goodness. Shock, like, just they didn't have anywhere to go. They backed up into the wall. So yeah, that can be really rough.
It's kind of frustrating too for Sam. He was like mid-leap, like mid-dash, and it was like, oh well. Well, I'm dead. There's not much I can do about that, to be honest. All right, Outlaws with a different look here with D.Va. Mikey back on the ball, no real surprise there. The Pelican is on that Echo. He's going to be quite hard to take down unless he's playing ground Echo, like he is currently, because he gets hacked and killed off by Sam. All right, okay. That's how you take down the Echo without a permanent hit scare. Dante makes a very aggressive push, sacrifices his mech, but gets 2 kills for it. Wow. Shock, we're not expecting that at all.
That's something that I've been noticing about Dante, is that usually Dante plays a little bit more just like, maybe a little safer, I would say, with the Doomfist, but today seems to be way more aggressive and way more confident in his tank play, where, you know, walking past Mikey's Orisa, going in and like sacrificing the mech. This is engagement, opening potential, and Outlaws are absolutely capitalizing on it.
Yeah, Outlaws in control of the point as soon as that unlocked. With that, Houston playing Pelican on the Sombra. Spoke about it a second ago, but Mikey's going to have the roughest time in history. It's going to be like sandpaper running into that, because you get discorded and then hacked, like I mentioned. There's so much damage thrown at you. You can get healed, yeah, but you've only got a Brig and a Zen, and it's not like a crazy amount of burst healing.
Yeah.
I mean, the biggest burst healing you got right now is that hacked health pack. Let's be real, let's be real.
It's true, though, and you can see that Shock are just kind of sitting on it, making sure that they are able to heal themselves back up, but at what cost? Outlaws already have 50% capture progress, and they've got ults to spare here. Merit already has the Pulse Bomb online and looking for a key target.
Dude is permanently hacked. Look, he's going to go in. And he does hit the power driver, already half HP, put to sleep, gets stuck, and he's dead! Rolls into Sam for a sweet, sweet double kill. Thank you very much, says Merritt. Alrighty, and now just the clean up for the San Francisco Shock. I mean, the Houston Outlaws, wow, I'm so used to saying that. It's probably should say the other way around. Shock are not looking great on this round at all. 25% for the Outlaws now, as they might claim round 2 with ease.
Yeah, I mean, when you see that Pelican has the EMP online, Lastro's going to have that Transcendence to be able to deal with the same 2 ults on Shock's side. I do like the wraparound the Shock is taking, but they walk into Pelican.
Nice EMP there from Pelican. Unfortunately, it didn't get followed up by Merritt quick enough. Another EMP coming out. This one a little bit better. Does hit Lastro, but he gets instantly nanoed by Creative. Playing on two opposite sides with the supports from the Outlaws, so only one of them can get EMP'd at once. Very easy reactionary ult there from Creative. No one's gone down just yet for the Outlaws. Shock need to find somebody, but they've already lost Violet. A Transcendence from Lastro to heal the rest of his team back up. Creative dodges out of the way of that pulse bomb, but Proper finishes him up. Another big pulse bomb from Merit, though. These Tracers going head-to-head, trying to carry their teams on their backs, but it is Merit currently that's winning it out for the Outlaws. Those mines are going to prove quite easy for the Outlaws to kind of dodge around there, and the Shock don't manage to touch, and just like that, the Outlaws sweep Shock under the rug with ease.
That was a really nice look from Dante too, and I think something that will surprise a lot of people, where it wasn't the Doomfist that brought Houston Outlaws the success. It was the Orisa, it was the Diva, and I think it's really fun to see how hard Houston has been working on their versatility, and it paid off here today for at least this first map.
Well, what a Shock change. Mikey is taking his headset off, so maybe we do see a small substitution. Could be a bio break as well. We'll have to wait and see after this break. This is a very, very odd look from the Shock. Not looking great so far against the Outlaws. A 2-0 on control. They are the Shock, though, and they do lose on control. So, yeah, can't count them out just yet. See you in a bit. Map number 2. welcome back. All right, substitution for the San Francisco Shock as we head into Kings Row. Our second map, a hybrid map, and we have Kaluj in. Mikey is stepping away. Yeah, the ball didn't look that great on that last round. Like downtown rows, didn't really do much. I mean, you're kind of sitting there waiting to get health back from the Brig and the Zen, and you're getting permanently hacked and discorded, slept, and then you got pulse bomb when you made your first or second push into the Houston Outlaws. The Outlaws kind of took it in their stride, which was really nice to see. They need a big bounce back, to be fair, though, Rose. They went 3-1 against the Boston Uprising. The Shock also looking for that bounce back as they took Washington Justice to a map 5 yesterday. So both teams looking for their first win in the Countdown Cup qualifiers.
Hopefully, Shock can get back on the right foot. And, I really don't think it's Mikey as a player. It's it's important to make that distinction, right? It's not the player, it's the hero choice. And I just think that Wrecking Ball right now isn't it for the meta. We've seen a few other teams try the Wrecking Ball and it hasn't worked out. Just like you said, the pace makes it really awkward when you have more dive-centric compositions. And even the rush that we're seeing from like Orisa-centric comps, it just makes it difficult for the Wrecking Ball to be able to play that waiting game. I think Downtown was the perfect example, just waiting around the health pack until everybody was full and then you could go engage. But by that time, it was too late. Houston were well set up and prepared, like even 20 seconds before that. I think, Kaluj coming into the roster, he has a little bit more flexibility to play these off-tank heroes that are just better right now. I'm thinking Sigma in those, niche situations on like Circuit Royale, or if you're playing more payload-oriented maps that have access to good sniper sightlines. But he can play the Diva too, and so that's what we're going to see Shock come out of the defensive gates with. And this is just, I think, a better look for Shock, and I want to see how it plays out for them.
I mean, Kaluj tweeted the other day that wants to just play more Sigma. Tweeted a picture of his stats on the Sigma, and yeah, it's pretty damn clean. Like a lot of first places right there.
Yeah, he's one of the best Sigmas in the league, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. I mean, ideally, you go to Circuit Royal, right? But that is not in the map pool, at least for this match. It's going to be Route 66 as our escort map. But we are on hybrid right now. Outlaws going on the offense. So Dante versus Kaluj, both on the Diva. We've seen a lot of different styles of defense, defensive compositions from a lot of teams. The Shock opting for that Zen and the Ana with a little bit of long-range damage and Sam on the Hanzo.
I think they're going to see Dante play pretty aggressively like he did on Busan, where, he was just walking past Mikey, just kind of going after the supports. Oh, that's going to hurt, though.
Oh, my God. Pelican didn't see what hit him. Double Storm Arrow. Easy peasy. Oh, proper ends up going down to Lastro of all people, and even Dante taking care of Violet. You saw Kaluj is kind of late there on the defensive play, trying to get up to Violet. Maybe assumed that Violet was going to be okay, or Finn was there with an orb, but Dante kind of solo kills him. He does trade for it, but look at the space that's now been created because of that kill.
Yeah, and that's really the important thing, is like when you dive after the supports in the back line, either you are distracting them long enough to not heal the other members on your team, or even better, you get a pick, and then they just aren't present for the rest of the fight. So that's already 2 ticks now given over to the Outlaws.
Yeah, Popper's back. He sees Lastro. He wants revenge, and he's got a pulse bomb to do something with. Oh, Lastro might not even... Oh, he ends up just getting the nano instead. As Pelican cleans up Violet and Sam. There was a good nano onto Kaluj there, but he couldn't get quite nearly as much done as Pelican could. Damn, okay. Outlaws end up capping the point. They're going to get the payload rolling with about 4 minutes and 30 seconds in that bank.
Yeah, that's a lot of time. And Dante's already going to take this forward positioning, just kind of locking down these choke points of, maybe there was like a close respawn. Doesn't seem to look that way. How did Merritt find Sam?
Good question. I have no idea. I don't know what happened there. Looked like I got double tap maybe from Creative too, because he was in the assist feed. Don't know.
I mean,
He's dead though.
Some of these Sombras just getting sussed out by like heroes you just don't expect them to be able to. I'm still thinking about that like random backbone kill with the Hanzo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was
There's been so many random kills. We've had a remake kill from earlier on Kings Row. Like, So silly. All right, Popper has still got that pulse bomb. Looking to demech Dante so he can get it off for free, but Violet ends up going down again to Dante. Good stick from Proper. Does even the tides. However, he's used his recall, and now he has to help his Zenyatta. Finn actually forced to use the Transcendence as a remake there for Dante. Self-destruct doesn't find any kills, but it buys enough time for the rest of the Outlaws now to march on forward. Pelican is putting in numbers. Even using that copy to get a free EMP, although they didn't even need it.
That's just like the scare tactic, though. You know, like I would be worried having an Echo as proficient as Pelican on the other side when you have such good copyable targets. A big EMP,
Nice EMP.
though.
Yeah, kind of unfortunate there. Creative couldn't heal Pelican in time. Although Kalusia's pushed fairly far up too. Outlaws pretty spread out in their offense. Perhaps they thought they could win there. Just weren't aware of Sam's position, although he wasn't visible, of course, so it'd be pretty hard to tell where he is. They shot Sonic Arrow.
I think it still would have been tough anyway because Houston didn't have anything else in the bank, and so they would have had to win from outright kills. It's not impossible, but I think it is a little bit harder to do when the defense has such an advantage in terms of respawn. So you just kind of need all the firepower that you can get. Creative already is working up to another nano, though. Merit's going to have another pulse bomb. And so it's still looking pretty good here for the Outlaws to get this over the line. And they still have over 2 minutes to do so, too, to move into third.
So Outlaws have got in the bank. They've got that Nano Pulse Bomb coming up versus Violet's Nano and Proper's Pulse Bomb also coming up in just a moment. Finn gets nanoed defensively. Oh, he's just kicking Dante in the face. Yeah, try and dive me now, son. All right, double kill for both supports. Finn gets slayed, but the fight's pretty much over already.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Pelican can just try to get as much charge as possible. Even if he walked away with demeching Kaluj, that would be even better, but right now, Pelican, after switching over from the Echo, is just trying to work up to the EMP, and you might need it, especially if Merit's not able to get an opening pick with the Pulse Bomb, and then you have the ability with this last minute and 30 to get a second attempt with the EMP from Pelican as well. So it's just a race to see, you know, does this Pulse Bomb work out? If not, plan B is get this EMP online before Finn can get the Transcendence.
There's only 10% to go. You can imagine he'll get that in a couple of moments. Especially shooting at Kaluj. There you go. He's got it online. Kaluj actually just gets demech'd. Hits the remake button with that self-destruct. So he's going to be able to get back in. Finn's pretty close. 15% away. Outlaws need to go pretty fast. There it is. EMP hits. Hits Sam, Kaluj, and Finn. And Kaluj gets demech'd once more. But Proper's still putting in work with these pulse bombs. He's been really just shaping the Outlaws' backline. Creative's just not had a good time, but it's the rest of the San Francisco shot that needs to come back right here. 2 meters and 50 centimeters to go before they get to that second point. But with that EMP from Sam, it does clear out the Outlaws off of that point. And with the respawns coming in and Violet still existed and Proper getting nanoed, they very well could stay on this point and force Outlaws into an overtime scenario. A beautiful sleep onto Proper, but can they get the execute? They can. Merit in a big right click. You can see how many assists were on that kill.
Yeah.
Just to take down Proper. However, Kaluj is back. He does end up getting hacked, and with 10 seconds to go, the San Francisco Shock have lost their main source of damage, so they're relying on Kaluj and Finn to really clean up some of these kills, but now with Finn dying to another dive from Dante, it could be a little bit more tough. There it is. Houston Outlaws, even in OT, are going to get that second point.
Wow, did Shock make them work for that, though? That was an impressive amount of stall and comeback potential there from the Shock. Proper with the Nano might have been able to, like, 1v5. I absolutely would put my faith in a Proper solo carry, but it just wasn't meant to be.
Hello,
and with Pelican 2 now, with the EMP after opening up this door, I mean, this car's going around the corner, and Pelican, I don't know if Shock's going to know when to hit him. They don't even have an answer to this either.
Gotta kill it. Oh, Sam just gets out for free there. Okay.
What about Pelican?
Thought it might have been a little bit more deadly since Pelican found that translocator, but yeah, Sam was in a safe enough position. All right, EMP for Pelican. Oh, nice little hack. You see Sam going for the hack there on Pelican? Scared of that EMP. If he hacked him out of that would have been embarrassing. All right, Nano onto Dante. Dive straight to the back once again as Sam ends up going down. San Francisco Shock waning right now as Kalush also gets demech'd. Dante is antied, but look at the Outlaws' position. They've got a very, very good sightline on the finish line right now, but with Merit falling and a Transcendence being used by Finn, Shock are going to be able to survive, at least for a moment. A nice nade, a long-range one from Creative. Purple's Kalush, so he gets burned down even though the Transcendence is up. A hack onto Proper, but that 1.75 seconds doesn't last all too long, and he hits that recall. Another nano on the Tracer, but he can't go for this backline dive. He attempts it, he does get this stick, but the Outlaws are still coming up with kills. The late EMP from Sam's good enough to find the kill onto Merit, but is it good enough to finish this one off? Kalush is so low, and Pelican and Dante are just chipping away at his mech. The spawns are coming in from the San Francisco Shock, but still Creative is alive in the background. He's only 20% away from that nano. Can he keep his team alive long enough to get it? It doesn't look like it. Proper comes out on the Cassidy of all picks, and they do manage to stop the Shock just an inch before that third point, but an impressive push from the Outlaws.
So it was an impressive push from the Outlaws, but I think an even more impressive defense there for the Shock. There were a lot of moments where I felt like Houston could tip the scales. You know, Dante staying alive for a really long time, Creative, Lastro just building up to some of these key supportive ultimates, but Shock kind of continuing to put some gumption behind their actions, and yeah, that was a really, really tough defense, and this has been a fairly good and even map so far, I think, for both teams.
Yeah, you definitely want to restore a little bit of confidence after your first losses in the qualifiers, and the Shock have set their standard of play quite high throughout the season. Of course, they only just found their first loss like a couple of weeks ago. It's worth remembering. Yeah, 17-2 is an impressive scoreline, but they were on an unbelievable, like, record-breaking win streak before the Summer Showdown. So when we come into a Shock game, you're always expecting the very best, and it's very odd to see them over the last weekend being a little bit lackluster in their play, whether that's the meta kind of not suiting them or just kind of warming up, as it were.
I think they're just warming up. I think the desk put it really well that Shock is the type of team that they always come back stronger and better. There's a lot to do with just the players' viewpoints of the game, but also the coaching staff of the Shock and how they really do instill confidence in their players. But, you know, we've got to see some different looks from them, and Houston seemed like they've really started to figure things out, at least from the first map. We still got another round of King's Row to go, and oh boy.
Wow. That was very well read there by Sam. He was like hanging in the background. He saw the Tracer jumping in, Merrick gets hacked, so he couldn't hit that recall, and the rest of Shock looked at him, and he instantly died. Almost got a nice hack on Pelican there too. The San Francisco Shock are on the point, they are capping. Well, they're going to in just a moment as a Creative and his support Lastro do end up getting dove on. Little 1v1. Ooh, Creative ends up trading. That tick damage from the Ana left click does take him out, but the Shock still control the point, and the Outlaws, yeah, they're going to back up. They can't go again. You might as well get in better position for second.
Yeah, well, especially when you got the close spawn for Creative as well. He did respawn before the point was captured, so Houston can take a pretty aggressive positioning when it comes to the defense, just right by this bookstore corner. And so, you know, Pelican still looking for that EMP. Huge nade from Violet. That's what we expect out of an Ana player like that. That's why Violet already has a nano online. Proper could just get the blade on here, too.
Yeah, so when he talks about how Proper's playing the Genji right now. Yeah, Nanoblade. Nanoblade with the EMP, like, yeah, good luck surviving that one. Unless you hit like an unreal Transcendence, like maybe, but very unlikely.
It's a lot.
It was pretty rough. A lot of ultimates online for the Outlaws, though. When do they want to go? Well, to answer that question, it's right now. The Nano onto Proper. He is 99% towards that blade, only 1% to go. He's not going to get that damage boost that he needs, really. He actually gets re-hacked as Dante gets ejected from the mech. Proper does fall, but the San Francisco Shock's return EMP looks like it should seal the deal, at least for this first corner.
Okay, I feel like Sam has woken up this map. You know, there's something about his awareness of positioning on King's Row that's making it very difficult for Houston. Look at all the corridors he's checking. He's using his translocator very liberally in order to spy check as much as possible. Maybe finding Pelican's translocator or hacking up the packs that Merit would love to have access to on this Tracer. And so Shock really have been able to utilize some of the best pieces of that Sombra kit to their advantage. Sam's going to get set back up into position here, really allow like Proper and Kaluj to have this health pack advantage, especially when you're looking at Proper with the Dragon Blade ready to go. You might need one of those.
Oh. Oh my god. Proper helps kill Pelican there, who was underneath him trying to hack him. Oh, self-destruct. Finn kills 2. And here's that Transcendence. It's Proper. Oh, that's just unfortunate. He looked like he was safe there in the little subway system. Wasn't quite to be. A Transcendence from Lastro to try and save the second point for the Outlaws, however. They got to wait for those spawns to come in. Sleep on Kaluj doesn't result in all too much, but it does help with the kill onto Violet. There was no defense matrix. A self-destruct on top of the point. You have to scatter for the Outlaws, yet Merit tried to contest it, but it wasn't to be. A classic Diva Bomb on top of the payload to almost C9 the enemy team there, but you can't really step up to it, otherwise you just get, well, you just explode.
Yeah, that's rough. I think that Kaluj used that really well too, just as a zoning ultimate. Nothing Outlaws can really do about that unless...
Look at his pace rose too.
Yeah. I was gonna say even like Lasho's Transcendence probably can't do anything against the bomb, but like, God, wow. Shock have so much time going into this, and all they need to do is you know, get the basketball into like the final stretch.
Ooh. A little Nano Blade. Did get stopped in his tracks for just a moment, but Proper just keeps on swinging. Of course, he's going to come out with those kills. He did get hacked initially, so he couldn't get those dash resets, but it doesn't matter. There's 4 kills for the Genji. Almost made it 5. Oh, make it 5. Take that any day of the week. San Francisco Shock with 3.5 minutes to go. Do almost clean wipe the Outlaws, but Outlaws do have an EMP. A Nano, and a Cole's coming back. Oh, no EMP anymore. Finn just hits a juicy right-click on Pelican, erases that ultimate, and erases the Sombra. Houston Outlaws in desperation mode now, after you get Dante on the back line to take down Finn. With Creative falling, though, he's going to have a little bit harder time surviving now. Houston Outlaws still have the EMP coming back, but a giant anti once again from Violet is going to send Dante packing. However, with Pelican on the point, raring to go with its EMP, they might still be good. EMP comes out. Kaluj, is he going to get the remake in time? No, he does not. Gets taken down by Lastro. Houston Outlaws might just be able to hold on now, Rose.
Yeah, I mean, after throwing all of that at the fight, you would hope so, but Merit's getting a little low, needs to go for a Pulse Bomb here, but Shock are just coming back. Proper's, using the deflect.
Proper is not dying.
He's just still
1,000% accuracy right now from Violet. Nano and Finn. Finn goes to the back line, trying to finish the job himself. Hits the Ego Transcendence right on top of Dante, who was left sleeping there just a little bit. Just carnage at the moment. What is going on? These fights are lasting so long. Finn even dodges away out of self-destruct. Nothing killing this man. Sam's got another EMP. Unleashed. Pelican, or Merit even dead. Pelican can maybe touch, but nope. San Francisco Shock, after what was a 20-minute fight on last, end up tying the series.
Oh my god. Yeah, Proper just didn't die in those final moments. You know, could get another Dragon Blade online. Like, Sam got another EMP. Shock, like, cycled through everything there. That was scrappy. Wow.
Just absolute chaos. You'll have to see it. Yeah, Violet and Finn kind of going correct. Yeah, Proper's in the kill feed, sure, but Violet, I guess, would be the duo name, right? Violet, Finn and Violet kind of going ham too. Violet keeping Proper alive there for just an unbelievable amount of time was really nice to see if you're a Shock fan. And they are one apiece now. Okay, we've got a series on our hands, Rose. We're going to Route 66 in a bit. We'll see you after this, on the other side of this. One of those endings. You get what I mean.
Whoever said lightning doesn't strike twice has never met the San Francisco shots.
Just the depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
This is going to be a wild ride.
Somehow Vital's going to come to the rescue, get a double kill. Kalu says, how about that one, Chief? See you later.
Dude, his aim is so crispy.
Man doesn't miss those. Holy cow.
Sam straights the backline, insta-killing. Oh, Mikey!
San Francisco, the greatest team in Overwatch.
Shock wanting to continue that legacy forward. Now, are they the greatest team in Overwatch League history? Well, you know, 17-2 will definitely paint that picture. They want a dub here ASAP, Rose, and someone that's been helping them do that is Sam. Sombra looked pretty damn good on King's Row.
Yeah, it did. I mean, 33 enemies hacked. I know that's looking at a total there, and we're not actually looking at like hacks per 10, but I can't do the math right now, but it's a lot of hacks per 10 is what I'm trying to say. This was really, really influential. You know, we talked about it kind of during the broadcast itself, where Sam was just using his knowledge of the map of King's Row to really put his team into a good position. But on top of that too, just like the hack engages from Sam were really on point.
Yeah, there was one point on the very first push from the Shock on their offense where Sam just hung back just a little bit. Like, I know Merit or Pelican is going to be around here somewhere, just diving in. Hit Merit with a little hack. The rest of Shock looked at him, and he died because he was on the flank trying to get something done. And yeah, Sam's heads-up play there did really help them secure that first point. We are now going on to Route 66. No substitution, so I can imagine we're seeing Kaluge throughout this series. I guess at least until we go on to Control. Then maybe we'll see Mikey again, but Shock don't want to go there, obviously.
Yeah, what?
They don't want another map 5.
No, they don't
Let's
want
be
another
real.
map 5. No, not like that. But Route 66 is probably a pretty good map here for Kaluge, just given his proficiency on the D.Va that we just saw from King's Row. But on top of that too, like if they want to go maybe more of a sniper route, have Sam play something like the Widowmaker, or like, I don't know. You could even go for like a Sigma here as well, but they're going to be coming out of the gates with a D.Va. This is the same look that they used on King's Row.
As D.Va definitely look pretty good so far. I would say excellent, but I would like to see a couple of more remake kills, ideally.
Oh, okay.
If you got any of those in you, that'd be great.
to cancel an EMPing Sombra?
Yeah, I mean, no, I don't think any D.Va
never gonna
play
happen again.
we've seen from the rest of the season that we'll see for the rest of the season will top Hawk getting the counts on the EMP. Yeah, there's just no way.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean,
That is peak D.Va play.
It's never happening again. Yeah, I could even see like Pelican like getting scared of like a Kaluge's D.Va a little bit. Like, I can't let that happen to me too. Like when he had EMP up and everything. But okay, quick Hanzo Sonic Arrow from Merit to switch back over to the Tracer, and so it's just a complete mirror match for both of these teams and compositions. Just knowing that you do have the Sombra on the defense, I think it does make it a little bit harder for Outlaws to get into the position that they want to, because Sam, again, with the heads-up play, has probably hacked the health packs Houston would like to take advantage of for the attack. So they're going to have to be very patient. Oh, see, look at that! He just knows! He just knows. He knows.
Zipped away. He knew Pelican was skulking around. Looks like Pelican did translocate back to the Mega Health Pack on the other side of those doors, potentially. All right, there's another hack. Nice dive setup. Pelican instantly creating value with the help of Lastro's Orb, and Merit following him up. By the dead, Kaluge needs to come up with something large. San Francisco Shock not going down without a fight, though. I mean, ideally right now, you just kind of die on the payload. But against a Sombra in this kind of situation, it's pretty damn hard to come back from that 4v5 because the Sombra could just kind of chill and then go for those hacks over and over again on people trying to touch.
Exactly. And it does make it difficult when a lot of the heroes in this meta too are just so reliant on their mobility. Like Mara can't do, or like the Tracers can't do anything if they're hacked. And it's kind of same for like when we see the Doomfist or the Wrecking Ball, you just have very limited ability to do anything. So yeah, you definitely have to be careful of that. You know, Sam already though is gonna have an EMP online. Lastro's not close enough to this Transcendence that I feel confident that Outlaws are gonna be able to get that online as a response. So if Sam can just keep this heads up play, this is a big shutdown opportunity for Shock to just stop them at the door.
Oh, Proper's already got that post bomb. I think Dante has sniffed that out already. Just Baven in the defense matrix, trying to eat that one up. Takes a fair bit of damage, has to back off though. A lot of headshots there. Always the most satisfying sound in the world when you headshot people that consistently.
Does feel pretty good.
Oh, what you got for us, Pelican?
Oh, he's looking
What
for
you
it.
got? Back onto Violet again. Oh, EMP still available too, but Lastro and Creative already dead. Kaluj on the other side of the map just takes care of the supportive backline of the Outlaws after the EMP comes out from Sam. Yeah. Pelican not as quick on the trigger.
I think you're okay with that though. You know, Outlaws, after hearing the EMP sound and knowing who got hit by that, I'm sure Lastro Creative might have called out that like, oh, there's no hope. Like, they died so fast after Sam's EMP that you're smarter to hold on to your ultimates here because now Outlaws have an EMP of their own and everything else to back it up.
Oh, Proper. Dash behind Pelican there, so he had to go hit a 180 to try and get the hack off, but Proper a little bit quicker than he was. Alright, still holding on to that post bomb. They actually forced the Transcendence from the San Francisco Shock. A good spot to be in if you're the Outlaws right now, and Pelican unleashes the EMP. It does hit Violet and Sam, but that self-destruct is going to isolate the rest of the Outlaws from following up off of that EMP. A perfect response from Kaluj, even kills Dante as he was demec'd. The Houston Outlaws throw in so many ultimates in that fight and get nothing from it.
That's rough too. That was 4 ults. Lastro didn't use the Transcendence there, and that might have been like a big piece of sustainability Outlaws could have used to sustain through that fight. At least you can use it aggressively here now, but look at that.
Oh, wait, what?
Wait. How?
It didn't get eaten. We know that for sure, because Creative do be dead. I don't know.
Well, okay, sure.
UI bug. It's all right.
Whatever. Maybe ate some of the other damage. I have no idea. Anyway, that's a quick reset now that Outlaws have to go for. They're going to do a wraparound through the mines, and that is going to, you know, put Dante at the forefront of taking a nade from Violet,
hello.
but oh my god, the Sombras. Yeah. The Sombras.
Oh, a little 1v1, a little honorable 1v1. Not quite as honorable. Both of them translocated back. Oh. Well, that was funny. The Shock aren't laughing. Violet and Finn are dead. Proper with low HP. Yeah, he has to back out. There's no way they end up winning here. Kaluj is dying on payload. That'll be a reset.
It's a reset for the Shock, but it actually puts them in such a really good position where this payload has moved so far back and hasn't made enough progress that by the time that Outlaws run this corner, Shock will have another chance to recontest, and they've got another Sam EMP. I would be nervous if I were the Outlaws. Merritt's going to have to try to get into a position maybe to get a pulse bomb first, but Sam might not give them the opportunity to do this. Pelican's looking for him, though. Do you see that? He's just, like, stealthed and trying to hunt down where Sam is.
Nice EMP. Oh, Transcendence not available, but that Nano is. Houston Outlaws getting that Nano onto Merritt so he doesn't instantly evaporate. Oh, missed the blink. Can you get it again? No. Kaluj is still looking at it. It's all good, but he has been pushing this payload the whole time. Merritt playing point guard right now. The pulse bomb flicked to the left, and Finn was on the right. Used that Transcendence too, even just to help Kaluj stay alive. Big EMP from Pelican very late on into this fight, so the San Francisco Shock didn't really have anything, no abilities really after or before that EMP to sustain themselves through that. 2 minutes to go for the Outlaws now as they unlock those doors, looking to push to third.
Oh, look at that too. Oh, the
what a
sleep.
Oh, can you finish that? I don't think they can, right? No, Matrix.
No.
Nice. Violet was a little bit too quick there to the truck. That was unlucky.
Oh, Dante's got to be so careful. Yeah, I like how Dante goes to like try to save save Pelican and then like gets almost demeched in the process.
Another good
That's a
sleep,
good
this time
teammate,
from
right?
Creative.
Oh, yeah.
Nano proper, very scary. Not so much if he's catching a few Zs. All right, Creative now in a little bit of trouble. Man, this tag team of Collusion proper do so much work. Or even Collusion Sam, to be fair, their dive is
Their dive is
exceptional.
so good. It looks just so good. You know, Sam's getting a hack. Proper's going in to get the cleanup. The defense matrix from Colluge is just keeping Sam and Proper safe. And Colluge, too, you know, historically an off-tank player, knows how to do peel, too, for Finn and Violet. So it's a lot that Colluge is juggling really well on the Diva.
Yeah, so much to think about now as well, because you're obviously the solo tank, right? Especially as Diva, you need to save your matrix. You have to use it quite sparingly. Proper's fine there. Did get hacked, but it's all good. Good amount of stall time for the San Francisco Shock. But with no real ult, I mean, they're just building up towards the CMP. That's what they want to use to end one of these other fights and force Outlaws into an overtime situation.
Yeah, I mean...
The Outlaws looking to do the same thing.
Lastro's been holding on to this Transcendence forever, knowing that Sam is probably close to that EMP.
Oh, what a nade.
Oh, but he just use it now!
Wow. Yeah, Lastro's 1 HP, so actually popped the Transcendence. Feared for his life just a little bit there. So now Sam might be free to EMP. He does. He hits Lastro and Creative, but another nano boost, this time on Dante. So the Shock are looking towards him to try and stop him from just cleaning the backline. A self-destruct coming out. He does get cleaned up in the end. And that nano boost actually saves Colluge's mech from that self-destruct. Violet with another clutch nano boost. 15 seconds to go for the Outlaws. Respawns are coming in as Merit is on the payload touching.
Oh, Merit's gonna just try to keep that overtime active, that cart pushing, but he's gonna have to triple blink over, or Dante gets there.
Yep. No, he got there, but he is dead. No Tracer, maybe no win here for the Outlaws. I mean, you got Dante and Pelican just perma-juggling. It's kind of nice. Dante's on a little angle here, so he can touch and then dip back into cover. Proper goes for some sort of heroics in the left-hand side of the map there, but Pelican and Creative were lying in wait, so this overtime will continue for the Outlaws. Dante has seen his target dive straight towards Finn and helps Pelican clean up that kill. The Outlaws aren't out of this just yet. The Shock health bars are dwindling quite quickly, as overtime will disappear in a blink of an eye if Outlaws do get off the point now. Dante playing the chunky Tracer is diving in, but the kills are really coming through for the Outlaws now. The Shock need to find something. The EMP's going to force them to get back onto that payload, but they can't do it in time. The Houston Outlaws, on what was a dangerous situation to be in there, managed to complete in OT.
That was so clinical too, how they were juggling the payload to keep activating overtime. You know, Dante, that you called out the great angle that he had. He was able to play behind that shelf of crates, so you still had access to cover, but you also had access to the sight lines from your supports that were sitting in the health pack room. But then you also saw that, like, Pelican understood that his duty was to basically swap in and out with Dante to reactivate that overtime. And by the time that the rest of the team was regrouped, they were able to go in with the ults that they had banked up. So just really well done there from the Outlaws. Shock now, I mean, I don't have a whole lot of doubts that Shock can complete this map also, just given the pace that they were able to set on King's Row and how well they were able to navigate the dive. It does work a little bit better on the attack, and Shock are hopefully going to show us that. I think we might go to extra rounds here.
Oh, assuming this was the kill onto Proper.
Oh, the sleep dart.
That's, I mean, that is nasty. And then a hack too. Yeah, you're not surviving that. Woo. Been a lot of nice sleeps. Creative and Violet doing it.
Yeah.
Exceptional in Route 66 so far.
For sure. I mean, Violet's just had some really nice long-range nades as well, just to be able to, I don't know, deal with Dante's mech. A couple other squishy targets as well. It's going to be a similar story here. Somehow Lastro gets slept. Oh, that was funny.
I mean, yeah, unfortunately you can't follow that up. Damn. Finn wasn't in position to hit that right click. I think he might have been behind that sign.
Nah, I think so.
In fact, Violet gets hacked and anti this time. Nades his feet, receives an orb from Finn. He will be fine. All good, all patched up.
Oh, look at that too. Just had so much charge over to Creative as well. What is happening?
What happened there? How did Proper... He didn't have pulse bomb, so not sure. Maybe he fell off the map? That'd be... I don't know. I'm sure we'll get a replay or something. That was weird. Okay, the San Francisco Shock lose their Tracer, but they end up trading anyway, so all good. Big position here for the Shock. They can use that health pack if it's not hacked already. But Violet, he's only got that support passive to heal him up, which might be a little bit of a problem for the Shock now, especially as Merit has that pulse bomb.
That needs to weave it through Kalush's defense matrix, though.
Violet's been spotted, but Creative and Lastro dead once again. There's that tag team, Kalush and Proper, dispatching at the back line. All right, there's point A, just like that. Well, bada bing, bada boom.
Didn't need any ultimates there either from anybody. So the second point's going to be interesting.
Is
Okay,
it a proper? Okay, what happened?
Oh, he blinked backwards.
He double blinked off the map. You see Pelican, he threw the Transicator, I think, or maybe that was Creative throwing a nade. Someone threw something. I think it was Creative throwing the nade, in fact. He just double blinks off the map. We see some ridiculous stuff today.
Listen,
I'm sorry, but
listen. Everybody gets a pass. Even Proper gets gets a pass.
Sure. No pass. No, can't be Rookie of the Year anymore. No, not after that. No way. All right, what you got for us, Pelican? Nice icon to Proper. Look how Split Shock are playing right now. Oh, EMP's pretty big. Lastro and Creative get hacked. Can't keep Lastro alive. 3-man EMP this time from Pelican. They're all carrying in this room. Somehow Merit managed to weave that pulse bomb through that defense matrix of Kalush. Wow. That took some doing. They do clean up.
Wow, Merit was so low too. I mean, that's just the precision that you expect from a Tracer player like him. Especially when you know that like there's timing involved, and so as soon as you see the defense matrix expire, go in, weave your pulse bomb. This does stop San Francisco for a little bit. They just expended the EMP on both sides. Proper has the pulse bomb now too. Oh, Kalush got demeched already?
Yeah, decides to just hit the salvage chart to get the remake. Dante's also pretty low. Health pack is not hacked, so I guess ideally the Shock want to take over the little gas station there. Mary gets right-clicked by Finn by the looks of it. It's a bit of a struggle for the San Francisco Shock thus far. Outlaws have had a pretty decent defense with Dante getting remeked. He didn't end up trading his life for a Transcendence on the side of the Shock, but these fights are taking a long time to end, Rose.
Yeah, there's no real reset here. And oh my gosh, Proper just gonna keep going.
There you go. Okay. Reset time.
Yeah, full reset.
All
here.
good.
That though, Proper's not letting up any of that type of pressure. Should go sit at the door. He's already 30% towards another pulse bomb. Both of the EMPs are going to be online again. Wow, both players have been cycling through those so fast. But Outlaws once again have 6 ults to contend with. Shock's 1, maybe 2 with Violet gets the Nano online as well. So hopefully Outlaws don't just throw everything at this. They should be able to shut it down with just the EMP.
Well, I mean, there's 3 minutes to go. Counter EMP, it's good. Damage is nice. A nice little 1 clip with 2 kills there. Not quite, does take care of Finn. Outlaws almost like unlosable there with the 5 ults.
Yeah.
Mary still holds on to that pulse, which is quite important. And the Adamantium backline and mental there from the Houston Outlaws not using their Transcendence when Sam unleashed his own EMP.
I think they knew that Finn didn't have the Transcendence online for their own EMP, and so you may as well just go ahead and use that resource for now. Yep.
Ooh. Yikes. Yeah, that was from range too, so that wasn't even like you were getting dove. That was just at range. The forcing of the Transcendence. All right, equal playing field now for the Zenyatas. Oh, Dante ends up getting demeched, and there's the Nano on to Kalush. Nano Diva still pretty damn scary. The micro missiles do a fair amount of damage, and obviously the Diva shifting into you is pretty hard to deal with at the best of times. Merit Pelican end up going down. Outlaws don't have a front line to deal with or a back line. There's the San Francisco Shock. Do get that payload in. Pretty similar time back though, going into third.
Yeah, that was a tough defense there that Outlaws were able to put up for point B. if Lastro hadn't been pressured to use the Transcendence so early, then maybe you would have been able to use that Transcendence for stall, but you weren't really saving it for anything else. Like, you're already off kilter from having held onto it from Sam's last EMP that you're not going to want to save it for so much longer. But Sam is still, like, pretty close to another one. Like, that's like maybe two clips away. I don't know. I'd be worried if I were the Outlaws here, for how far that card has progressed as well.
Yeah, we already highlighted Sam Sombra, right? His charge rate's pretty insane.
Pretty nutty.
Lastro's a bit off kilter too with the Transcendence versus the EMP.
Yeah, he already was. Finn was too, though. Finn's been forced to use the Transcendence earlier than Pelican's EMP, so it kind of makes sense. Like, you don't necessarily need it as an answer. But wow.
Dante right-click from downtown. Another nice lead from Creative. Oh, and a nano boost onto Pelican to help secure the kill. Oh, you're not going anywhere, Kalush. Come back here. An EMP to force the mech and the remech. So no self-destruct for Kalush now to create some space.
Well, this is good, too. I mean, using that EMP so early, we've seen tons of teams do this. They forced out the Transcendence already.
Wow, 60 seconds to go. Another unbelievably scrappy fight from both the Outlaws and the Shock as Kalush falls. Nano boost onto Grobber. Can he turn this fight around? Doesn't look like it. Lastro comes up with another nice couple of shots. Those orbs. So deadly from that range. And the Outlaws have still got the Transcendence, Rose. So they're pretty happy about this.
Yeah, well, they just earned it. You know, the nano from Creative, it was able to keep the Outlaws alive. That early EMP gave Lastro enough time to get it online, and that's huge because Sam hasn't used the EMP yet. So now Outlaws have an answer, and all of a sudden, they could win this map.
Okay, no memp. No memp. You gotta get it. Oh, Lastro! Whoa! 180, Sam. Thank you very much. They do end up trading, but look at this already. Merit is just cleaning up, like actually ridiculous stuff from Merit. Takes down both supports. San Francisco Shock are just going to get held here. Just no hope in hell of getting back. Kalush is dead. Overtime's in progress. The San Francisco Shock have Sam to touch, maybe? No, not at all. Lastro didn't even use that Transcendence.
He didn't need it.
He's got a big smile on his face, and I would be too. I'd be pretty damn happy with that. They hold the San Francisco Shock on that third point. Houston Outlaws now. Match point in the series against one of the scariest teams in the West.
The foresight that Lastro had to have, that was ridiculous. Get this man a raise or something. Like, I don't know. Hope it pays off. Yeah, on match point now. That's bonkers.
In the words of Violet, I respect him so much. We're going to jump to a break. Houston Outlaws on match point against the Shock. We'll see you after this. Can Shock bounce back? They're going to need to. They've lost 2 games in a row. It's crazy. Are they going to lose a third? Well, we'll have to find out after this. The time has come to see your heroes rise at Grand Finals. Yeah, that's right. Pre-sale tickets are on sale now for the show. Get early access and a pre-sale discount by subscribing to the Overwatch League newsletter. It's going to be a good time. It's live at Anaheim Convention Center in Anaheim, California, funnily enough. Yeah, it's going to be a good time. We're going to be there, so yeah, make sure you come along and pick up your tickets now. Right, the Houston Outlaws, well, they're 2 maps up. The Shock, a singular. Are they going to lose a back-to-back? It's kind of crazy to think about, but the Outlaws are playing exceptionally well. But the San Francisco Shock, they do have a deep talent pool. They have a deep roster. They are subbing in one of those in Kilo for this next map. It's New Queen Street for our push.
I think that makes a lot of sense, knowing that Kilo and Proper both, you know, like to play some long-range stuff. I think specifically for Kilo, I don't know if we're going to see the Sombra come out from the Shock, but maybe instead seeing something like the Sojourn or the Ashe that has been so good for a lot of teams previous on this map. You know, Philadelphia Fusion, one of those teams that really likes to utilize those sight lines. London Spitfire, Sparker, just always doing a good job. So I'm thinking maybe no Sombra. Maybe no Sombra.
Yeah. Not a hit scan maybe for Kilo. A little bit Ashe, maybe. A little bit. Yeah, we've seen a little bit of a Soldier, weirdly enough. That was a blast from the past.
Yeah,
Jesus.
that's
Remember the nano visor at the very beginning of the season?
Yeah, it's true. You know, I will say too that when Kilo comes into the roster for Shock next to Proper, it actually does open up some possibilities for Proper as well to play something a little bit different, so he's not stuck on just playing the Tracer. Kilo could potentially play the Tracer, and that opens up Proper to play the Genji, for example. Just some thoughts.
Yeah. Oh, well, Proper's a Hyperflex too, right? So it is crazy seeing how many heroes he can play. We've got a lot of Hyperflexes in the league at this point. I feel like at this point in time in Overwatch as a whole, a lot of players are able to play like so many things, and it's not strictly like projectile and hit scan. There are people that do one exceptionally well over the other, but those lines are slowly becoming more blurred as the years go on.
It's like with supports too, we used to have like flex support and main support. You can still sort of divvy up those heroes into either of those categories, but we have players that are proficient in basically all the support heroes too. So I feel like you have hyperflexes over there as well.
Yeah, I mean, Violet's a good case study
Yes.
for that, right? Zuzo didn't look super strong when he first started
Yeah.
it, but he's definitely got better as time goes on. All right, let's have a look. There you go. There's the Ashe. Called it perfectly.
Yeah, no Sombra.
Thank you. No Sombra. So Proper on the Tracer, Kilo on the Ashe versus Merit's Tracer and Pelican Sombra.
Yeah, and this does open up Proper to be able to flex over to the Genji if he wants to. You could play a little bit more dive-centric around Kaluja's Diva, but it does beg the question of how is this going to play against the fact that Pelican is sticking to the Sombra. That's a tough one. If Kaluj gets hacked, you know, that's all of a sudden something that Shock doesn't have access to either on their side.
Let's get going.
Great, but look, he was looking to set up a nade there by the looks of it, because Pelican was holding off to the side. Oh, yeah, you need the health back. Oh, yeah, it's hacked too, so that respawns super fast. So he can play that corner quite well, quite effectively on his own.
It's really helpful. It does add an extra layer of support that you could pull upon to keep everybody alive.
Crave got to be careful though. Nice dynamite. Crave is super low, no nade. Yeah, easy kill for Proper. And Astro already went down to Creative on the side there. Really nice aggressive positioning from the Shock. I like the way Proper played that actually. He was on top of the little bus and he can just blink onto the high ground and then look over the other team. And then he was also in a position, Rose, where the bot really couldn't move because he was causing it to be contested.
Yeah.
That was a really nice positioning from the young Tracer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, already has a pulse bomb as a reward. can get set up as well, knowing that Houston Outlaws are just starting to make their way back to contest. They do get to take this defensive corner though, but you can already see that like both Merit and Proper right now, I should be on them trying to figure out how they're going to weave these pulse bombs in.
Merit desperately. Please, just shoot Kaluj. I need a D-Mech so I can pulse. Like how far? Okay. Yeah, Kilo just kind of shooting around, just seeing if Pelican's around there. Looks a little BM, but it's not, I promise. Maybe it is, I don't know. I'm not in his head. Oh, Merit's in his head though. Nice kill. Him and Pelican assisting in that one, so I can imagine it was a hack. All right, Proper in the background. Do Houston Outlaws know? Oh, they definitely do now. Pelican even has that health back to run back to, but Proper double, almost triple blinks to get back to safety. Nano boost on Lastro. Oh, he's out for blood. And a nade to follow up too. Creative has been just a superstar on this Ana so far this series. That was a good nano followed up with a good nade. And they take control of the bot just because of that.
Yeah, that's huge as well. I mean, Creative has been super flexible with the targets of that nano too. Not just relying on using that nano to buff up extra damage, but to save people. And I feel like that's not something we see very often from how Anas have been incorporated into team compositions in the past. That's gonna allow Lastro now to hold on to the Transcendence. You've got Dante with the remech capability coming back up. That's what that is now, right? It's not Diva Bomb. It's just remech.
Just hunting for remech kills.
Yeah.
Just like Matt. And then proceeds to throw the game. What a surprise. Who is really surprised at that? Absolutely nobody. Well, there's self-destruct from Dante. Remech kills? No, not today. Unfortunate. Shock have the Bob online. Can be hacked too by Pelican, but again, doesn't last like super long, so it's still a little bit deadly. And so is Proper and Kilo from that kind of range. I mean, the idea for the Shock right now is just to set them up. Oh, nice coach gun. I'll interrupt myself, shall I? There's a Bob. Kilo is so low, though. It was a good pulse bomb from Merit. Forced the lamp out of Finn. He was so low after that lamp went down. He was cleaned up, but Violet on the Brig is just able to kind of swing away. The AoE healing from the Inspire is still kind of crazy.
Yeah, it's really good, and this is a composition right now that is super survivable. Finn has a lot of burst healing available, but also the immortality field, and then Violet gets to go brawl in Dante's face. And I would be nervous. Dante's been playing a very aggressive game, and so Violet can just get up close and personal.
Oh, no. Nice try, nice try. Oh! That was unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, this kind of comp, Rose, the one that Shock are running, it's like, okay, we just want to protect Kilo right now.
Yeah.
Like, we can throw packs at him, we can boot people away with the flail, even just the shield bash. Finn can protect him, provide him the Matrix. Like, a lot of this is centering around Kilo and what he can get done. And then Proper's kind of this solo agent that can just receive packs.
Kilo's the president, and Proper is the Secret Service.
Yeah. Exactly. We just need the Bastion now from Kilo.
I know.
To truly protect the president. All right, EMP coming up. Pelican looking to set it up. Oh, 4-man. Everybody from the Shock grouped up in that corner. Almost too easy for it.
It's huge. You will be able to get the bot back as soon as Kaluj goes down. Wait, there's somebody else still alive? Oh, surely you don't get away from that.
Dante with a little pirouette there, trying to find where Proper was going.
Just dancing on the pack to make sure that he didn't steal it. Alright, kind of need to keep locking down those health packs too.
Swift engage from the Shock, using that rally. They're in a decent position. They've actually swapped sides, and yeah, that's resulted in Kilo's death already. Self-destruct launched up by Dante. Where is it going to land? Is it going to get Kalush out of mech? Doesn't look like it, but that window from Finn might be all that they really need to help, well, just buy enough time for Kilo to get back into the fight. I mean, Finn's pretty deadly at the best of times, but behind a window, I'd be scared if I were the Outlaws. Look like they managed to sustain through it, though, and a good sleep from Creative as he comes up big, once again killing or helping to kill a Proper. However, the spawns are coming in. It's Kilo versus Creative. Oh, it's a 3-tap if you're the Ana, or a 2-tap at this point. Can he get him? 1, 2. Creative's got it. Oh, another sleep. Another sleep from the Ana. Pity, though, he wasn't healing the rest of his team. They do end up falling down. So it was all for naught in the end. It just looked fancy.
Look, Kilo did what he needed to do, which was to keep Creative busy. I feel for him. Ana's head hitbox is so small.
Oh, yeah. When
Is
she
this the
strafes
smallest?
left to right, it's not the smallest, I don't think, but it might be close. It's
good
just
size.
the strafing animation of
Yeah.
Ana's like hitbox. It goes very weird. So
That's a good warm up though. Just a lobby of you and then a bunch of
True.
Anas.
bunch of Ana
Yep.
players. Yeah. Oh, EMP. It lands. It landed well. Yeah, Violet instantly blown up. You can't even use the shield there either if you're Violet. So yeah, you are extremely vulnerable in that position. With 3 minutes to go, the bot hasn't really moved on either side. Like 40 meters to 32. That's like such a small meter bank there, meterage bank, however you want to call it.
But look at that too. Bob actually bought some time also. Before he expired, he was still contesting the payload. That's so funny. Shock now, they do get to come back, but yeah, like no first checkpoint yet. EMPs have been necessary for Outlaws to take back any sort of control.
Well, they do have double support ultimate. Propper's looking to end one of those supports rather quickly with that pulse spot. No health pack there, unfortunately. Pelican already hacked it, I'm afraid, and it's actually forced his recall. A window's been utilized by Finn, but Dante's just standing straight up to him. Like, Dante has just been... It's literally Big Tracer Dante is playing right now. As he's just running down the San Francisco show. What a look from the Outlaws currently. With 2 minutes to go, they're going to grab the lead, Rose. And maybe even the checkpoint. Dante has the self-destruct. Pelican's been pretty quick on charging these EMPs. What have the Shock really got to do here? They've actually switched their support line. They're going for the Zen and the Brig now.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, look at that. This is actually really incredible, too, because originally it was Violet on the Zenyatta, and then he switched over to the Brig, and now, like, Finn's on it. Rally, though, Outlaws already got the checkpoint.
They've got the checkpoint, and they force Rally from Violet to find a semblance of something in this fight. Well, look at Violet just perma-holding shield right now. He's got to protect himself from that damage. Grab kills him with a nade. It is a 2v3 on this point, and with Proper alive, doesn't like Merit's going to be able to do much else, apart from stall the bot for a little bit longer. Yeah, just wants to die here. It's all good. Spy time. There's a minute to go, Rose, and there's 17 meters that separate both teams. Outlaws might be able to just run home with this one.
I think they can. Look, Pelican is getting ready with the EMP. Merit on Tracer, he will have to respawn, but he'll be able to blink forward so fast, and this is where Houston Outlaws, they want to shut it down. Finn just switched over to the Zenyatta. You don't have that Transcendence up yet, and Pelican is right there. Blink, and you might miss it.
Yeah, both supports. He's calling for the engage, but the whole team is just a little bit too far away by the looks of it. They need to recontest that bot. And now they're in this little walkway. You can see Dante, easy EMP, a kickback onto Pelican, but Dante was nano, so both supports just melted like ice cream on a hot summer's day. 57 meters for the Outlaws as they do win this fight. And with 15 seconds to go, the San Francisco Shock might just go down. 3 match losses in a row. A very uncharacteristic look for one of the best teams in North America. 5 seconds now and counting. The San Francisco Shock are getting harassed by Dante in the spawn, and they're not going to be able to touch the bot. The Outlaws have done it! A 3-1 over the Shock. A very, very strange loss at the very beginning of the Countdown Cup qualifiers, but they come back and smash expectations, taking down the Shock in what was a fairly easy game to start out with. A 2-0 on control and a systematic dismantling of the Shock on New Queen Street.
That was just really well done by Houston. I think it speaks volumes that, hey, Boston Uprising were just a tough opponent. What do you think, Jaws? I don't know. This was the test of strength we wanted to see from Houston, and they surpassed, I think, a lot of people's expectations today.
Yeah, what a large, sizable W from the Houston Outlaws there. Wow. I mean, the Shock, they're now on 3 losses in a row.
Which is, like, crazy to think about.
Which is crazy, yeah. We're mentioning it before, but the standards for the Shock are set so high, and they set those for themselves, right, because of how long they went undefeated. It is insane to think that they've now, they went to a map fire with the Justice and went down, and now they got taken down in 4 by the Houston Outlaws. But on the flip side of it, what a glow up for the Houston Outlaws, though. But just unbelievable. I think a lot of people are still very high on the San Francisco Shock stock market, but Houston Outlaws here, they take another dub, or take a single dub, because they lost to Boston Uprising. in the first week. But we're getting into a point now where do we see the Shock maybe slip down in the rankings a little bit? Like, it's very possible at this point.
I mean, maybe they do. They are locked in for playoffs already, so it's not like they're missing out too much here with a loss. Houston, on the other hand, though, they were sitting in the 4th seed, and they needed a win. They can keep needing those wins to keep their spot in those top 6 spots for playoffs. But there was one man leading the charge that does deserve our player of the match today. And Jaws, this was a tough choice, I feel like, to pick a particular player, because I think you could have given it to the supports as well, but I think we need to give it to Dante for just the work that he put in for this match. There was no Doomfist at all today. We started things off on Orisa, and then it was D.Va all the way through, and it looked good.
Yeah, Dante's D.Va looks exceptional. Like, obviously at this point, it's like Dante's only going to play tank for the Outlaws. Like, there were questions earlier on in the season, like, okay, we've seen him on Doom. That's really, obviously, we expect that. Okay, Junker Queen kind of fits that hero pool too, and how Junker Queen plays and how aggressive you can kind of go. But now he's on the D.Va, and he looks, like, unbelievable. A masterclass in like how to play D.Va like hyper aggressively, like the Big Tracer, as D.Va's kind of always been called, just Fat Tracer or Big Tracer, right? It's insane what he can kind of get done, and there's a lot of support, and his backline definitely needs to shout out to, like you were saying, Rose, creative sleep darts, but their ability to kind of sync up the nano boost onto Dante and then hitting the EMPs. Yeah, the Outlaws look good right now.
You know, this meta is a lot about individual prowess and how flexible you can be as an individual player, but it's also about how do you work with your team. You know, Dante was setting him up for the rest of the team to knock him down, and it would be a different story if he was aggressive and then didn't get the follow-up. We would be probably not sitting in a position where Houston was getting the win today.
Well, with that said, I think we've got an interview with Merit on the other side of this break. You're not going to want to miss that. We'll see what kind of smack he can talk after the break. We'll see in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome back to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined by Merritt from Houston Outlaws, coming out from a great victory against the San Francisco Shock. 3-1 victory. And of course, I mean, congratulations on the win. And also, I mean, this is, I think, a huge win for the Houston Outlaws because San Francisco Shock, they're right now ranked 1 in our rankings right now. So how did you guys get this done? 자, 오늘의 승리를 좀 축하드리면서 오늘 승리가 좀 더 많은 좀 의미가 있는 것 같아요. 일단 센쇼기 강적이기도 했고 또 제가 봤을 때는 많은 사람들이 휴스턴이 승리를 할 거라고 예상을 안 했을 거라고 좀 생각을 하기 때문에 오늘 센쇼과의 경기 좀 어떻게 해서 승리를 거두시게 되셨나요?
일단 저희가 점점 대회를 할수록 콜이나 합적인 부분이 점점 더 맞아가는 것 같아서 그런 것 때문에 더 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
All right. As we play more games, you know, Overwatch League games, I think the biggest plus for us, or biggest thing that's going on for us, is our call-outs and also our teamwork inside games. When we make plays, our teamwork in general just sort of leveled up as we progressed throughout the season and as we played with each one another throughout these games. So I think that is one of the biggest things that got us the win against San Francisco Shock. I do agree, but I think another thing is I think Houston Outlaws, you guys, all of your individual team players look phenomenal. Dante on that tank is looking good. Pelican on that Sombra is looking good too. But for you as well, it's a little bit more interesting because we're seeing you play the Tracer as who used to be a more hit scan focused player. Now you're on that Tracer role. So how did that decision happen? And also how do you feel about playing Tracer right now for this current stage? 자, 방금 얘기하셨다시피 이렇게 콜아웃이나 뭐 이런 팀워크 부분도 저도 동의를 하고요. 그것뿐만이 아니라 일단 이제 메리트 선수 같은 경우에는 원래는 히트 스캔 유저로서 이렇게 팀에서 히트 스캔 영웅도 좀 다루시다가 이번엔 좀 특이하게 트레이서를 이번에 좀 이제 사용하게 되셨는데 좀 이런 결정이 어떻게 이루어졌고 또 지금 트레이서를 하는 거에 대해서 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 제가 트레이서가 제 주 캐릭이 아닌데 그래도 몇 번 스크램에서 하다 보니까 좀 괜찮게 돼가지고 이렇게 하고 있는 것 같습니다.
All right, so I do have to say, Tracer isn't sort of my main hero, something that I play a lot. But in scrims, when we had the scrims, I picked it up, and it seemed pretty good. So I think that is why I am using the Tracer. Talking about Tracer, I just quickly before I send you off, have to ask you a quick question. Dante is a very good Tracer player as well. So just out of curiosity, did Dante give you any tips and tricks on how to sort of play Tracer when you were on that role? 자, 이제 보내드리기 전에 이건 좀 여쭤보고 싶어서 아무래도 단테 선수가 원래 트레이서를 굉장히 잘하는 선수로서 지금은 이제 그거를 많이 못 보고 있잖아요. 혹시 이렇게 메리트 선수가 트레이서를 하는 거에 대해서 이제 좀 살짝 자기만의 팁이나 뭐 이런 걸 살짝씩 이렇게 던져주거나 뭐 이렇게 메리트 선수가 뭐 여쭤보거나 이런 건 없었나요?
일단 딱히 저한테 해준 말은 없고 제가 그냥 트레이서 영상 그냥 많이 보는 것 같아요.
All right. Unfortunately, not really. Dante hasn't given me any tips and tricks. How I go about it is I watch a lot of sort of players, a lot of Tracer videos, and that's how I sort of learned. All right, Merritt, I think you should talk to Dante. He's the player of the match, so tell him that he's good, and then also ask him for tips as well. 자, 이거 제가 봤을 때 메이트 선수가 살짝 오늘 어차피 단테 선수가 POTM을 먹었기 때문에 살짝 이렇게 잘했다고 얘기해주면서 팁을 좀 더 받으면 더 강한 트레이서가 될 거라고 생각을 합니다. All right, that is it for the interview. Merritt, congratulations on the win again. Big and thank you for the interview as well. 자, 이걸로 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠고요. 인터뷰에서 너무 감사드리고 오늘 승리 너무 축하드립니다. 감사합니다. Bye bye.
감사합니다. Thank you.
Wow, Houston.
Yeah.
3-1 victory against the San Francisco Shock. You were right. 69%.
No.
I told you guys.
What did you write there?
69% of the time, it works every time.
No, but actually, no. But you predicted Shock.
You did.
Well, it's a formality.
You know what's right? Necro was right.
Well, what did Necro say? Oh, no, that was true. Necro was the only person that was right.
Yeah.
So I
None of us
I got a little
got it
bit of
right.
credit for this one. No.
None of us were right. But I mean, yeah, big congratulations to the Houston Outlaws. They looked phenomenal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was very interesting seeing their adaptation from their previous match against the Boston Uprising. Obviously, last time they spent a lot of their time playing around Doge, and his Diva and his Winston wanted to have that flexibility, but it seems like they just play better with Dante in the lineup. I don't know if it's just his communication, how he plays, but they just seem to have much more coordination. And, obviously at the start here, we saw an Orisa matchup, this was a weird round. It was a weird round, but the important thing was Mikey came back in to play the ball, but also struggled to get value with it once again, like we saw in their last match. But as we went further in the series, it really became a Diva versus Diva matchup between Kaluj and Dante, something that I never thought I would say. And Dante actually had a really good series. He plays a very interesting style of playing Diva, where it's like very all or nothing. You're either killing everyone or you're dying.
Yeah, I think there's going to be games like this where we're like, oh wow, Dante is a great Diva, and then next game, it's going to be like, oh, Dante is feeding. And I'm not saying like because he's a bad player. I think that's the play style,
Yeah.
And I was a Reinhardt to play like that, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. but yes, I am a bit worried. I will say, I know we got player of the match honors, and I know we're raving about Dante's Diva. I am a little bit worried though if this is going to last for the future, for example. There were so many great individual plays throughout this series. It was so scrappy. It was Tracer and Sombra back and forth. It was Anas hitting sleep darts and Bionades, and you're like, wow, just gasping all the time because the plays are so sensational. Pelican's EMPs, they were sublime.
Exceptional, yeah.
Pelican was like the best Sombra in the server.
Yeah.
If anything from the Shock, I do think that Sam, like he struggled to land the perfect EMPs at the right time. He hit targets. Sometimes he got picks, but to synergize with the rest of the team, that like the follow-up is there as well, like proper on the Tracer, for example, Kalush on the Diva. I felt like Sam, he could work a little bit on the synchronization with the rest of the team, whereas I think Houston Outlaws, for the most part, they had that down, and I think that was a big difference maker.
To that end, I think Lastro did a great job of making Sam's life a nightmare. We saw that one at the end of Route 66 where like Sam EMP'd him and Lastro just like 180 headshot him. It's hard to play around those type of things, and credit does need to go to the Outlaws backline, especially with the new addition of Creative. They played very well, especially on that Zan Ana, so excited to see more from those two.
Yeah, Lastro always pulls out big energies, whenever you need it.
Always big
and
energies.
San Francisco Shock, now this is what they back-to-back loss. So a little scary for them. We'll have to wait and see if they could bounce back up.
We were talking about it just before. We don't have 100% fact check on this, but we're pretty sure the last time that the San Francisco Shock had an 0-2 weekend was March 2020. Didn't even happen in
2021?
No, it
was
apparently didn't happen. We didn't play that many matches in 2021, but apparently going all the way back to March 2020 was when they had their last 0-2 weekend. So I think they're going to be very disappointed with themselves over this one.
Right, but they're still in the top standings, so not worried too much, but at the same time, they should start to get a little bit worried with this back-to-back loss as well, right?
Yeah.
All right,
I think they got the longest regular season win streak in the league, right?
Yeah.
I think they're going for the longest losing streak now.
No way, don't say. You're cursing San Francisco.
0-43. Here we go. Let's go. See ya 2025.
They're just gonna collect records.
Yo, Cross is sweating in the back.
It worked for Shanghai. They're great now. They're great now, Shanghai.
Hey, we'll just have to wait and see for their next match. All right, let's go on to our last match of the day. The Los Angeles Gladiators facing off against the Vancouver Titans. What do you guys think about this match?
This is another hard one for the Vancouver Titans. They have their moments, you know, and we talked about it in the pre-show. Aspire and King, their synergy on that Tracer Sombra was actually very strong. I'm excited to see that come out again for them. I'm interested to see if we're going to see Mira move over to more of a diva, or if we'll see, you know, maybe False comes in to play that diva as well, because diva seems to be the trending meta, and Mira's Doomfist, as much as it was partially successful, we've seen most teams move away from it at this point. So will they keep playing that? And for the Gladiators, just keeping their success going.
Yeah.
How about you, Johnny? What are you looking out for?
I think it comes down to the Tracer versus Sombra matchup. I mean, I think the Gladiators, they have Happy, of course. Like, Happy doesn't have to play the Sombra. He can play the Sojourn if he wants to. Happy can play whatever he wants. He's that good at the game. But for the Vancouver Titans, I think we know that it's going to be a lot of Tracer and Sombra. Aspire, I mean, he looks fantastic on that Tracer. So if the Vancouver Titans are to win today, I think it starts with the Tracer and the Sombra matchup. Maybe you can step up the tempo, make life difficult for the LA Gladiators. I mean, Funny Asteroid, sometimes he has a bit, you know, questionable sound barriers. So maybe you could abuse that and like find some weakness in the LA Gladiators. I think it starts with Aspire Tracer. When he plays at his perfect game, looks really good.
Do you think we're gonna see Doomfist Mirror when we start?
Probably.
Like Mirror, yeah. Do you mean?
Oh, Mirror.
Doomfist or Doomfist Mirror?
Both, yeah.
Both.
Yeah.
Both? I hope not. I hope not. I think Reiner should be going on to better picks. I think they played a lot of Winston in their last matchup, so I don't expect him to try and take that Mirror Doomfist against Mirror.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, Reiner did say that, you know, he's been playing a lot of fighting games.
That's true. That's true. So
I love how you make this connection. Doomfist is a fighting hero. Playing fighting games? Obviously.
makes perfect sense. No? All right, let's hear it from our casters. Let's see what they think. Jaws and Necros are back. Hello, guys.
Congrats, Necra.
Congrats, Necra. First of all, congrats. Yes, you were the only winner. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, and Jaws.
Yeah,
yes.
true,
Hello.
Yes. No, that was. You should
I am the winner, and then there's Jaws.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's just how it normally goes, unfortunately. I can see where Danny's coming from, though, with the Doomfist fighting game. There is a custom game in Overwatch 1 where it was like they put you on like it's like a 2D plane. It looked like Smash Bros basically, but it was two Doomfists going at each other. But you don't get that many moves, you know.
I did play that. It was
see where
pretty
you're coming
cool,
from, Danny.
It's
pretty cool. Yeah, you can play some other heroes too.
And I didn't like it. It was too hard.
No.
I always
like
rage quitted, bro. I went from like point A to like the next one, and then I couldn't figure out how to get to the next one. So I would always just like
We'll
rage
connect
quit.
you with Jake. Jake will teach you the ways. Jake's a
That would be
professional at
amazing.
Doomfist.
Dude, I got a
Doomfist
about
parkour
that.
is
the
the
Doomfist
best
custom games.
custom
Doomfist parkour is the worst game mode
What?
in Overwatch.
No,
it's the
no,
most
it's not,
overrated,
Johnny. It's
tragic,
pretty fun.
awful
Actual
game mode.
slander.
There is this weird thing in the Overwatch community where they like think it's cool to be great at jumping up out rooftops as Doomfist. You won't ever do that in a
Look,
match ever.
just 'cause you suck at it, Johnny,
It's such a useless skill, and
doesn't
people
mean it's
just like
bad.
love doing
That's
it.
true.
It's the most awful
Johnny's
thing.
a hater.
Doomfist
Come
parkour
on.
is I hope it's out of Overwatch 2. I hope you can't do it with the new size.
Because you said it, I think it's gonna
the
come
most
back.
awful thing.
Someone's gonna
It
make it out of
happened.
fight. Someone's gonna just
Yes,
make it out
just
of
because
You
you
won't play
hate it.
Doomfist
You hate
parkour
it?
with me. You won't play Widow lobbies with me. Like, do you
I'll
want to
play-
just
I'll
not
beat you
play
with
the
Widowmaker
game?
1-1
Like,
any day of the week, Jaws. My Widowmaker beats
Any
you
day-
any
Dude's
day
got
of the
money.
week.
Okay,
Wow.
This is
Ryan
gonna stand up to
Hart
me, bro.
I don't. I put my
Reinhardt
money
play-
on Jaws right there. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. I spent
Yeah,
12 hours
same.
a day in Widowmaker lobbies, or at least I used to. So yeah, easy clap, Johnny. Easy clap. Maybe we've got a small
That's
challenge
more
on our
about your
hands
life
in
than-
Overwatch 2.
That was savage. What? Oh
Okay.
my God, Jack!
Time
cut
to
him
leave.
off.
Time to leave. Time to leave. Goodbye. Goodbye, desk. What the hell was that?
Well, I think that was some shade thrown your direction, my guy.
Okay, all right, Johnny. I see.
12 hours a day in a Widow lobby.
Dude, look. When Overwatch 2 drops again, catch me in those Widow lobbies. They're fun. They're super fun.
No, they're fun. I'm just bad. So I don't like them. I think I'm in Johnny's boat. I don't like them. 'cause I'm
Yeah, that's
bad
in
at
Johnny's
it.
boat because he sucks at Doomfist parkour because he can't get past level 1. All right. Let's get to the game. Gladiators versus the Vancouver Titans. Yeah, going to be a very tough game for the Vancouver Titans, you would imagine. Glads, yeah, they're still looking pretty damn good. They're looking like their old selves, it feels like, Rose, coming into this meta.
Yeah, they do. I mean, Gladiators, once again, like I know we keep hitting this point home, but they are just one of the most versatile teams when it comes to the compositions that they like to run, the hero depth that each individual player has, and especially when it comes to Reiner. In their match versus Florida Mayhem, where they won, Reiner actually played like a ton of different tanks. It was mostly the Doomfist, but we did see some Winston, some Diva. Maybe we get a chance to see some Orisa today. I feel like that's something that could be in his wheelhouse, but we saw Reinhardt too. And so there was just a lot of flexibility there from this player that I feel like the rest of the team can flex around really easily.
Yeah, this team, especially with Astro in the mix, you can imagine they want to go pretty damn fast. Yeah, it's been a bit of a crazy time for the Glads. Of course, we mentioned it the other day with Padapan and Arns stepping away. It's a situation where you kind of need someone to fill those shoes, and Happy does that almost perfectly. His hero pool is exceptional, and with Kevster being this kind of hyperflex and one of the best traces that we have, you would put Gladiators on the top of the table right now for the Countdown Cup, at least. On the other side, the Vancouver Titans, while Aspire has been also a very good tracer player, something they mentioned on the desk, Mirror hasn't shown too much proficiency on any other tank apart from the Doomfist. Of course, the Junker Queen is in that mix too, but we're not seeing the Junker Queen right now after the nerf to the commanding shout. So this might come down to a Reiner versus Mirror matchup, and it looks like Reiner just beats into the post almost every time.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, is when Vancouver played against London Spitfire yesterday, a lot of the compositions that they ran were just Tracer, Sombra, Doomfist, Brig, Ana. That was it. Until that last map of Coliseo, where we did see Mirror flex over to the Orisa. And this was before we saw other teams really kind of find their groove with it as well. So it was just a nice treat to see Mirror try to flex onto something a little bit differently. Yes, you were contending with London Spitfires, Reinhardt Rush, but it still looked pretty good. And so I'd love to see if Mirror can maybe pull on that particular pick for this matchup. Do we see the Doomfist versus Doomfist? I think I'm with the desk, and I hope we don't, but we could. We could. Like Sanctum or something, I don't know.
Yeah, we are going to Paul. We'll see what map we end up on first. It feels so awkward though playing Doom on Sanctum. Like, you got a lot of mobility, but there's like not enough room for you to really move. That's just control in kind of a nutshell. There's a few flank routes here and there, but it's not something that you can kind of dive out of nowhere and then just slam somebody.
Yeah, well,
although Doomfist doesn't really play like that as much anymore. It's more of, obviously he's more like a frontline hero now in the tank role, but
he's like a linebacker, right? He's about to go like body your team from the front. So
yeah, but it's still not a pick you'd really want to pick. You need someone with a lot of kind of point presence, especially on Village, which is
true.
What we're going to now. We'll see what they want to do. Reiner's hovering over the Doom. Mirror on the Orisa.
I think that makes more sense. I'll talk about Titans first, because this is a look that we saw from them on Coliseo versus London. Yeah, okay. I'll talk about that in a second. I have a little bit more faith that the Titans can make this Orisa work, especially when the Mei is there to bolster it up. You'll already see them wrapping over to the point. And so if they can get control of it now, oh my god. Oh,
that was a large anti and a large punch too. Can he punch someone off the map? No. Yeah, there's the Orisa standing there. Oh, wait, what?
Huh?
Oh! Wow, no, so... Okay, let me explain that real quick, as they're going to clean up, they're going to clean up. So when you punch someone as Doomfist, this happened to me in the Alpha or Beta, I can't remember which one, but this happened to me. When the Doomfist punches the Orisa, when she's fortified like that, so she can't be moved, the punch velocity, if there's someone near it, still hits the person behind them. So Skyrepa was clearly like behind the Orisa at that point, so he still received that impact. Even though it looked like Reiner didn't move because he just kind of crashed into Mirror. Yeah, that's happened to me once. That's how I can explain that. But anyway, Next fight.
Yeah, let's
Gladiator.
go.
Oh, Ryan's also got ult, by the way. I don't know how that happened. Yeah, pretty nice. There's the Meteor Strike up on the high ground. Skyrapid didn't stand a chance. There's no Immortality Field. Astro cleaned that up as Kevster gets a reset off of Aspire.
Okay. Well, all logic has been thrown out the window here. I have no idea what's happening on point anymore. Okay. Well, Gladiators maintain control. That was such a fast Meteor Strike. Kevster has Blade.
Yeah, it definitely helps when you smash 4 people into the wall at the beginning.
Yeah.
And it forced Lamp too. So like Shu hit the nade, it forced Lamp, and then you hit the 4-man stun.
Yeah, no, it was a
Pretty
lot.
nasty.
I mean, you still get damage too when you're like hitting into like the Orisa, so yeah, it all adds up. But
Oh, a Nano Rhino maybe. Straight to the back. He's already 60 HP. Seismic Slam is going to get a little bit of over health back. Missing a couple of shots. Yeah, the hand cannon's still a little tricky to land sometimes in those small corridors. They're just, the DPS just kind of weaving around the Doomfist. Vancouver Titans end up flipping the point. Only use 1 ultimate.
yeah, that feels really good too, and it's just going to be the amplification matrix. And at this point as well, when you have such mobile heroes, it's not really like you're looking at amp matrix to kind of set up for some type of zoning ult or like long range damage. So it's fine to just kind of expend that. It feels good that you're still able to get value. Now you can see Kevster's actually going to be going over to the right-hand side over by the environmental portion of the map just to be able to get a vantage point for this Blade. Might not even need it though. Skyreaper's already down there from Shu.
Oh, Kevster dueling Aspire. Oh, Aspire. Yeah, he ended up losing that one. It was a 2v1 with Shu up on the high ground. The Vancouver Titans end up using their beats to counter that to Blizzard. Vancouver not wanting to invest their own beat, but now they're on Final Fight territory. Mirror has to be escorted around the map, Rose, to use this Terror Surge. It's going to be hard to lock people down.
Yeah, you really want to be able to fight Gladiators on the point, but once again, it's mobility that comes into play, where how are you going to do that? Funny Astro has been able to do a great job of maneuvering Gladiators around, but it comes down to this.
Reiner in a 1v2 there. Use that Meteor Strike. Vancouver Titans forced to use that beat. Only hit 3 people. Aspire didn't get any of that overhealth. King did, but it faded away pretty quickly when Happy hit him with a headshot. Overtime's here as the Vancouver Titans. They eventually use their Terror Surge. Happy falls dangerously low, but with Shu's Nano Boost online, seems like an easy target to put it on Kevster. Couple of resets for him. It's only Skyripper left. Vancouver Titans, in amongst all the chaos, they do manage to get the flip, but it's probably all for naught, considering the dwindling members of the Titans. However, Aspire does kill 1. However, with Master dead, yeah, that's pretty much it. Vancouver Titans, they do lose round 1. Okay, not quite. Hang on a second.
Wait.
The fight's not done. Happy dies to a random King headshot, who makes it back on the Mei. And with the both cooldowns used, even Skyripper with the Batiste is actually back. Oh, they don't get back on time. Oh, that's a C9.
Oh,
the OT
man.
at that stage goes down so fast.
Yeah,
C9,
I don't think
C9,
Titans were expecting that. You could see the thought process there of like King waiting in the ice block. I think Mirror just wasn't thinking ahead where Reiner had charged up the punch. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I actually thought Titans would be able to come back into this one, but we get to go to another map. Going over to the Shrine next. Maybe a change up too for some of these compositions. I don't think the Doomfist works nearly as well on this map. Like, you don't have high ground to really play off of to get those fast rollouts. So it makes a little bit more sense that we're going to see the Winston from Reiner, and then we see the Orisa from Mirror. So, gonna try that one more time.
Wow, that was a really long-range spin. You see it hit Shoot. Jesus. Good aim from Mirror there.
Yeah.
There's what is historically known as a projectile player, so it's not too surprising he hits those. Oh, the backline of the Vancouver Titans in trouble. Runners on the Winston now. Much more of a hard-focused dive comp.
I think
No real hope there for
yeah, I mean, like, that's rough. Titans right now, like, they're playing this, like, kind of run and gun, like, Orisa Rush. Like, you have the Mei walls to be able to isolate somebody on the Gladiators, and then you go in and just kind of, you know, punch them. But with Gladiators running this aggressive style of dive, like look at where like Reiner is set up. You can see Happy got a quick hack. They're really just waiting for Titans to walk in, and then Reiner's gonna pounce. Right on the back line too.
Yeah, you can see him Happy lying in wait. Aspire ends up getting hacked. He's got a lot of support still. Skyripper forced to use that lamp pretty early. Ryan's got the health back to run to as well. Mirror lands another clutch spear. Kills Shu. Can Lads end this fight pretty quickly? They've only got Funny Astro for healing. Kevster ends up getting stunned. Has to hit that recall. He has got a pulse, but Reiner is still doing an immense amount of work in the front line. Built up to that ult pretty damn fast. And with Mirror dead, still Vancouver Titans struggling to find a place in this fight. Eventually Astro goes down, but Gladiators have stalled long enough for Shu to come back. Even Happy being quite survivable on the Sombra. Titans couldn't end it. Mirror had the perfect opening with his spear on to the Ana, but they couldn't end up getting it. And now all this time Happy's just been farming that EMP. Here come the beats.
You can use the beat for survivability. Oh, you're gonna throw the EMP on top too? That's just the insult to injury there.
Yeah, 75% now for Gladiators. Just their ability to just keep hold of this point, even losing Shu, playing a little bit more conservatively. It's looking pretty rough. Even King switching over to the Tracer knows they need to get onto the point because the Vancouver Titans, yeah, they're getting spawn camped right now. At least they kill Happy, I suppose. But with only 10% to go, and Kev still with a pulse, looking pretty rough.
Yeah, I mean, King's gonna try to blink onto the point, get slept. Oh, does he even touch?
Oh, can they touch? Can Mirror touch?
Oh my god.
Oh, he does. Managed to get there in time. Pins Ryan to the wall, activates that Terror Surge. Ryan is going to take a whole heap of damage, but still manages to survive. Little follow-up for the Vancouver Titans and Mirror, as he's kept alive with that Immortality fill from Sky Ripper, but focused down rather fast. Happy on Farah, because why not, I guess, at this point. Overtime is here, and it's gone. The Gladiators, the quick and clean 2-0, take map number 1.
Oh, that's just like, this is the versatility of the Gladiators, right? Like, using Doomfist when it works, and then switching over to heroes that just really work for the particular map architecture. Like Shrine, we usually always see Winston, at least in the Overwatch 1 days of old. So, they know exactly what to do here. They're so tactical.
Yeah, feels pretty good for Glads right now. You know, they've had a little bit of a disappointing couple of weeks, but stepping into the Countdown Cup, looking as good as ever. Ryan receiving a nice little massage there from what only could be assumed is Unter in the background. We're going to jump to a break. We'll see how his shoulders are doing after this. Hey, welcome back. Gladiators with quite a quick first map as we jump into our second one. Single substitution on the field. We've got Astro stepping away, skewed in. Maybe double flex, maybe a little brig. We'll see what they want to do.
I think an Ana Zen. We're going to see Ana Zen. Jaws, that's the T. That's what Gladiators really like to rely upon on some of these more payload-oriented maps. You know, Funny Astro is great for being able to take fights a little bit faster. The Lucio, of course, also just like kind of a surprise factor too. If you don't know, he's like up around your head hitbox, up in the skybox there. But yeah, I just think Ana Zen all the way for this team makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a whole lot of sense to me. We'll see if the Titans can kind of stop the Glads in their tracks, because yeah, it was pretty one-sided on that first map. But you kind of go into this series expecting that, even though the Vancouver Titans have had a very impressive run, even into the tournament, Rose. I think it was a big shock to a lot of people, like, whoa, okay. Obviously, we knew Aspire was extremely good, but King also showed up massive. Another rookie that's coming quite hot on the things like Genji. So there's still lots of hope and praying, I can imagine, for the Vancouver Titans by their fan base. And I think it's worth pointing out they're still not out of the running.
No,
so
they're not.
They're 3-16 right now. They are sitting in 12th, which is just above Paris Eternal, who aren't in play-ins. So they are vying for that spot that currently Boston Uprising is sitting in, that 10th spot. So there is, although it is small, there is still a possibility, and it would be good to kind of get a series win here, but against the Gladiators, you're thinking, ooh, okay, maybe not this week, but it's still a good test.
It is. I will say that, you know, based on the standings, New York's loss to the Atlanta Reign earlier today actually buys New York, the Titans, a little bit more time, because that's really who they're contending with right now with that 11th spot. But then you also have Boston that's playing gatekeeper there at the floor of the play-in teams. And they do have a record of like 8-12, so yeah, the Titans got to be perfect after this week. Like, if it does end up being a loss to the Gladiators today, and we're not saying that it will be, but yeah, they can still make a comeback, that's for sure. But hopefully we'll get some more maps under our belt here, maybe a map 4 or 5.
You see the little grin on his. I love that.
I know.
Yeah. You hit the reflect, but you didn't hit it with a full charge shot, so you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
All right, back on the Sojourn.
Yep.
Skewed on the brick, so no Zen.
Okay.
Sad stuff, honestly.
I mean,
what a sad state that
maybe tomorrow, maybe on the side swap. I said tomorrow. I meant the side swap. I honestly kind of like that both of these teams get a chance to just play, I think, what they're best at. They don't have to really worry about a Sombra, either of these teams. I was a little bit questioning about how Happy would handle playing the Sombra just because of, you know, the lack of playtime he has had on that hero this season. I mean, the Sojourn, though, like, it lights up the field. That's what you hope to see here. Titans on the other side, too, though. Like, they don't really play the Sombra either, Jack.
No, but they play this hero pretty well, so I'm happy with that.
Oh.
I think Sojourn, out of like all the heroes in the game currently, maybe this will change when we see some new ones or like Kiriko or whatever. But Sojourn, for getting clips, for getting the Twitter clips, like the Sojourn is pretty spicy. Just like with the movement and whatnot, like it looks so you can look so stylish when you're doing it, especially when you hold on that overclock.
There's a pretty big compositional switch from Titans. So they're going to keep a Spire on the Sojourn, but whoa, Junker Queen, hello.
All right, going back to another pick that Mirror did find quite a bit of success on the Junk Queen. Commanding Shout hella nerfed, but still, maybe the Orisa and everything else that you were trying before, and especially the Doomfist not working out so well for you. Switch to something that you've played with to quite decent value. Happy, overclock, super early, ends King's life and Sky Ripper. He's on the flank. Reiner come back on the Doomfist, mind you, to get back in the action ASAP and to play against and have a little bit more survivability against the Junker Queen is quite a nice swap there for the Glads too.
Yeah, I know that definitely feels really good. I mean, this right now though, like you just have to start building up to some ultimate. Like King is gonna struggle a little bit here to find a way to weave in this Pulse Bomb, just with how spread out the Gladiators are playing and knowing that Skewed 2 has a lot of access to be able to support the backline. Just watch how he maneuvers around that.
There's the Nano, there's the blade, don't need much else. Oh, nice bit of reflect damage there from Kevster. Sky Ripper unfortunately ending his own life with that reflect damage, and we'll take the 5k. There we go. The guy that was literally built in a lab to play Overwatch.
Yep, that's true. I would argue proper also. Maybe also built in the lab to play Overwatch. That's rough though. I mean, King was able to weave the Pulse Bomb in to kill Shu, but just like that, like Gladiators still have such a firm commanding hold of this point. And there's one more shot. Jack, Titans only have 40 seconds left. They've got to get this overclock.
Nice headshot on Happy there, but the shot wasn't fully charged up, so Aspire couldn't quite one-shot the enemy Soldier. Shu does end up dying, but Mira pays for it with his life as he dives quite deep. Now it's Kevster versus Aspire. Kevster's super low, but look at this. Skew to the rescue. The Vancouver Titans kind of struggling. They're actually on the wrong side of the map completely. They have gained a tick and then some, but these staggers are going to be costly.
Oh my gosh. I mean, what? How does this even happen here?
Look, they're just pinging him out.
Like, oh, you could just leave him alone. Happy could just keep the main on lockdown here. I don't think you care too much if King is behind you, because you can just keep swiveling around.
Okay, two big ultimates though, Rose. They got that rally. Commanding Shouts already been used. There's the Rampage. Who does it hit? Oh, I don't think it hit anybody, unfortunately. So one of those big game-changing ultimates going a little wide as he does get booped and killed. Overtime and almost a full cap for the Vancouver Titans is all there will be allotted by the looks of it. Nice pulse on Kevster. It's not going to be enough. Happy's even got his third overclock of that round. There's the Glads are going to hold first.
Yeah, this is rough for the Titans right now. Really just looks like they don't know what to do. And I think a lot of that is just how good of a team the Gladiators are, that Titans don't really have the ability to stick to the game plan they'd like to. But I don't really know what you do against a beefed up, prepped and practiced team as the Gladiators, as angry as they were not making it to the Summer Showdown.
Yeah, last meta wasn't really theirs. Extremely disappointing. However, they did have a tough schedule going into Summer Showdown.
They did.
Kind of debated endlessly. It was like, they didn't make it. Are they washed, maybe? I don't know. And it was like, actually, they did have a pretty damn tough schedule. But still, looking like the same old Glads. Oh, of course, might as well have a look at that blade. So much damage. Oh, it wasn't quite the 5k. Whoop.
Oh, yeah.
Just called that. Happy got the kill on King. We'll call it a 5k though, just for you, Kevin, don't worry.
It may as well be.
He killed the lamp. Actually, the lamp counts. Lamp counts as a person.
Does it?
So that's 5. That's 5. No,
Really?
but it will for this example. It will.
I was like, you cannot be one of those people that counts lamp as a.
Oh, I can.
It's the.
Because then I always get double kills as Genji. I get one and then get the lamp.
All right, that.
Okay,
checks
Rhino
out.
Hog. Please
No,
stick on it.
No.
Because this is one of the only tanks we haven't seen.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Is it?
Okay, we've seen the entire slate
No,
of
stop
tanks
it.
now.
Oh, I thought he was
As
going to
we've
go back
had
to
Rhino on
spawn.
Hog.
No, he's
Nope.
actually rolling out with the hog. Oh my
Nope.
god, the disrespect.
Come on. Show us what you got, Rhino.
That's so disrespectful.
Give us a hook. Oh, I'm just waiting for it. I think the rest of the Vancouver Titans are as well. Bit hard though. Of course, Sky Ripple playing the Ana, perfect counter to the Hog character.
Yeah,
almost like a DLC hero at this point. Oh, Mirror's dead. So no hooks. There's a hook. There's a kill. There we go. All right, he is pretty low. Got naded at the perfect time by Shu. And with King and Master dead, pretty unwinnable. And there we go. 100% Hog win rate, everybody. And now we can put it to bed. Good stuff. Good stuff. Gladiators claiming the second map. Titans falling short.
I guess we have seen every tank hero this stage. Reiner looks so pleased with himself right now for that pick.
A pat on the back. A job well done. And another massage.
Oh my god.
Damn, is that what they're handing out? Is that how Glads are so good? Their muscles are just massaged so well. Damn, that's crazy.
I'm sure that helps you play better.
Yeah, it probably does. Oh my god, of course, Hunter talking smack in the chat as well. Hogged. Yeah, unlucky. Unlucky Titans. Still a chance to come back though for Vancouver. We'll have to wait and see. We've had a crazy amount of map 5s and reverse sweeps on the cards, so map number 3 is on for them. In just a moment, can they make it back? We'll see.
the tip of the spear, and the follow-up is there.
Rotation deployment to WGS Phoenix winning the fight. Saved by Aztec. Oh, even Scale instantly deleted. Oh my goodness. A little bait switcher.
Which teams do you think will make it through the Countdown Cup? Share your art celebrating the team you'd like to see move on to the playoffs for a chance to be featured on the broadcast and the Overwatch League fan art gallery. overwatchleague.com/art-gallery. You know the drill by now. You can go submit all your artwork over there. Now, back to the series at hand. We do have Titans and the Glads facing up, squaring up. Thanks to Reiner, we now have the Hog 100% win strat, so that's great.
No,
that's great. That's
no. Wait, can we even call it that for him? Because we've seen Florida Mayhem bring it out. We've seen the Roadhog a few other times, and that did not work.
I mean, yeah, sure. True and real. Master's taking a back seat for the Vancouver Titans as Tac is in. So we'll see if this is the change that they need to come back. We are going on to Dorado for Escort Rose.
Yeah. Okay, so I actually kind of like this idea here. You know, it's not that Masa's been doing a bad job, but I think that Aztac, when being able to play like the Zenyatta, he really started to come alive last stage playing that particular hero. So maybe we get a chance to have the Zenyatta come into the play, and that just allows you to have the Transcendence. The Orbs of Discord can be really good for focus firing onto targets. So, yeah, maybe that just kind of tightens things up for the Titans.
Where would you, attack or defense, what would you like to start if you're the Titans right now, Rose?
I kind of feel like you might need a confidence boost here a little bit. I'd like to see them maybe start on the attack just to see how far they can get. But I don't know if Gladiators are going to give them that chance. I actually don't know how that works. Who gets to pick sides?
Well, we know Glads are on the offense, so there you
Okay.
go. Questions answered. So Vancouver Titans, we'll see how well they can defend against Glads. No changes for Gladiators, of course. You just saw no Astro or anything. So we're sticking with Skewed. His better hero, or one of his best heroes, being the Brig, which works out super well because she was like protected and then some, and then Kev's can receive the pack. Same with Happy, but protecting Stu is normally the aim of the game. The guy does some serious damage on the Ana if he's not healing people.
Yeah. No, yeah, for sure. I think that the Brig was good, but it still allows you the ability to play the Zenyatta Ana if you want to. But let's talk about the Titans first, because they are on the defense here. And for the first time all series, we've got King Sombra. Ooh.
Okay. So wanting to hold pretty close. So ideally here, King sets up with a hack, Mirror dives down, Aspire the same, Sky Ripper and Aztac sit on the high ground, throw packs, throw nades, throw sleep darts out there. See how the Glads, if they know this is happening, they run double sniper, but I can imagine Happy's going to change after a quick shot. Same with Kevster by the looks of it.
Oh, okay, wow.
All right.
Yeah, so both going to Sombra here. And we have seen Happy play the Sombra before.
Do it.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay, it was
That's why you don't want to jump too much. Sometimes it's a little bit easier to track the head. It's pretty easy to track the curve downwards.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know the angle-ish when people's falling, so. Sometimes spam jump, very bad. Sometimes very good. Oh, Aztac. In a bad spot.
Ooh, big pick though. Okay, so Mirror's gonna take out Happy, and that actually gives a pretty significant advantage over to King to be able to get these health pack hacks and then also just keep initiating these engagements. Aspire was forced to use the recall, but you're still looking at Mirror staying alive and being able to kind of open things up as they do have to make a quick rotate back, but they're still all alive.
All right, now they're going to try and get on top of Skewed and Shu. Nice sleep onto Mirror there. Has to back up almost instantly. Gets hacked and then re-hacked and then probably hacked again if he isn't already dead. Yep, there you go. There's the kill. There is one person behind the Gladiators right now, Aspire, but they don't really need to do much because they've already won the fight in the front lines. Even Aztec's pretty low. Aspire does land the pulse bomb onto Shu. Maybe an opening for the Vancouver Titans to capitalize on, as both their supports are still alive and well up onto this high ground. They can just spam packs on top of Mira, who's almost earned himself a Meteor Strike, another get out of jail free card. Primal Rage for Rhino though, just like bashing away at the enemy team. Aspire's back in the mix, but clobbered by Shu there, Skewed there.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough one for Aspire to come back into, but Titan's still fighting. They tried to use the
Just
rally.
throw more ults. Just throw more ults. Invest everything. Jesus. Yeah, these fights are crazy long at the best of times. That was a big EMP from Happy. Everybody had to pile onto the payload anyway. King has got himself an EMP for this next fight. They're taking control of high ground. Maybe just dropping on somebody is the best course of action.
Yeah, but Reiner's got it already. Gladiators on the attack have taken away that high ground control. Aspire is pretty low, has to retreat for now to be able to heal back up. But, you know, I think Mira's been having a tough time on the Doomfist trying to find an opening. It's just the Doomfist versus Sombra that can make this a little risky, and if Happy wasn't on the Sombra, it might be a different story.
Solo AMP onto Shu, and a successful one at that. Nice little rehack onto Reiner. This is what we wanted to see from the Vancouver Titans. King setting people up with the hacks, and then Aspire and Mira just finishing up the job.
Right, and you know what? In the series that we saw from Titans earlier this week, they did such a good job of that. So they just need like that mental reset. They need to take a couple of deep breaths and just kind of do what they're good at. Mirror has been able to open things up a lot for the Titans, and it's really about King and Aspire now kind of working with that synergy, but it's tough to contend against ultimates like a Dragon Blade.
The Blade. Can he get resets? Doesn't look like he had to dash away to safety after he got hacked. Glads are doing what they do best though, Rose, and just perma-moving that payload, but once again, the Vancouver Titans setting up these dives rather well onto Shu. They do trade supports. Ooh, not quite in their favor, as now Skewed is the only healer alive on the payload, or near the payload. Or not anymore.
Yeah, look at by the statue. I guess, you know, Aspire and King, Mirror, they all kind of just went after the backline. So it's a pretty big trade here. And yeah, Gladiators are going to start to get some progress, but not before Titans come back into this one.
It's just getting on each other's backlines and who can kill those people first. And then they can rejoin their own support, right? I mean, that is what's happening right now. Another big slam in from Mira, but Aztec has actually been nanoed in the back. He has to pack Sky Ripper. He does get one, and ooh, what a whip shot! Jeez. Okay, nice shot onto Happy. Both Brigitta's nano to keep them alive and to keep their Arnas alive as well. It's just the DPS that are dying. It's just support combat right now. Both Aztec and Skewed coming out with kills on either side of things. Payload is still contested by the Vancouver Titans as an nade lands on Skewed, who has to play a little bit more safe. Mira tried to dash in there with the punch to try and get some space and some damage onto the backline of the Glads. Wasn't to be. Payload's capped. With 3 minutes to go, Glads, yeah, maybe those massages working out rather well for them. They're looking limber.
This is a blistering fast pace too. 3 minutes left in the time bank. Moving into third. Kevster's gonna have another Dragon Blade. And, you know, when you're running the Ana and the Brigitte, the rally isn't really the response that you're looking for something like the Blade. Kevster can just go in with the vanilla Blade here too, knowing that rally was just used not too long ago, and you don't really have another answer unless maybe you get hacked. Oh, look at, okay, so Titans have to know now.
Kevster's got to set up this dive with Reiner. The high ground's good. Oh, there's the hack onto Aztec. Aztec does dash away in time, so the hack doesn't go through, but it doesn't matter because Kevs is there with the blade. Beautiful nade from Sky Ripper, but there was no follow-up from the Vancouver Titans DPS or even Mira to try and take down Kevster. And just like that, the Titans will crumble. Just now, what, 2 minutes to go? It's still defensible as King has almost got to that EMP. And Aspire, in fact, did find the flank. Takes down Kevster, so now the Gladiators dwindle. They didn't have their support ultimates to kind of roll through this. So it's going to be a reset.
Yeah, it's going to be a pretty big reset here. And actually, we're going to see Kevster switch over to the Tracer. Okay, so giving up on the Genji for now. Maybe not feeling like he's able to find the same amount of value with King's hacks, but rally. Glad.
Oh. Yeah, I think Scoot's the only one benefiting from that overhealth right now, but it's all good. As long as Shu stays alive, oh, he's getting some of it. I think Scu's more concerned of getting kills on his own, to be honest with you. There's the EMP. It was a good sleep from Shu to stop Mirror just punching his lights out. But look at Kevster just running after Mirror, knowing Mirror doesn't really have many cooldowns left. Late rally from the Vancouver Titans, they're going to need it. With a minute to go, the Gladiators are a couple of meters before they lock that third checkpoint in. And with Reiner playing up in the spawn doors and Scoot getting his, what, 15th nano of the game, yeah, you're feeling pretty good.
Oh, King just trying to go in for a hack too, but Reiner body blocking out of the spawn. Yeah, that'll be a full map completion here for the Gladiators. I think Titans still made that fairly competitive though. Getting a lot of time off the clock on that second point. That defense was played really well. They had some great dives. They were able to initiate onto the back line. They traded that out well and bought themselves a ton of attempts. But sometimes you can just muscle your way through despite maybe having an ultimate economy advantage. Just need to
pretty nice defense from Titans, I will say.
Yeah, the second point was great.
Wasn't a speed run or anything, right? So yeah, 57 seconds in the bank for Glads. They set the pace car. Can Titans keep up on their offense?
Yeah, there must have been a reason why the Titans would have picked the side that they did. Thank you, production, for that one. Loser picks map side. Since the map set is predetermined, so that makes sense.
Yeah, it's all going to be, again, once up to Aspire and King and Mirror, it's just the race. It is the Happy Kevster Reiner race versus Aspire King Mirror to try and kill each other's backlines. And the Gladiators have just been a little bit quicker. A bit different, I will say, with Glads now, as Happy's going to forfeit that race, and it's just going to be sitting back with Shu and Skewed on the Sojourn, so he's not diving into the front line unless he wants to be really cheeky.
It provides a different flavor of the dive, because Happy has the ability to chunk down targets so fast with a charged up railgun shot, and then Kevster and Reiner can dive on that and clean up those picks. So you just have to play a little bit differently if you're the Gladiators, but wow, that's a start here for the Glads.
Yeah, you saw the positioning there of Aztac and Skyripper. They couldn't actually see Mirror, so yeah.
Go sleep!
That was nice. That was nice. Yeah, he's still pretty good at the game. I say still. He's always been good at the game. But yeah, Shu's at Ana. I'm so happy we're seeing Shu on Ana again.
Yeah.
Junk Queen. Oh, dearie me. Well, unlucky. The Junk cut. Yep, unlucky. The Junk Queen meta was fun, right? It was pretty stale in terms of how metas go. A lot more variants. And with the backline, you're not expecting like crazy plays from like Lucio's and Briggs. You're more looking for like Lucio's Ajaxing, right? I mean, that's the big thing. But with Ana on the field, you just create so many like big highlights with sleeves and even nades. So it's pretty sick to see. And when people are on their favorite heroes, normally you get an even better performance out of you.
That's true. It's just sometimes you just vibe with it a little bit more. But definitely seeing the vibe right now. Shu is going to be having a nano on time pretty soon, and Kevster as well. Oh, man.
That was close. Yeah, Aspire and Mirror try and go for that dive in tandem, but don't quite get there. And Mirror gets slept. Yeah. Glad's on that mad ting right now. 2 minutes to go. Nano's been built up from Glads, but these fights have been so quick. Like, Happy hasn't even got an ult yet.
No, I mean, look.
Come on, man, you're lagging behind.
Look, Kevster's outpacing him right now, so the Nano Blade is online for the Gladiators. If they keep stalling this out, though, they can just hold on to it for a while. Oh, Titans, though, they're starting to get ultimates of their own as well. So you've got the Pulse Bomb from Aspire. You don't worry about Defense Matrix eating that up. There's no Diva on the other side.
All right, there's the dive from Aspire and Mirror. Aspire dodges that sleep darts. Doesn't land the Pulse, however, and Yeah, Happy always just playing gatekeeper, making sure Shu and Skew don't go down. There's the Nano, there's the Blade. Oh, he jumps straight over Aztac's head. You see that? He saw he got nanoed, so he's like, well, I'm going to kill Skyripper then. No worries. Nice double kill for Kevster. As, with a minute to go, Vancouver Titans struggling to get much stuff done here, but
well, they've got
maybe
the EMP. Yeah, like
EMP.
This is kind of the last chance, because if the EMP doesn't work, you know, then you're kind of hoping that you can brute force your way through it with the Meteor Strike and an aggressive Doomfist, and then the rally as well from Aztac. But as it stands, it's King getting in position to try to knock him down.
Oh, that was really nice actually by Skew there, kind of anticipating King going for the EMP after the manual hack. Aztac, Skyripper dead. Yeah, no EMP for King. They at least forced the rally. Not too bad, but they only get one attack now. Okay. What is happening?
Why are they over there? What?
Why are 3 people from Titans on second?
Why is Aspire in the church? Why is Mirror back
You
there?
just left Skyripper and Aztac in spawn.
Oh my god.
Okay, they're gonna rejoin.
Oh, but someone's gonna get picked off here.
Oh, there's the EMP.
Oh!
King gets slept and dethroned. Aztac's at least got the rally. He's giving himself overhealth. Happy. Oh, into trouble. No, he's not. Tell a lie. He's never in trouble. Who's touching? One person. No people. And yeah, there you go. Gladiators going to take the series 3-0. That was a bit of a rough one on the Titans side of things there, but with an exceptionally strong Gladiators, and like you said, Rose, maybe a little frustrated about previous performances in the last tournament. They are coming out of the gate swinging, and they look as strong as ever.
Yeah, they do. That was an impressive performance for sure, and especially when, like, you know, the Titans, they've been improving steadily over the course of the season, and they were undefeated for a time last stage with 3 wins in a row. You know, they're still you know, trying to find their groove. It's just that the Gladiators, they found their groove sooner in the season.
Yeah. A couple of nice approaches from the Titans. Although it was a triple flank and it did look very funny. Like, you kind of see it, right? You want your supports to kind of walk out, maybe bait them in a little bit, and then kind of go for this big flank. But yeah, it didn't end up working out for the Titans. Unfortunately, couldn't get that first point on Dorado. But Glad's pretty happy right now. A 3-0. Going into the play-in/playoffs, they're very much locked in for the playoffs position. Just getting some more wins, getting some more dubs under the belt, getting more practice on this patch is important. Player of the match for this one, I think we're going to give it to the man, the myth, the legend, the machine, that is Kevster.
Yeah, Kevster, whenever he's on Tracer, always puts on a good show for everybody. I just feel like he was born to play Tracer on a lot of levels, but the Dragon Blades too.
The dude's born to play Overwatch.
Yeah, that's true though. Because yeah, the Genji too is also very impressive. All right, well we'll give him the five manner for that one for the.
Oh yeah.
The Immortality Field.
It is crazy, by the way. Obviously, it was quite a while ago at this point, but do you remember a time when we didn't know what Kevster looked like? We were just playing Guess Who, the board game. And like, who is Kevster? And he was the little chibi Genji to start off with. That was pretty. That was pretty awesome.
it.
A good timeline. A very happy timeline.
God, 15
but yeah, Kevster's our
blows
player
per
of the
10.
match.
What
15 final blows per 10 is pretty good. That's on the match too. That's not even like on Dorado or anything.
Yeah,
which is,
wow.
Pretty nuts. Pretty nuts.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to have to look forward to see how Glads do for the rest of the Countdown Cup qualifiers. The Vancouver Titans do have a little bit of a tough schedule ahead of them. The next 2 games that they have are Dallas Fuel and the Toronto Defiant. So, again, a bit more of an upwards hill battle. But theoretically, right, you've got the first, like the strongest opponent out of the way first.
That's true.
So, still hoping to pray there for the Titans. The Gladiators, though, they're looking same old, same old. And they played the Hog, more importantly. Titans did get hogged at the end there. And yeah, with that, I just want to point this out, by the way. I said we should give Reiner player of the match because he played Hog, but everybody overrode me, so yeah. Unfortunate. We're going to jump to a break. That's it. That's done for the weekend. We'll see you guys very soon. We've got an interview with Danny Lim on the other side of this, though, so you're not going to want to miss that. We'll see you in a bit.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to the Watchpoint Post Show, everybody. I'm here now with the Shoo trainer. Shu! Oh my god, I messed that up so bad. I'm so sorry, Shu. From the Los Angeles Gladiators. Congratulations on the win. That was a very quick 3 Overwatch for the Los Angeles Gladiators. And, honestly, it's been some time that we've seen you because last day we weren't able to see you play your role because of the meta and everything. So you were on the bench. So how did that feel like? And also, if I could add, you were on the bench, but when you still came back, you still dominated. So how are you just so good after a season of after a stage of just not playing? 자, 질문이 2가지입니다. 슈 선수 오늘 일단 승리 축하드리면서 저번 스테이지 어떻게 보면은 이제 슈 선수를 많이 못 봤는데 메타 때문에 하지만 어떻게 보면은 좀 한동안 좀 쉬다가 다시 돌아왔음에도 불구하고 슈 선수는 항상 잘하기 때문에 좀 그거에 대해 궁금합니다. 좀 어떻게 이렇게 좀 쉬는 기간에도 이렇게 잘할 수 있는 이 기력을 발산할 수 있는지, 그리고 벤치에 있으면서 좀 어떠셨는지 뒤에서 이렇게 경기들을 보면서.
일단 저는 항상 그 그러니까 일단 제가 프로 하면서 벤치를 처음 해봤는데 일단 제 폼이 떨어질 거라는 걱정은 하진 않았고요. 왜냐면 저는 항상 좀 자신감이 좀 넘쳐나기 때문에 이제 저보다 잘하는 선수는 없다. 이제 이런 마인드로 게임을 하기 때문에 이제 그런 마인드가 좀 많이 도움이 됐던 것 같고, 이제 막상 벤치를 해보니까 좀 많이 심심하더라고요. 그냥 삶의 자체가 그냥 일을 하다가 이제 아예 안 하니까 이제 한 판도 안 뛰니까 이제 진짜 삶이 이제 무의미해진 것 같고 스크림도 하고 싶고 이제 그런 처음 느껴보는 감정을 느껴본 것 같아요.
All right, so being on the bench, this was actually, or last stage was my actual first time after going pro that I was, being benched. But I wasn't really worried at all because I'm the type of person that has a lot of confidence, and I knew and I know right now that I am, the best, one of the best players. So I wasn't really worried about my time on the bench. But when I was actually, in the backseat just watching the games, I realized that I got really bored. I wanted to scrim, I wanted to get out there and wanted to play. So that was, I guess, one of the downside of being benched. Talking about you being a great player, I think everyone could agree that you are one of the best honors that we have in the league. Because of that, and plus, Overwatch 2 is releasing in 9 days, so I'm pretty sure all of Ana players in this world, would love to hear some tips and tricks from you. So if you have any tips and tricks on how to get better at Ana for all our viewers, and also because Reinforce really wanted to know as well. 자, 두 번째 질문은 이제 오버워치 2가 곧 있으면 나오잖아요. 이제 9일 후에 나오기도 하고,
네.
또 방금 말씀하셨다시피 슈 선수가 굉장히 잘하는 선수이고 또 아나 하면 슈 선수 아니겠습니까? 그렇기 때문에 이제 지금 이제 아나 유저들한테 좀 팁이나 어떻게 하면 좀 아나를 오버워치 2에서 좀 잘할 수 있을까요?
와, 이건 진짜 굉장히 어려운 질문인 것 같은데, 이제 제가 항상 저희 팬분들이 가끔씩 저한테 물어보는데, 자, 이거는 대답을 할 수가 없는 것 같아요. 정말 팁이라.
하나만 줘요. 하나만. One. Give me one.
일단 그냥 이제 뭐 에임이나 이제 뭐 포지션 이런 거는 그냥 점수 높으면 서서히 잘해지는 거고, 이제 팁이라고 하면 쫄지 마라. 이제 아나 같은 캐릭터의 이제 장점은 이제 힐벤이나 수면총 변수, 이제 스킬 쓰는 거, 이제 거기서 이제 맞추면 캐리를 하는 거고, 못 맞추면 이제 그냥 안 좋은 거거든요. 이제 던지는 플레이잖아요. 네, 근데 이제 저는 아나 같은 거 할 때는 이제 수면총이나 힐벤 쓰는 걸 딱히 무서워하지 않아요. 이제 제가 죽더라도 그냥 쓰고 본다는 마인드, 그러니까 내가 무조건 맞추겠다, 이제 이런 자신감, 이제 그런 것 때문에 제가 아나 할 때 슈퍼플레이가 조금 더 많이 나오는 것 같아요.
알겠습니다. 감사합니다. So, Shu says that, he often gets these questions from his fans and everything. And it is a very difficult question to answer. But if he has to give a one tip or one trick is, of course, other than aim and positioning, which is really important, but that you could level that up as you play more game and as you go up the rank. But his one tip trick is, don't be scared. Don't be scared to make plays because Ana is a very skill-focused, skill-centric, I guess, hero. Where if you land the sleep, if you do a good job of sort of throwing those nades, then you carry. If you don't, then you will not carry, and you're sort of throwing. So Shu says that when he makes a play, even if he has to sacrifice himself, he's not afraid to go out there and try his best to land those shots, land those nades, and land those sleeps. So that is his one tip or one trick for every Ana player in the world. Don't be scared. Don't play scared. All right, Shu, thank you so much for the tip and trick. I'm sure Reinforce would love for your trick. All right, thank you so much. And again, big congratulations on the win. 자, 축하드리면서 인터뷰 마치도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다. Thank you.
감사합니다. 빠이빠이.
All right, Johnny, are you happy?
We got it.
How to be good on a
We got it.
position. Number 2, don't be scared. 3, carry or else you won't. 4.
Profit.
Wow.
Wait, no. Shu.
Yeah, Shu. There you go.
Shu. There it is. Not
There you
Profit.
go.
Not Profit. Wrong team. Wrong team, guys.
Guys, I had to pull it out from him, but Shu, thank you so much for that one tip, and I think it's a really good tip as well. And with that being said, of course, big congratulations to the Los Angeles Gladiators. That was a 3 Overwatch if I've ever seen.
That was not that close. Unfortunately, Vancouver Titans not able to hold a candle to the Los Angeles Gladiators. Gladiators honestly just looking very comfortable in this meta. They have Happy and Kevster being able to flex their muscles. They can have Skewed come in to play the double flex or play some Brig if they needed. Reiner, we know, is a very good hyper flex. We even got a dabbling of Roadhog in this one. I don't think that was a legitimate strategy. That might have been a little bit of trolling, but it worked. So you can't really fault it too much, Johnny.
I'm still thinking about how to figure it out.
Johnny, just
Roadhog came out. When I came out there.
That was just talked about it.
Johnny, you
Johnny,
just
focus.
ignore everything I said.
Look, I was thinking about positioning on Ana. I was like, where should I stand? And then I was like, carry or you won't is a pretty deep philosophical statement. So I just had to think that's Uber. Roadhog!
Yeah!
Hey, look at him go. Yeah. If Shu wasn't benched for the Summer Showdown, he would be a great MVP candidate.
Oh yeah.
But the fact that he was benched because because he has 2 better main supports on his team, which is not his fault. Well, I mean, I guess he'll probably send him support then.
Well,
anyway,
you could probably play it. I would not be shocked if she was just one of the best Brigs if he actually tried it and played it a lot. But
yeah. He's a bit like Violet, if he just had a little bit of time to practice Lucio, I'm sure he'd pick it up.
No, I think Violet's a better Cassidy.
Well, I don't know. Shu is actually very good at hit scan.
We've never seen him on.
We did see the Shu Jern.
We did.
It was
there.
It was
about as good as Violet's Cassidy.
All right. Well, I mean, that was our last match for today. So before we move on, let's take a look at the West standings one more time for tonight. See any changes? Dallas Fuel and San Francisco Shock.
Yeah.
Yep.
Look at them go. Big moments that have happened in the last couple of days.
Yeah.
Houston Outlaws going to 16 league points is pretty close to securing their playoff ticket out here in Anaheim. New York Excelsior and Vancouver Titans, these losses make it very close to statistically impossible to making it into the play-ins. So a lot to play for some of these mid-table teams though.
Yeah, absolutely.
We're Gladiators. They're now in the. Were they in the playoffs before this match?
Yep.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, if you didn't know, now you know.
Now you know. Yeah. I'm sure there is at least 1 or 2 people that that were a little bit now.
Yeah, you're a man of the people, Danny.
Yeah.
Helping inform people.
Thanks, guys.
We got.
All right, you guys got me. And you know what else got me and everyone else? It's best of the day. Hey, just let me have this. It's my last day of hosting.
Okay, yeah, sure.
All right. I mean, we had 4 great matches. There were a lot of choices. Johnny, what was your best of the day?
Well, we didn't really talk much about the Vancouver Titans versus LA Gladiators game, so I decided to sum it up in one single play, okay? If you want to know what happened in the last match, okay, this is all you need to know. This is about the best visualization we'll ever get. It's overtime. Just stall the point a little bit here, King. Give us a May ice block here on top of the point. That'd be great. Well, he missed the point. And then Mirror here.
Also missed the point.
Also missed the point.
Oh, yeah.
So here's the ice block from King. You're supposed, if you ice block on the point, it continues to stall.
It helps when you're on the point to ice
If
block
you're not on the point, it doesn't, and then it gets punched away by a Reiner at the last second. And then, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't great.
It's not great. But I feel like it was a bit in an intricate C9.
Yeah, because it's like the classic like jumping block. I think we've all done that before. And then you're sort of sitting there, because you have to sit there and think about what you've done when you're sitting in the ice block.
People just have this thing about like jumping when they use abilities. It's the same with like Reiner and Earth
terrible
Shatter.
about that.
Don't jump and Earth Shatter. It just adds delay.
And don't jump and sound barrier.
But it's cooler.
No, it's not though.
It's cooler. You put in a jump.
No, it's cool if you do a 360. It's not cool if you jump.
It's cooler than just a vanilla whatever.
It would be kind of cool if I jumped and analyzed the game at the same time.
That's true. You should try jumping.
try it right
while
now.
you're doing that, let's talk about something that was also very cool that happened in the East. We have the long con from Xerneas right now. He's going to be chilling in the skybox, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Look at this.
You know what's going to be ironic? He's jumping.
He is jumping. He's jumping the most out of everybody.
Whoa!
Yo! I love that they had to cut it. Whoa. He was here for so long, they're like, okay, we got to cut it in the middle here for a little bit. But he got him. He got him. So that, honestly, worth.
So jumping good.
No, well, yeah.
Good is, you know,
relative.
It looks cool.
Yeah.
It backs up my point too. He went all the way up, jumping all the way up. He looked cool. And became your best of the day.
Sure, Danny.
His Senya's like, please come down! Come down! I need heals! Please come down! What are you doing up there? Please!
Alright, my best of the day. This was an easy one. This was from Hawk. The Atlanta match that we saw, and as soon as I saw it, I knew. I was like, this is my best of the day. It was Hawk on King's Row, where he sort of body blocks the Sombra, and then cancels the EMP with a remet kill. So it's literally a wombo combo. It's three things that I love. Remet kill, cancels an EMP, and also body block. Like you can't. That's the best.
Oh, you can see the Flora reaction. He knows how mad. Do you think he was trying to EMP to cancel the remake? He must have been, right? But then he just missed it by that much.
Also, I think
this was just
even
perfect.
if you wanted to do that, maybe you're overthinking it a little bit. I'm going to cancel a Diva remake by using my EMP. Like, that explains why New York is 5-30.
Yeah, well, okay, well, let's calm down.
Looking for it.
Do you think that Hawk knew what was coming? Was this predicted or was this just pure luck?
I think it's more luck.
Pure luck. It has to
Honestly,
be
it's
pure
more
luck,
luck.
I think.
Yeah, I was very lucky.
Because how do you know? Because he was coming out of the room.
He did shoot the Sombra, but I think he was already planning on remaking before he hit the Sombra. So.
But hey,
We'll give it to you,
got that
Hawk.
play. Yeah, Hawk, great job.
Yeah.
All right, so those are our best of the days, which means we're done with the show. But before we go, let's take a look at our schedules for East and West on next week, Friday. First up, we have the Chengdu Hunters versus
actually good game.
Seoul Dynasty, and we have the Shanghai Dragons against the Philadelphia Fusion.
Who wins between Shanghai and Philly? I think?
I don't know. I think Shanghai wins.
I think there's a chance that Philadelphia.
I actually think I'm gonna pred Philly. Something in the air right now. Shanghai are sandbagging this stage.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Western region. We got London against Los Angeles, Dallas against Vancouver, Toronto versus San Francisco Shock.
Yeah, another team which is sandbagging this stage for what it feels like right now. The Shocker in Struggle Town, going 0-2 for the first time in a while, but some of these games are going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think all of these matches are going to be interesting, and you can all find out on Friday of next week. So tune in.
You did say one thing this post show that I don't think a lot of people know what it is.
What?
You said that it's your last day hosting.
It is my last. Hey, guys, I just want to say before, really quickly, thank you guys for enduring my scuffed hosting. But hey, don't worry. Next week, we have a special guest to fill in this host spot.
Who can it be?
And I am going to go back to my comfy middle seat. You get out. You get out of my seat.
Wait, so Costa's not going to be here? Who's going to be here?
Who's going to be here?
What?
I don't know. You guys will just have to find out next Friday. So guys, bye-bye. Have a good night. We'll see you guys on Friday.